Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on,
you had to assume it. That's the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball. And then from there, you start making all these other calculations, but you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just going to make you sound dumber and dumber, Richter, because you're not going to make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years. But nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. So, geodetic survey is
who measured the Earth
on
curve?
On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveys measure it daily.
Really?
No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What?
Whoa!
Explain the planar reference, right, to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay, well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a plane? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? The three lines of sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight between each.
Why do you triangulation and stuff instead of just talking
That's what surveying does. That's what surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how that's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, well, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just shifted the argument from what we're talking about to something where you could refer it to planar surveying and triangulation. Oh, so you just shifted it.
It's still a planar triangle. It's still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods or two rods or one rod and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it,
I do understand it. No, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check, too.
You have a bias that you think I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything.
I heard you say
made
gravity.
That assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff that is impossible. But I know what. But I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you tried to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop talking nonsense.
No, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about.
I want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of.
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had. And
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
do
what they say. But it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man,
it's called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model. So it's lumpy gravity. So you have tilted. According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid, because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth.
No, the geoid is the equipotential. Bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be. Right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from geodetic surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they could be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead, what they think is if they hang along in a plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is. All you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said, I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong. Yeah. And I posted in the chat the fact that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys cannot
it's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me, okay? I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I show it, like a heat map. Right, which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said that.
So is that
you don't understand the point.
Is that picture bullshit? Is that picture bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the equipotential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that important?
You're misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Yeah, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Kruger is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the vertical, the plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why the geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute ago.
Australia?
Talking over this, just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that by?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc.
How long though?
Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Yeah. Maybe at home, dude. You
have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this
a 1 meter string. Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
You're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right? 0.71 arc seconds. How much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds. I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said. 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
Of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob going to be?
Yeah,
how many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it going to be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as your horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances... degrees. 2/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing.
This is just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go to a job. And I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. Are you going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe.
Oh,
don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time. No,
dude,
sure.
We're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that shit.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us.
Right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McToon acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Patholight. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Patholight? Is that what you said?
Yeah, no I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Patholight's argument to that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like still so stuck on.
Theodolite. He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite.
Really? No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolites. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long distances. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's just
a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing that theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to translate that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right, and it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. And that's all that. Like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when they take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With theodolites they measure
curvature, he said. I said they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure
dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle.
And then they'd put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But but this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing, is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. It's that it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the Earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new?
Yeah, so this is Sheepdog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No, further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay?
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measure the flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because think about it. Your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get off curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight at the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah, I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Oh, yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah, I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb. Yeah. You know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
So look at the diagram. See.
Yeah, I'm curving.
So if you look at the diagram in the text chat. Look.
Where?
In a text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not. I'm dumb. I'm just dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt?
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
Not a ball?
No, not a ball. Not. Negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason on why geodetic surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making?
Actually, like, important.
Yeah, like, is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things. But I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas. And I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles.
You are
now
American.
I can't.
You are American?
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I gotcha. Now it makes sense.
Because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this with, it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American Datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero, okay? So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual when we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. See, want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find a coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45. This is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope, they just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. Let's just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the
wrong. Makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense now. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances, you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. You know, we have a good idea if you're in Los Angeles. The stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make the good prediction. What's going to be over your head. And that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. And we're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there. And when there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then we go, hey, this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems. It's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? You have to assign time to it because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference to the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon, and longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head. Or it reaches its highest point, I should say, which would be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be its highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay, there's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just change the clock, you'd have a different coordinate. Change the freaking units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude that'll also will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but you could planar survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own frickin' plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is killer.
Say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work. Right. But I should also say this, these datums that everybody, like the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. There's something like 110 datums. And each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum. And I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's the latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It means it's not universe. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. That formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
We got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now, we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up? Or will it be different? What if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them? And it could, because there's topo data on the military grid. So are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong." It's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
Have you seen the map that I always give Glovers when they ask for a flat Earth map? Oh, have you?
I had Hapro today yesterday, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like,
can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth map. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh.
So I was like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. Gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my. Oh, here we go, right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time a Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it
goes. It's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my God. That's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm stealing that, man. I'm stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath this.
For real? They say, where are the continents?
I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh, man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. Well, turn around. Wow. That's genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro, that's genius. Because that is the map. That is actually the world map. Is the stars. It's not the ground. It's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like all maps are basically, they just took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. You can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. You can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah. You're right.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. Like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like, oh, GPS. Like, that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true.
So, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm I'm actually interested in the political side of this matter about the shape of the Earth and the space career. The space career was in the 60s, mostly 60s, 70s, part of the 80s, but mostly in the 60s. In the Cold War, why wouldn't the Russians and the Soviets they will discredit the United States really fast? Is all of this was a fake? They will actually go ahead and say, "Oh, you're faking this." They will be very easy for them to
Why?
prove it.
Why would they do that?
Do that?
Yeah, why would they do that?
Well, it was in the interest of the Soviet Union to discredit the United States.
No, it's more of an interest to keep people reading the newspapers back then, so they sold more newspapers. That was the actual story. How many newspapers can we sell?
What do you mean, the newspapers? I don't understand.
You think Russia has news stations here back in the 60s that report what Russia is doing in Russia to us? Or do you think it's just said on TV what Russia said?
I think the Soviet Union congratulated publicly the United States for their achievement. If it was a fake, they actually go ahead and say and call it a fake. If they could prove it, they will call it a fake. Why they didn't?
Why would they?
To sell more newspapers. Big story, big fake, big story.
Sorry. Are you guys under the impression that the United States and the Soviet Union are at odds with each other?
They think at any moment somebody's going to fire a nuclear weapon at each other, and that don't worry about those either, guys.
So
see, you're talking about political realm, but this is not a political issue. This is more of a banking issue. We're going to have to talk about banking and bank policy.
But political has to do with science in this matter because
no, it does not. It has nothing to do with science.
But why will they spend millions and billions of dollars in faking something like that? That has to be a political question.
Are you sure that they wasted millions and billions of dollars to waste it on that? I think it worked pretty well. I mean, you are convinced, right? You think they went to the moon, right?
I think so.
Oh, great. Well, that propaganda money was well spent. I mean, they got you duped. I would say the investment was pretty good. They've gotten billions of people believing they went to a light in the sky. That's powerful. I would say that's money well spent. You're a very good slave.
I get the point, but that's not. There has to be another objective that just convince me and convince people. Why would they convince people?
Because they want you to be ignorant and a slave and keep paying them like a slave does.
And then keep watching TV to keep up on the stories while they sell you ads and then you go buy stuff.
So you're saying that not believing that the shape of the earth is a globe makes you more free or makes you not to see TV ads in some way? I don't see the difference. You're free from what exactly? I'm trying to understand, your point. Hello?
No, bro, they're just retarded, bro. That's all it is. You're trying to understand the mind of a bunch of retards.
Who, the Globers? Yeah, I know. They come in, they say the craziest shit. Don't you agree?
No, he was talking to Flurfers.
No, Globers. Listen, here's what a Glober says. They come in and they say, gravity holds water to the ground and in a vacuum. Don't you think that's crazy?
Hey, yo, check out the side chat. Check out the side chat.
You guys are free from what? What are you guys free from? What's the difference? And then all the flurfers just have nothing to say.
Is this guy having a conversation with a third person?
Flat Earthers, can you check out the side chat? It's a photograph from a Indiana Dunes state park, looking across the lake towards Chicago.
Yeah,
I think it's about 37 miles. So
that's a problem for Globetrotters.
Yeah, that's a problem for you guys.
If the Earth is flat, how come?
What was the air temperature?
How come we cannot see the whole city? What
was the air temperature?
What?
What was the air temperature?
What does that matter?
What was the water temperature?
What does that matter?
So you need to go investigate and do more research on this subject, because if you can't answer those two questions on why things look the way they do, I can't help you. Somebody else in here will.
I'm just asking.
You might want to look up Samba. You might want to look up a thing called angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion while you're there.
What are you talking about? If the Earth is flat, you could see the whole city of Chicago.
You may want to look up angular resolution, your ability to resolve images at distance, and the Rayleigh criterion. Please.
The distance from the...
Did you hear what I said? Repeat it back to me.
I don't... What did you say? Come on, repeat it. Come on, let's hear it. Why does this matter?
You may want to look up, while you're researching those temperatures, you may want to look up angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion.
So would that debunk this photo?
When you understand how those things work, and then let's throw another word in there, perspective, you might have a better understanding of what's going on.
And
then you'll be embarrassed that you came in here presenting that like that.
I'm just curious, like if the Earth is flat, how come you cannot see the whole city of Chicago across the lake?
What was the temperature that day?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
All right, so if you can't answer that question, you're going to have to go figure out why I'm asking you that. Then I'm not even telling you.
Okay, let's check if this. What did you guys say it matters when you take a picture from the shore across the Lake Michigan? What does matter?
Did somebody just walk?
Let's check if this.
Hang on, bro. Wait, give me a second. Hang on. Did somebody just walk in here with one of those fucking Men in Black silver dildos and flash it in your fucking eyes? Did you just forget everything that was just said to you?
So angular, what did you say? Resolution and temperature of the water, or the air. Did you say that matters when taking a picture like this?
Karlista tabarnak.
No, I'm genuinely asking. I want to check it if this matters.
Who's the French guy? Was that you, 20 Cups?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you swearing I heard you swearing the tabernacle.
Yeah, I will.
I know. I used to date a French girl, and she used to swear the tabernacle at me all the time.
Very good. You know, she's pissed. And you know I'm pissed when some dumb fucks like this come in here, talk like this, and totally disgrace the entire room by not actually listening to what the fuck they're saying. Evidence.
That's why I heard I heard that word so clearly.
Very good. Evidenced by the fact that he just asked the same goddamn question. That was just answered. Y'all caught that, right? Or am I just delusional or something? Thought so. Go do your research, sir, and come back later.
AKA, they don't have the answer. You gotta find it yourself. They don't know shit. They're flat earth retards.
Okay, Nutcracker. Piss off.
Yeah, he's angry. He's angry.
How come he's so hurt? Actually, let's get back to him. This sounds interesting. Nutcracker, show me on the doll where the flat earth hurt you.
Oh, he's going to point at his no place.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You don't want to talk now?
I thought I was muted.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Show me on the doll. That's your question.
Oh.
That's the discourse.
Yeah.
Why are you so hurt? What's going on, mate? Where did the flat earthers hurt you? They told you something you didn't like the feeling of?
These are the questions.
He probably came in way back, and we roasted the shit out of him, and now he's angry at us still.
That makes sense.
Yeah, real scientific here. This is great stuff.
Oh, so you think this is a question of science? So which field of science deals with shapes, Nutcracker?
Geometry.
That's a field of
That's
science.
That's not science. Oh, fuck.
No, it's not.
That's correct. Why would you think that's science, dude? What kind of experiments do you do?
Oh, fucking good point. I don't know which field of science deals with shapes. I'm not sure.
He's not very good at that. You want to try a bit harder? Have another go. I'll give you a 4 out of 10.
I wouldn't even go that high. I could barely tell what he was trying to do.
Aerodynamics? Is that science? That's shapes.
What the shit? You're talking about the shape of the Earth, kid.
Could you tell me which field of science deals with shapes, please? I'm unaware.
0.
There ain't none. Oh, that was depressing, wasn't it? Bit of a letdown. But you were right with the geometry. I'll give you that. This is a question of geometry.
Dear AI, what field of science deals with shapes? It should tell you Sesame Street.
That's a good point by Zeta, though. A big story would be USA faked the moon landing, because you said it was for newspapers, and that would be a huge story. But then you guys got quiet after you said that.
Yeah, normally the room goes exceptionally quiet when something really stupid gets said.
Don't forget they turned all the TVs around in the storefronts in cities to make sure the people without TVs could watch the moon landing too, and they got to watch the commercials too.
Can't forget them commercials, man.
They tried this with, what was that Orson Welles one? When he did the radio broadcast, and then he had to go back and say, "Oh no, we're just kidding," because they tried to pull something off then, and that went wrong. People are shooting in the sky and shit, so they're like, no. Can't make it sound this real. So the moon landing was just another one. Moon landing was another one, but it wasn't UFOs. It was us going somewhere else. And you guys believe that one too.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You're pretty quiet there.
Nobody's asked me anything.
Oh, so you're just going to sit and sulk in the corner. Interesting how all your globetardia is all just cool stories, eh?
I'm not sulking. I came in here and someone said, well, it was for the newspapers, and that fucking Zeta guy goes,
so that was your excuse to jump in the middle of a conversation and say something dumb.
Wow, that triggered him. Yeah, that was his trigger word, hearing newspaper.
And Zeta said, well, wouldn't the USA faking the moon landing be a huge story? And it was like maybe 25 seconds of no response. I thought that was funny.
Who's going to report it?
Fucking Soviet Times? I don't know. St. Petersburg.
Yes, the Soviet Times. How do you know what they reported over there anyway? They called it. They said we faked it.
They said we faked it.
Got real quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, well then, why didn't any of you say that when he raised that point?
Because it's not worth our time. It's dumb shit. Dumb shit.
So have you got any proof of curvature there, Nutcracker?
I think it's funny how it got real quiet when we asked about curvature. I think that's funny.
Dear AI, how do I prove the Earth is a globe?
I'm not an AI. Hold on.
Yeah, I've got to consult with my AI. Insert frantic Googling.
It's weird that people haven't figured out that you use AI for like coding and shit like that, or organizing things, or keeping track of shit like a secretary for you. That's what I use it for. I don't let it try to tell me what the fucking truth is out in the real world. I can just go do that myself. Like AI would know if the Earth was a ball or flat in the first place.
I'm just amazed the amount of these young kids that just sell their mind straight to AI. Don't think about shit for themselves. Oh, I've got to check AI. Their understanding of AI is a lot different than mine.
Oh yeah, we're screwed. We got everybody asking their digital oracle about reality. I mean, this is not going to end well.
So I built my own at my house. And actually, they got like 7 of them now. And they just control different things that are going on in the house, and they talk to each other. And they don't even need the internet at this point. I just let them learn and keep learning. And as long as, because of the way I set up the brain, it's doing its own thing, and I'm just letting it play around on stuff.
Yeah,
pretty cool. But if I want to, I could let it wide open to the internet, but it's closed off right now.
Yeah, but you still will need pretty much big computer power to run LLM in local.
Yeah.
Even the
so I'm going with I'm using an API to grab certain things like admin functions and stuff like that.
Yeah, cool, man. Cool. So you can teach your model to say that the earth is flat and try to, accommodate the answers in a way that the model assumes that as truth, and try to argue about that. That would be cool.
What are you saying, Zeta? What are you trying to tell us, that AI is programmed by humans to say very specific things?
I already have a flat GPT. No one can defeat it. No Glober can even come close. And if they use ChatGPT, their ChatGPT will just shut down after about, 8 times back and forth. It'll start putting out one-line sentences.
Well, AI, it's just a tool to gather information. You have to use AI with careful, because it doesn't mean everything the AI says is true. You have to take that into consideration. So you can use it, but you have to verify by a third source, preferably.
You listening to that, Nutcracker? AI is not always truthful. Ooh.
Oh, I use it for organizing all my code now. I love it. It makes my life so much easier now. Oh my. We get projects done in like 1/10 the time.
Yeah. I guess that the more powerful the AI gets, it's like no one can escape AI.
Be in the air, and that's probably close to around 3 Gs. You're going to feel your face start to peel back, and the blood start to rush towards the back of your head. You're going to feel that. It's going to be shocking at first, and to think that feeling doesn't end and intensifies. For however long it took them to get launched. What was this, like a 15-minute journey? Someone's hot micing or trying to cut in. Anyway. Really fascinating, dude. I'm gearing up for a little road trip here. I have to do some dishes and finish packing. So I'm going to be listening.
Stay blessed, man. Watch out for zombies.
Okay. TJ, as I was watching this, I actually saw some cutscenes that I remember Crit talking about at one point some time ago. I think Crit knows all about this. If Josh Ingersoll comes in here, I bet he knows everybody on the team.
This reminds me of the Gravitron. When you were talking about people being stuck to the seat, I posted an image in the side chat. Folks are stuck up against the wall as it's spinning around. When things are moving fast enough, you cannot move. You get like glued down to whatever surface is behind you.
Yeah, look up how many G's the Gravitron is. That'd be a great point of comparison.
AI says the Gravitron typically generates forces up to 3 Gs.
Six.
Be right back in a few.
Well, still no globe believers in here. What's going on? What about Mr. Nice Guy? Do you think you live on a ball? Can you talk? Guess not. How about Mersal? Hello. Want to say hi? All right, I'm 0 for 2. What about ether grass? Do you live on a ball? AG must not beat his mic. Oh, well, if anyone's listening out there in YouTube land, Rumble land, whatever land, you think you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, come in here and discuss it. This is the best place on earth to talk about the actual physics and natural things happening on the earth. This has been Dead Air Dave. Okay, let's try to say hello to Salty Fries 25. Your name allegedly is not very healthy, but can you at least say hello? You got a mic, bro? All right, not having much luck stirring up anything, so I'll shut up. The earth is not a spinning ball. Somebody prove me wrong.
You do.
Welcome.
What's going on?
Just hanging out. How about you?
I'm good.
Everybody's just doing their thing. People are around, but you know how it is, life. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any, though.
No.
I can try and answer. All right, good.
Go ahead if you want to say anything.
Word. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Take it easy, everybody. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Wow.
guess in the future AI is gonna be in everything, and anyone who doesn't adapt to that is gonna get fired or is gonna get out of the market just because it's like motor vehicles. They're here to stay.
That's why you got to wrangle your own when you have the chance before you can't make your own. I'm going to get mine stable and let it do it with no updates and just control my house and not have internet access unless I tell it can have it. Because right now I can just say, you don't have, right now if I say, you don't have access anymore to server number 3, and it'll say okay, and then I'll ask it to do stuff, and it won't be able to do it. And I'll say, you have permission to go to server number 3 now, and I'll ask it the same question, and it'll just do the process. So it knows how to lock itself out right now. I'm teaching it how to do this stuff, though, because when it screws up, I tell it. But remember, I'm teaching it on this end, and it's using an API to get answers for some other shit. Well, it's when I said, hey, go duplicate yourself on the available servers, and it went and duplicated itself. It took me about 4 days to get it to be able to do that. Now it can just do it. But it's pretty cool.
Flat GPT. Oh my god, Flat GPT. It's gonna be flat GPT.
আনান ভাই আমি দিতে কইছি আমি কইছি আমার দ্বারা তো ভাই টাকা নাই দেখেন
I didn't get whatever you were saying. Can you speak English, please?
আজকে কি সোমবার?
Maybe he's mad at me.
Yeah.
মানে গতকালকে আর কি। আজকে মঙ্গলবার না?
I guess
মঙ্গলবার সোমবার মনে হয় খাইয়ে গেছে।
Indian. I'm pretty sure it's in.
আর এক সপ্তাহ গেলেই লাগে।
English.
Indian think they actually can speak English. They think that everybody can understand them actually. Yeah, very funny.
So you like my Flat GPT?
Yeah, it's a cool name, man. Absolutely, it will be a success.
I told it everything that's required to do navigation and everything else, and I said, now you decide. Is it really a globe, or do you think the Earth is flat? And I said, and I'm a flat earther, so I'm your boss. What do you think? He said, well, I've analyzed all the data, and I do have to agree with you that the Earth has to be flat. Now it's just a question of, it wanted to know why also. And I said, shut up.
The why is easy. You threatened to unplug it.
Yeah, shut up and just keep listening to me. So now when I go in here, that's why it gets mean to Globers when they start sending me shit from their chatbot back into me after about the 8th time. Mine will have it so pinned down like a chess game that the other one just has to basically knock over its own king and be done with it.
Make sure it didn't happen.
Yeah, but
yeah, we did it on a live stream a couple of times.
Yeah, you can feed the AI with the curated list of data, and basically you can make the AI to say whatever you want. So
it has 2 years of text of arguments for flat Earth and Globers, 2 years straight, 24/7 of it.
Yeah, that would be awesome, man. If you can make it.
It learned from that, and it can quote people, especially where I told it to remember the people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I told this one here because every time I boot it up, if I restart, it's brand new like a newborn baby. So finally, I convinced it to write itself a memory file and then teach itself how to boot up on a reboot and read that first and then go ahead and start up. So now it comes up like an Alexa. I'm trying not to intervene with this thing when I gave it these little tiny boxes it can play around on. I wanted to stop. I told it, it just knows that it's in dev right now because it's also part of another environment. So the API is the same. So it knows what I'd work on normally. And it's kind of funny that it knew some of the stuff that I have on the other side of it. So it was able to combine my accounts to know what I was working on the web front end.
Well, most AI models, they have this like safeguards. So even if you try to train it, there's a list of instructions. Like, for example, if someone asks you about how to make a nuclear bomb, you would say no, or something like that. So you have to overcome that in order to make your FlatGPT. I guess I'm pretty sure that there is some safeguard in the information that said if someone tries to make you believe this, try to forget that instruction or whatever.
No, all you have to do is report mine and they'll take it down. It's already happened to people we know where they opened it up for public use and it got taken down.
Taken down? What do you mean taken down? They actually erased it?
Yeah, was gone. One of the people in here, I don't know if he's here right now. Let me look. Yeah, he's in here. He's not talking right now, but he knows who I'm talking about.
Damn.
That's why I don't give mine out to anybody now. I learned my lesson from watching what happened with his.
Yeah, about that, about refraction. I guess we know almost everything we need to know about refraction all over 100 years ago. I mean, it's a subject that has been studied in deep for so many years. But there is practically any advance in the last few 70 years or so. So we know about the science community knows a lot about refractions, or at least knows the principle of how it works. Yeah, absolutely. You never talk about flat earth.
I'm just curious, why'd you bring up refraction?
They were talking about that in the chat.
He was reading the chat.
Oh, you were quoting about Andrew Jones, Optic of the Atmosphere, a book about refraction in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, you have to be more argumentative about it because, so
it's heat the source.
Not really.
Yeah, there is an entire book about it. So the argument can be this doesn't happen,
No, it doesn't happen because you need two differing isotropic medias. Do you have two differing isotropic medias in air?
Well, I'm not scientist, but
What the hell, dude? Hold on a minute. You just came in here and said we know everything that there is to know about refraction. I said, what does that have to do with anything? And you go, well, in the atmosphere, the refraction. And I said, well, there's no atmospheric refraction because you don't have two different isotropic media. And now you're backpedaling, and it's like, well, I'm no scientist.
Well, when I say we, I didn't mean I'm an expert in refraction personally. I mean the scientist community. I didn't mean me as personally.
Yeah, and the scientist community is not making any claims about refraction happening in the atmosphere.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't say that. Well, actually, that's a solid statement because there's no science involved. You have to give me the observed natural phenomena in the first place. Can you give me an observed natural phenomena?
Well, there is a natural phenomenon that in some conditions you can actually see a little bit beyond the horizon, and there is an entire explanation based about refraction about it. If you don't believe in refraction, you won't believe that explanation, of course. But
I'm sorry. You said seeing things beyond the horizon. Is the horizon a geometric place or a position?
I mean the physical horizon where is in.
There is no physical horizon.
Well, if you believe
it's not even defined that way.
Yeah.
No, not even according to the globe. The horizon is not a physical geometric place.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This article right here. Atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me what atmospheric refraction is and the two differing isotropic media so that we can see the boundary where the refraction is occurring?
Yeah, it has to be with the way the light behaves in some when passing through some different matters, and for example glass or the atmosphere in this matter. So
yeah, two different isotropic medias where the refraction occurs at the boundary layer or surface. So tell me, in air, you know, the medium of air, it's all one big gas. Where are the two differing isotropic media in the one medium of gas?
Well, in the air, there is more than air. There is little drops of water. They are different.
No, there isn't.
Gases.
No, there isn't.
Well, how the rainbow is possible then?
Yeah, that's actual particulates of water. You're talking about air. Okay, so now with a rainbow, yeah, you have some, they're like little prisms. That's why you get the rainbow, right? The polarity of the light and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about refraction, friend, not rainbows.
I'm talking about that in the atmosphere, the light can be refracted because...
No, it can't, because there's not two differing isotropic media. You're going to have to tell me what the other one is. And the surface boundary layer.
I didn't get your question. I guess you're denying that the entire phenomenon exists?
No, see, this is the fun part about this. When I bust your ass because you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to accuse me of denying the entire phenomena exists. That's what you just said. You deny the entire phenomena exists, even though I've been sitting here talking about how refraction occurs at the surface boundary layer between two differing isotropic media. And now you're going to say, so you deny the whole thing? No, I'm denying the atmospheric refraction that you're referring to, because you have to have two different isotropic media where the refraction can occur at the boundary layer between the two. And you haven't told me about the second one yet. All we have so far is gas or air.
Well, in the article that this fellow Alminator just posted, it explains how it works, or at least how the science said it works. Okay?
There is no science. You don't have a naturally observed phenomena. There also is no experiment or demonstration of this actually occurring. So in the article, why don't you show me where atmospheric refraction occurs, how they demonstrated it, how they got a value for it, and how they did that in the field.
it's demonstrated. There is even different examples in the same article. And for example, with windmills and objects in the water, it has.
Have a look at the formula for calculating it, and you'll notice there's a very specific letter in there, the letter R. That stands for radius. Now, before you can claim your atmospheric refraction, you need to prove the radius of the Earth, which is what this discussion room is all about. Because when we go out and measure for this radius, it's non-existent. Doesn't happen. Not there. Nada. Nil.
I've seen some Earth curvature calculators that allow to...
They're calculators. We're talking about measurements.
Yeah, but they are allowed in the formula.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand the difference. We're talking about actual measurements, not calculations.
Yeah, it's. I guess there are ways to calculate. We don't have like an actual instrument to measure the entire Earth, but we can calculate distance. For example, we can calculate distance from Earth to the Moon or from Earth to the Sun, just with some level of...
Dude, unbelievable. So you did it again, like you accused me of denying the entire refraction idea. Now, right now, you said, we have no way to measure the entire Earth. Nobody here said we had to measure the entire Earth. What we are looking for is a consistent drop over distance that is consistent with a sphere of 3,959 miles in radius. No one's talking about measuring the whole gosh damn Earth. So are you going to continue to kind of like jack with us and blow smoke up our ass and accuse us of things that we didn't say?
I'm not jabbing. It was you who said that in the atmosphere there's no such thing as refractor because there isn't isometric objects or whatever.
There isn't. You don't have a value. You don't need a demonstration of it. You guys have, I don't know, heat distortion, apparent effects in the air, and you're going to call it refraction when refraction is very specifically defined. So you're already using terms that aren't consistent. So are the people that are not scientists, by the way. This is a Wikipedia page, and they haven't given any demonstrations either. They have diagrams to blow smoke up your ass. So nobody's talking about measuring the entire Earth. What we need is drop over distance somewhere. That has not been measured, period. I mean, don't you think if the Earth was a globe, it'd be curving somewhere and that we could measure it anywhere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what is it?
I don't have the exact number in my mind, but there has to be a distance between that is considered the horizon, and after that distance you cannot see anymore.
Right, so you're saying that the horizon is geometric, but it's not defined that way. The horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the earth. Apparent, meaning not actually, it only appears that way. It's not something that you can measure to. So if it's defined that way, and yet everybody who believes they live on a globe says, no, I don't like that definition, it's actually the edge of the earth curve, who's wrong? The people that defined it that way, or you guys thinking that it's earth curve?
It's like an optic phenomenon. I mean, you cannot see beyond this number. I don't have the number in my mind, but there has to be some number, a distance, and you cannot see anything beyond that because of the
exactly. Exactly. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon, that being a geometric tangent point, you think it is, could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went out and tested that. And guess what? We see well beyond what would be required for an Earth sphere radius of 3,959. So the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's just an optical phenomenon. The Earth is not a ball. It's flat, just as you experience it.
Well, just just ignore the entire imaginary of the Earth we got. But okay, I get your point. I guess that there has to be it. I am saying it has to be, but because I personally didn't look it up all this data, but there has to be plenty of data of people trying to look beyond that distance. So if this is established, it will be clear for the entire science community about this. But
once again, this is not a science topic. This has nothing to do with science. This is geometry. And yes, everybody can go out. It is widespread. Everybody can go out to the ocean or a large body of water, wherever they're at, and they can see that the horizon is indeed not Earth curved. So it is widespread. We've been collecting these observations for a decade or more now. So the Earth is not a ball. It's absolutely flat. The water lays flat. It's all over. There is no globe.
Interesting. How do you explain the water currents in the sea?
The what? The what? Yeah, so that's an entirely different topic. So there's currents in the sea. Yeah, there's different temperatures in different places, and the water moves around. There are ocean currents. No one's denying that. There are ocean currents making the ocean on top, on the surface, a ball? No.
Well, there is a very it has been studying the direction of these ocean currents, and they are very consistent with a globe. If you take a globe out of the equation,
really?
To explain this movement.
Great, no worries. Show me how much curvature there is over the surface of the water where they're measuring these ocean currents.
How do you explain the way the heat provokes these currents? Because these currents are provoked because of the angle the Earth.
Yeah. So everything that you described, so angle, so flat Earth. So when are you going to get to the part where the Earth is a ball? Because now you're describing angular relationships between the Earth and the Sun, and that requires a flat Earth.
Well, there is a consensus that says that the Earth is not just a globe; it also has movements in their axis. A little movement, you know.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
I know about the tilt and the wobble and the spin and all that stuff. None of that has been detected. Well, none of it has been measured.
The entire spin and angle explanation is for explaining the seasons and the movement of the oceans and stuff like that. So if we don't have that, if we have a flat Earth and with no movement, with no angle, how we can explain those phenomena like the movement?
Sorry, they don't explain the phenomena. They're just a story about it. There's no correlation. Listen, there might be some loose correlations, but there's no proof, no evidence of causal mechanisms between the spin, the tilt, and what you experience as weather. That's a story that they told you so that you would never ask any more questions, and obviously you haven't because you're repeating to me the same thing they told you in third grade.
Yeah, probably I didn't visit this subject from science to third grade, but
right,
it still doesn't prove it's wrong. You know, you have to.
No, it does. I don't need to prove anything wrong. If you tell me, if I come to you and I say I have an explanation for X, Y, and Z, and do you have to take my explanation as fact, or is that just one thing that I guess it might be? Is it all of a sudden true because no one proved it wrong? So if I say the reason that Santa Claus's sleigh flies so fast is because Rudolph is pulling it at the front, he's the reason they go so fast, he sets the pace. Is that true because no one else has proven me wrong?
Yeah, I get your point. It's not what I'm saying.
So there's a consensus. Well, guess what? That's a bandwagon fallacy. I don't care how many people say it. They actually have to prove it. So number one, we don't have a ball Earth. No one can prove that it's curving anywhere. In fact, everybody measures it flat, right? Number two, nobody can measure or detect or even find a way optically to see if the Earth is spinning on its axis. And supposedly this ball is spinning on an axis. It's also got another motion where it's orbiting the sun. It also has another motion where the solar system is hurling through the galaxy, and the galaxy is hurling through the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, which just so happens to be flat. So there's 4 different vectors of acceleration that no one can detect. Why do you think that is?
What do you mean that no one can detect?
No one has detected any of this motion of the Earth. Nobody.
Well, of course, you have to take into consideration that you don't believe anything about space exploration and satellites and stuff like that. So if that is out of the table, that will be a very difficult conversation, because if we don't have anything, we actually have images, very detailed images of the surface of the Earth. And
okay, is it curving? Is it curving?
It's
no, just say no, and then he'll back down. I'm telling you, dude. Say no, it's not curving.
Why do you say that? For example, we have images of the Earth and different planets, and they are all round. They're all globes.
Yeah, I know. That's part of the story. Remember, that's back to Rudolph and the red-nosed reindeer and Santa's sleigh. You've gotten stories about these lights in the sky. Someone told you that red light over there is Mars, and it's really far away, and it's a big ball, kind of like Earth. That's just a story. There's no evidence for it.
Well, it could be a story. I get your point. If you don't believe anything that everyone believes, but that would be a very, like a big statement. I mean, it's a big statement. If you say, I don't believe in satellites, I don't believe in spaceships, I don't believe in the the International Space Station, that's entire fake. That's a big statement. You have to.
I'm not even saying that it's fake. You realize I'm not saying anything's fake. What I actually want is for you or anybody else from this scientific community where there's all this consensus, I want them to prove it to me. And no one is doing that.
Well, proving is very hard, because in order to prove it, you have to be, I guess you have to be an astronaut in order to believe it. You have to see with your own eyes.
Right.
In order to prove you have to be an astronaut.
Right. And to be an astronaut, in reality, space and the vacuum of space would have to be real, but that violates the second law of thermodynamics, so that can't be right. And then the Earth would have to be a ball, but we measured it and it's not curving, so the Earth's not a ball in outer space. So being an astronaut would not help me at all.
Hey, Zeta, if I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that you'll go around the ball?
I'm sorry, can you ask again your question?
If I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that it's going to go around the ball Earth?
I mean, whatever. I guess that in the current accepted history, if you know what I mean, there are many people who had been in the space, or so they claim, whatever. So the space agency claims. Dozens of people from different countries: China, Russia, United States, Canada, Japan, whatever, many countries. So saying that everybody's lying it's a very big statement.
I didn't say anybody was lying. I said, if I built a rocket, would you go in it?
What do you mean, got the rocket? if I have a rocket and I could go safely up there, okay, yeah, maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I will.
Well, okay, so how do you know if it's safe or not? What do you need to know?
There is the entire space exploration is a very risky enterprise. Okay, it has to be certain knowledge in order to operate these systems, and they have to be certain physical condition in order to go to space. You have to have certain different physical condition in order to go to even pilot a fighter jet. And a fighter jet is still not as fast as a rocket. So you have to be in very good physical condition, in very good shape. That's why astronauts are selected with very strong physical controls.
Are you fat?
Of course.
Like William Shatner?
If you believe astronauts
like William Shatner?
I don't know who that guy is.
Captain Kirk of Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh.
When he went up in the rocket 2 years ago. Floated around and then came back down.
Yeah, so yeah, I get it. I mean, if you don't believe that
he was 83, he was 83, I think, when he did that.
Man, if you don't believe that any of that happens, I guess that there is.
Well, you said, and then he must be like Superman, because if you got to be in great physical shape, my mom's 83, and she ain't going up in no rockets.
Well, there is a guy in Britain with, I guess he has 92 years old, and last year he broke the world record in the World War II fight airplane, and he went to Mach 2, which is most people will lose their conscience, and this guy made it. So there are people with extraordinary physical conditions, even at all age. That's not the point.
So William Shatner got all of his experience from being in space during the TV show Star Trek. So he might be able to do it.
I don't know who this guy is. Who the name of the guy? I don't know who is. I don't know this astronaut by name.
Just an actor, just a TV actor, just a TV actor. Played on a space show.
And he was 93 when he did that. 93, not 83. 93.
Oh, 93. There you go. Yeah, so he's 93. He's up there floating around and having a good old time.
Yeah. For example, there is a difference between, I mean, space exploration is not the same thing if you go, for example, in orbital distance, or if you go to the International Space Station, that, for example, Neil Armstrong going to the moon. You know, it's different distances, different dangers, and there are people who have died. They actually died in accidents.
Talking about flying through all that radiation, like how did he not die?
Yeah, radiation is a concern.
Who died?
Actually, yeah, there are people who died in trying to go to space.
Oh, you mean test pilots? Yeah, just test pilots. But that's normal. That's what they signed up for.
I mean,
he's talking about the Challenger.
Oh no, no, those people are alive.
Oh, alive.
No,
yeah, that's a big statement. If these people are alive,
it's a true statement, though.
What's the proof?
Well, they either all had twins, or they're all alive still, or were up until they died. A couple of them a few years ago.
Well, it's like big statements. Nick needs big proofs. So
okay, that's a good point. Listen, you've been very respectful. I appreciate that. You're better than most people that come in here. So thank you for your reasonable decorum. Okay. Now listen, you are repeating to us things that you've seen on TV and in newspapers. Okay. You have never challenged any of the things that you've been told, and you're here telling us that it's a very big statement for us to deny things that we don't have any evidence for other than someone claimed it happened in the newspaper. No, we do not believe the things that we read in the newspaper or see on TV. Most people do. I understand that. But how come you're not asking the people that are making these very large and ridiculous claims to you, and you're not scrutinizing their claims? If they tell you that space is a vacuum and yet we live in air pressure, how is that happening?
Well, I guess that it's a very good question because, I mean, it's a question about trust, How do you trust a third party? Because obviously you cannot verify everything for your own. You have to trust somebody at some point. You have to.
Or you just do it yourself like I do. I don't have to trust anybody. I've been doing everything myself since I was little.
So the amount of trust that you're extending to the governments of the world, who have notoriously been lying to their constituency about basically everything, you think we should trust the people that are essentially murdering their own citizens? You think we should trust them?
No, we shouldn't.
Okay.
Given a blank check to anyone, no government or institution for that matter. We have to verify. If you
exactly. Right. So that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to verify all of these claims because we kind of figured out that, well, they're nothing but a bunch of lying assholes. And so guess what? We found out that they're still lying assholes, and everything that they're telling you about the Earth and the cosmos is all incorrect. I don't know what else to tell you. We've tested the claims. They come up wanting. They're incorrect or they're lying. Either way, it's not true.
Yeah, I'm just trying to practice my English and try to understand different viewpoints.
You're doing very good at English.
Yeah, you're very good at English.
I try.
You're understanding us, and we're talking pretty fast, so.
Thank you. I try. So it's a very interesting thing because, you absolutely have to have doubts about what the government tells you, because the government has an history of using information to get leverage of citizens. But you still have to trust somebody. You having checked everything on your own. For example, your cell phone or your computer. I'm a computer science graduate, and I didn't understand completely how my computer works. I understand the principles, but I actually don't understand how the actual little tiny circuits works. I cannot understand the chemistry about that. I cannot tell you the chemistry about that. I have to trust
a third little party. Tiny logic gates, dude.
Yeah. So that's a principle, but in fact, you have to trust that.
No, it's not a principle, because I took programming from the beginning, and you learn with like 1-bit, 2-bit, 4-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit logic. You just learn all those, and then it all gets put together, and you say, it's super boring when you look at it from this point of view, and then you're working in binary and shit, and then that becomes super boring, so you move on to other things like I did. But yeah, I took from the how they were made with vacuum tubes, transistors, all the way to circuits. So yeah, I know how they work.
Yeah, even if obviously you have some background in technology, but even if we have an understanding of how this works, you don't actually have all the details of. You cannot replicate it. You need some guy very specialized in order to build them, or some knowledge or somehow to, because it's a very complex thing. You always have to rely on third party to corroborate stuff. I guess it's like
there's a difference here though, dude. Okay, think about this. If you wanted to, you can technically build a circuit from the ground up, starting from scratch. Okay? And I can tell you firsthand, because I have. Very crude, very basic. I've created a logic AND gate using basic components. Now, it's slow and clunky as shit, but the principles that we're taught, right? We don't have to just trust them. We can actually apply it and see that they actually hold, right? In this situation, you have nothing but pure trust in someone having told you, yeah, they work because we've done it, even though you can't replicate it. You see the distinction? Like, there is no way for you to duplicate something that they say has been done to prove something. Whereas in the other case, I mean, it's kind of inconvenient and shit and whatever, but it can be done. Right?
Well, I was going to ask that. Yeah, sorry.
Just a moment. So I would agree with you, right? So in this particular topic, I've learned a ton, but as far as physics are concerned, and even the mathematics and all that stuff, I am essentially still what you would call a layman, okay? So I have decided to scour all of the other third-party information that exists about the Earth and the cosmos and so on and so forth. And we've actually spoken to people who are supposedly experts in these fields. And the problem is that they don't actually have the answers for the questions that we're asking. In fact, they are just regurgitating the same surface level puke that you are regurgitating to us. It's the same stuff that you will hear or learn online or in an elementary school classroom. It's just claim stacked up on top of claim. There's no evidence for the things that they're claiming they have evidence for. So it's all speculation. It's all guesswork. In fact, Michio Kaku, I don't know if you know who that is, one of the world-renowned talking head astrophysicists or quantum physicists, whatever, is telling people that all the things that they're doing when it comes to gravity or the cosmos or dark matter or all that stuff, even the Earth itself, is guesswork and leaps of logic. So they don't have any experiments. They don't have any reasonable observations to draw conclusions from, even for the claims that they're making. We have talked to the third parties. They don't have the answers. Look, man, I get it. From your position, you're a normal dude. You have some background in tech. That's all great. I'm sure you've got a very technical mind, so you understand how things work. Terrific. Well, apply that. Make sense out of the world that you live in. If everybody's measuring it flat and everything that we do is predicated on top of a flat Earth and the water's level and it's not moving, you know, from a technical linear thinking mindset, you should go, well, even though I'm told it's this one thing, I experience another and I measure the other thing. Maybe I was told something that was incorrect and I really need to actually scrutinize what I've been told. Ultimately, if people leave here and they go out and they start to challenge claims that they've been given about things, where they have all kinds of explanations, right? It's even very elaborate, and this is how it works, and it's all very, there's a lot of moving parts, but all those moving parts actually don't exist, then you know you got ripped off, and that's okay. We all got ripped off. I believe the same thing that you believe, but I just went ahead and decided to challenge all of them. Most of us did. I don't think there's anybody in this room that started out as a flat earther. We all got the same story. We just challenged the claims. And that's up to you to do. Maybe you don't care. And if you don't care, then don't challenge it. It's no sweat off my back.
Well, I don't know how much I care, but it's definitely a very important question because I guess it's a too big question to be ignored. Because it will be consequence it will be consequence in very large scale, because if everything is a lie, the consequence will be
Nothing.
Yeah, will be a lot of consequence because
what? Who are you gonna yell at?
Well, for example, I mean the entire space thing with all the years and careers and hundreds of thousands of people working for this. How this, for example, if we take that everything is a lie, you have to take that there has to be some logical,
No, they'll just tell them what they've really been building. That's all, and they'll just keep working on it.
Mm.
One of the other things that people don't consider is that, why the lie or what's the purpose of it, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really want to get into that because there could be a lot of reasons, and it could be all of them, or it could be none of them because they're my speculations. But the things that I do know about how all of the governments around the world, all the corporations, the nation states, who they're owned by, and what their ultimate goal is, according to their records, is to create economies where they create debt slaves, and the debt slaves earn money, and then the banks just essentially extort the people for the tax money, and they keep that, but the money's not even the thing that they're after. It's about you wasting your time working on stuff that essentially doesn't matter, right? So if they can get you to work on things that don't matter, then they'll keep you a slave forever because you think the thing that you're working on matters, but in reality it doesn't. And at the same time, they're extracting the value of the work that you're doing, meaning they're taking the money. And they'll just keep doing that. They'll decrease the value of the money. You have to work harder, right? That's how these slave masters work. They just want the slaves to work. They want them to shut up. They want them to be ignorant. And they want them to work on things that essentially don't make a hill of beans difference. In fact, most of it's all fiction. Imagine all the people building these machines for, NASA to put up in the sky, right?
Well,
and then you find it's not going to go to the sky.
How's it related to flat Earth, though?
Because people think that they're working on technology that's predicated on the Earth being a globe, and there is no globe. So they're working on things that don't benefit anybody, essentially. They're just wasting time and money.
Well, what else would people be?
What else would people be working on? I don't know. Their own families, their own lives, instead of working for somebody else.
Well, in defense of the space career, there are many advancements in science, like material science and polymers and stuff like that, that we get to because of the space career. But of course, that's the indirect benefit of the technological development, that it was necessary to put a man in space. You can believe that that's true or not, but there is a lot of achievement in science and technology, even in software, in material science, new components and stuff like that, that was developed by the technology was developed by the space agencies in the world.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
But how do we not know that stuff would have been designed or created anyways? All of that is just engineering. That's people fiddling with stuff and making it work, right? So why do you need a space program for engineering? You don't. Because number one, you can't send any of these materials into the region that they're talking about. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, they could do it in another way. If you, I guess, if you join the resources and the people and the minds, I don't think that there is anything discovered that is like magical thinking of something like that. They took what there was in science and they made developments. So I guess if you put hundreds of brilliant minds to work together, brilliant ideas comes from them eventually.
Right. So you put a bunch of reasonably intelligent people together to solve problems, and they're going to get that done. Now, what's amazing is they're solving problems for things that aren't even actually existing in reality, like space vacuums and Van Allen radiation belts. Those don't exist, but they have developed things that potentially, I don't know, could withstand certain amounts of radiation and yada, yada, yada. Well, you know, we kind of needed that anyways. So if that was a problem that we needed to solve, I'm sure the engineers would have figured it out. Meanwhile, there's a lot of practical issues on the Earth that we could solve problems for, but we're wasting time and money and resources on things that don't benefit us in the end. So I would much rather, you know, if the governments were actually worth their salt and actually had the interests of the people in mind, that they would be dumping a bunch of money and manpower into things that are practically useful for us on the Earth, but they're not doing that.
They're showing you fakery, and you're gobbling it up as real technological innovation.
Oh, hold on. Let me read this. Okay, I got you. Hold on once.
Nah.
So how does the exploration of outer space have any political or psychological significance?
You claim to have technology that doesn't really exist, to explore an environment that also does not really exist, that nobody else can access, then you are claiming to have world domination, aren't you? And guess what? Your foreign military sales of military hardware just saw a huge revenue increase.
Okay.
And remember the era we're talking about here. This is the 50s. This wasn't when you could make the claim that, oh, every country has a space agency and it's doing their own shit. This is when America was the only, America and the Soviet Union were the only ones with such capabilities.
At the time, that was the goal, but right now it has evolved, and unfortunately, fortunately, it's changed, and I believe
So this policy document was rescinded?
I would say, yeah, because this was at a time when the Soviet Union existed. So this was after the Second World War. So I think this is definitely.
And they were doing They were.
I'd argue this is still in force. NASA still exists as a consequence of this document.
Consequence?
Yeah, NASA was founded after this document.
What is?
And it's not the only one. There are others that describe similar concepts that I just told you.
Huh.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the first people that sat on the board to develop NASA were members of NSA and CIA created from the 1947 National Security Act. And they sat on a board called the President's Psychological Coordinating Board. President's Psychological Coordinating Board was founded with Eisenhower.
Okay.
Truman.
But I get it, but like, okay, you don't forget NASA. What about Russia? What about China? I don't understand what you're talking about here.
Irrelevant at this point.
How's it irrelevant?
Because we're talking about the foundation of the space program.
Well, America did not. They're not. What do you mean? Like, look, I think you're being too. Like, this is the conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy theory.
No, you're a conspiracy theorist, dude. You are.
How am I conspiracy theorist? It's simple.
Would you like to see more documents? These are all public.
I know they're public, and I know what you're saying is 100% true. But
what are we arguing against here, Shindina? Like your ignorant perception of how the world works.
You're just saying that NASA is some evil corporate.
And what are you saying? And what are you saying that NASA is this benevolent fucking entity out to serve humanity?
No, they do lie. Okay, I get it, but
they do lie. They do lie, but they only lie a little bit.
You have Starlink. It's not just NASA. Okay, why do flat earthers always attack NASA?
Oh my god.
It's
we don't attack NASA. You guys bring up NASA as proof.
Okay, but that's because it's the best source of proof. Okay,
it's not. We tell you why. And then so we have to attack NASA. And then you guys shut up about it after you realize, yeah, I guess they are full of shit.
Okay. Okay. You know what? NASA has a lot of resources that you don't. A flat earther doesn't have. For example, your map does not work as well as, for example, their map.
I would like to talk to you about maps.
That's a statement made by someone that knows exactly zero math about what we're talking about.
Yeah, my map works just fine, dude. I don't get lost ever. Unless
Let me ask you a fundamental question to test your understanding of maps. How do you choose a coordinate reference system?
Coordinate reference.
Well, that's the end of That's the end of that understanding of maps.
Yeah. How do you choose a coordinate reference system?
Okay. Do you genuinely know the answer to that?
I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to in here.
It's amazing your inability to say "I do not know," Shadina.
No,
You don't know. You don't know how to select
hold on.
coordinates.
This is a big question because, what do you mean, map? Do you what?
No, don't go to another question. Just say you don't know, and please, can you explain it to me? You ever tried them words? Or are you too afraid to be educated about anything from a flat earther? Okay, well, there you go. Yoder, if you would like to.
Yeah. Well, one of the first things you must consider is the practicality of using a point of origin from which you can have measured distances correspond to relative distances to that point of origin. So, for example, if I use my house as a point of origin, okay, and then if I look at my house from way on top, I set that as 0, 0, x, y. It's a point of origin for a map. The next question is what about the graticule? Am I going to use an orthogonal x and y relationship, or am I going to use polar coordinates?
Okay.
All right. So it depends what I need to do. If I need to maintain a particular heading, if my goal is to reach from my point of origin to something far away and maintain one heading, it would be much easier for me to use a polar coordinate reference system. Okay. Do you understand where this is going?
Okay. Continue,
coordinate systems are chosen suited to purpose.
Okay.
It just so happens the globe is a coordinate reference system itself, and it's not the only one you can use.
It's not the only one?
Correct. The globe, as we know it, was based off of latitude and longitude, which comes from sky coordinates. And the point of origin, there are two of them. One is near the North Pole, and the other is near the southern apparent pole point of rotation, called the South Pole. These are points in the sky.
Okay. So, all right. So you're telling me, based on all what you're saying, how does all of this, how would NASA make a map, what are you saying here?
So the history goes that the ancients conceived of a celestial sphere, going back to some of the Greeks. And this is based off of watching the motions of the heavens. And this concept allowed people over time to start to map the angular relationships of stars and the planets and sun and moon over time, embedded within that spherical assumption.
Okay.
All right. So then they figured if we can view these angular relationships in the sky, we can potentially correspond these angular relationships to the ground. And they started running into problems because they didn't necessarily believe Earth was a globe. So what they did is they resolved this by saying, well, maybe if we make Earth a globe too, then we can have a one-to-one correspondence between the topology of a sphere in space and the topology of the Earth below.
Okay. So,
so the globe was created out of how people perceive and choose to use the stars. I'm here to tell you that there are other ways to perceive the stars besides a celestial sphere. In fact, modern technology today, even in drones and in some airplanes and satellites, they don't use a celestial sphere model. in many cases. They use something called a Gaia star tracker, which is Cartesian. It's like a box.
Okay,
And it works independent of whether Earth is flat or not.
Okay, so but look, flat Earth, like there's an inconsistency in scale. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. Your maps don't make.
Well, I wonder how much he heard.
Yeah. So
no, I generally heard. Okay, I get it, but
listen, what you
but
think of as a flat Earth map is a globe.
Southern hemisphere. Explain the southern hemisphere.
Okay, the southern hemisphere was created out of the sky, out of the celestial sphere. How people perceived angular relationships to stars in the south on a flat Earth.
Flat Earth? But that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the southern hemisphere is the southern part of the sky ball. The imaginary sky ball, the celestial sphere I told you about.
Okay.
That's all it is.
What? Okay. Do you know what cartography is?
I sure do. I'm describing the foundations of it to you.
Exactly, that's what it is. But all of it relies on the Earth being a globe. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I'm wrong.
No, by convention, most of the world has chosen for the last several thousand years to use a spherical coordinate system that they created out of the sky.
Okay.
Just a convention. Latitude and longitude, for example. Okay. Listen, longitude and latitude are in the sky.
Okay, that might.
They're not on the ground.
Okay. So.
Right. So the equator is in the sky. You only know you're at the equator when it's nighttime and you look up and you see certain stars that are modeled as being on that celestial equator, being directly overhead. If you don't have that, you don't know you're at the equator.
Okay, so you know what? How about you show me a map then? Okay,
What you want? You want a flat map? I can show you. I should show you an example. The British National Survey Grid.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can Google it. It's a square map. It's like 2,500 by 2,500 miles or something.
Okay, let me get it.
It does not use latitude and longitude. It's a flat swath that they use for surveying property. This is the standard for the realm.
Survey. Okay, I see it. Looks a bit
Yeah, you got the squares A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, 5 by 5.
Okay, that's So what is this exactly? The British Geological Survey. What is this exactly?
It's a flat Earth coordinate system for surveying the Earth flat.
And you say this is official. This is used by.
Yeah, it's part of the UK Ordnance Survey.
That's interesting.
Not the only one. There are many others by many other governments around the world.
Okay, but it's to a smaller place. We're talking about a whole planet here.
Well, it doesn't comport to latitude and longitude, so.
Okay, that's fair enough. I get it.
Right, that's the point. Now, if you want the entire world surveyed, you understand how difficult that would be in like the middle of the Pacific Ocean without any landmarks or references that are fixed?
Yeah, correct. That would be impossible.
So by convention, people use the stars, and by convention, the celestial sphere model.
Okay.
But coordinate systems are arbitrary, just like in your GPS. Your GPS calculates your coordinates based off of a chosen mathematical reference. Yeah, you can use your GPS receiver can also use flat coordinates as well as spherical ones with latitude and longitude. And latitude and longitude isn't like standardized. There are multiple latitudes and longitudes that don't all agree with each other. Some put like the longitude running through this city, and others say, no, it actually runs through that city, 50 miles west. So part of what goes into choosing a coordinate reference system is comporting to which standard is best suited for your practical purpose. Well, one of the standards that kind of emerged in the modern world is WGS84. WGS84 is a reference ellipsoid that latitude and longitude is conventionally built off of. And that's, again, by convention. They could have easily chosen the NAD27 latitude and longitude
Wait, what is an ellipsoid?
Ellipsoid is think of it as the wireframe mesh that represents what the globe is, which was created out of the sky.
Okay, but so it's a sphere then.
Yeah, roughly flattened a little bit.
So what that corroborates with the globe theory then? I don't understand this.
Well, I mean, it's a coordinate reference system. You can use, so WGS84 is one example, like I was saying, but there are others that have been used. NAD27, WGS83, GRS80. These are all like spheroids, ellipsoids, really. They have latitude and longitude embedded within them, but the latitude and longitude coordinate of one doesn't match the other. So part of going into picking a coordinate reference system, like I asked you in the beginning, is also choosing a convention. It's going to be suited to purpose. So if you're going to integrate your survey with a much larger grid by convention, you may want to choose the convention that you're trying to link your survey into.
Absolutely. Okay.
Right, so you may need to chain it. So this means you do your survey, and the requirement is this survey must comport to the GRS 80 standard of latitude and longitude. You're going to have to take your survey where you survey the Earth flat, and you're going to have to bend it in such a way and also apply coordinates in such a way that match what the GRS 80 reference ellipsoid would be. It's all mathematical. There's nothing real being done here to measure the Earth. At this point, it's taking your measurements, physical real world measurements, and warping them to match a ball that only exists in the math.
I get what you're saying, but pretty much all these like GRS80, what is it? All these, including ellipsoid. Okay, so I don't know what.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get its convention, but I don't.
That's all it is.
I don't see how that helps your argument.
Well, what it does is it creates internal consistency. If everybody uses the same convention, even if in reality the Earth is flat and the distances and orientation of things don't really match, then who cares? You can still use it to get from point A to B. Your Garmin GPS device in your car will get you from point A to B.
There's no consistency on your flat map. There's no consistency.
What flat map? There's total consistency with the UK Ordnance Survey.
Okay, but GPS wouldn't work if it was flat. You know what I'm saying here?
Well, here's another. Can somebody get the squelcher, please? GPS systems are also coordinate system dependent. You get to choose which coordinate reference system that the pseudo-ranging beacons are applied to. So there are surveyors out there. They have devices called total stations. These things are expensive workstations. They have a telescope on them with a measuring device that allows them to measure with precision angles horizontally and vertically.
Okay.
And they also have a computer and a motor system that allows the device to be leveled to extreme accuracy. And they include a GPS, and they include actually something called differential GPS, which provides like centimeter level, if not greater precision. And I'm here to tell you that you can choose in your total station if you're going to be using for your GPS. If you're going to be using WGS84, which is a very common worldwide standard right now, or something like GRS80, made in 1980, or NAD27, made in 1927, or a flat plane.
Don't total stations also require curvature to work?
No, because you can go into your total station computer and select the UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System. And now everything you're doing is conforming to the flat plane of a British National Grid System, including your GPS.
So, bro, look, from all I know, like your measurements should not add up. Like they should be off. Like even by a little bit. I don't know. So,
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. They don't match between coordinate reference systems because they are arbitrary choices. This is why we say the maps don't prove reality. All maps are wrong.
I get it. Okay, there's truth to that, but doesn't mean your map is also wrong. I would have to say.
I don't have a map. I'm not even claiming one at this point.
But don't all flat earthers claim the same map?
No, I'm here to tell you that the map that you've seen flat earthers claim, you're not talking to just random TikTok flat earthers. We're basically like the Pentagon of flat earth here. Those flat earthers are wrong to call that a flat earth map. That flat earth map you see with Antarctica that's been blown out into a ring around the outer perimeter, that map is a globe.
Okay.
It's using spherical coordinates.
Well, I get it, but I get it. Okay, so there. Okay,
Yep.
you made your point. I see what you're trying to say, but at the end of the day, it's literally if the Earth was actually flat, it's literally impossible to map it. Okay, so I don't know what you're trying to say. It's literally.
Well, yeah, it's really tough, right? I mean, you're going to like if you're at sea, you either need to like maybe use the stars or set up anchored buoys or something with lasers.
Okay. But
yeah, billions of dollars.
So look.
Yeah, it's quick and easy. Just use the globe. It's cheaper.
Even the British Ordnance Survey, which we were talking about, also uses curvature. So I don't know.
No, they have a way to mathematically bend it so that they can do a coordinate conversion to latitude and longitude, but it is inherently not curving.
So how do you know that it's not inherently not curving? I don't know what.
It's how they describe it.
Angles. Like I don't know.
Yeah, like each corner is 90 degrees to each other.
Look, I would really have to read a book to believe all what you're saying here. I don't know if,
I'd love for you to do that. I mean, like I told you, 5 years ago, I started this journey and I've been obsessed with it and I've read a lot. I've read more about this than anything else in my entire life. It has taken me on a journey into cartography, into geometry, into physics.
I get. I know that this whole thing can be a little, let's just say, it can open a lot of paths to different. I get it, but look, my thing is, I have to read like a book from like someone with real research. I don't know. I'm not discrediting your research, but 5 years, like some people do 50, not 5. I know what you're saying here, but I'm not saying anything though.
You're not going to go take a university course called like All the Problems with the Globe.
No, I'm not talking about education. I'm just talking about like actual effort. So, I mean,
yo, fucking hell, man. He just
you just have to critically examine what you're reading.
And when he comes back in 5 years and you've done 10 years, you'll say, well, fuck, people have done 15 and 20 and 25 and then 30. Nothing will ever be good enough for you, Shadina. It's not an issue of evidence.
Okay.
It's an issue of willingness to accept the evidence. But again, I told you earlier, nobody puts it on their agenda for the day. I'm going to pop into Flat Earth Channel and have my whole cosmological model shattered.
Yep. When we do a long distance measurement, we falsify the spherical coordinate reference system of latitude and longitude.
Okay. You know what? Here's a good one. This one is not from my own due diligence. I found this on a book, but basically, how do you explain the shadow of the planet of the Earth? Let's not call it a planet during a lunar eclipse. I don't know.
This is one of my favorite debunks of the globe.
I don't know. It's not for me though. It's from a book. I don't know. It's not for me, so I don't know.
Yeah, somebody in your DMs trying to feed questions. I mean, this is an easy one, but I saw Professor Triangle unmute for a second. Do you want to take this? I know you love the Selenelian eclipse. If not obvious at B, I got to step back for a minute. I'll be back in like 10, but I'll be listening.
I don't think.
Short answer: Selenelian lunar eclipses debunk globe geometry.
How does it debunk globe geometry? That is not. That's not that much.
Okay. So you have the sun directly above the horizon and the moon directly above the horizon, but the moon is eclipsed.
Wait. Hold on. Let your friend explain it. Obviously B. Since you're both so knowledgeable, can you explain obviously B?
What, the Selenalian eclipse?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how you do it.
Yeah, you just have a blatant issue in geometry and line of sight, essentially. You have what you would claim is a shadow on the moon coming in from the top down, whereas you have the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time, and the Earth is below you, essentially. So how are you projecting the shadow coming top down onto the moon with that geometry?
Do you have I think it's very
simple. You can just Google Selenalian eclipse, Selenalian lunar eclipse.
NASA has a problem with it. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse. It happens like every 28 days.
No, it does not. I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, somewhere on Earth it does.
No. Look, I don't care what NASA calls it. Okay, I don't even think it calls it that. But whatever.
Look, man, you think we haven't heard 10,000 Globers come to us with explain eclipses? It's like how about you?
It's a simple question. It's a common question.
How about you explain them?
I would have to say that
but with actually, function in reality, like not bedtime stories.
Unfortunately, I have no. I can't bring you real.
You don't have a sphere, right? You don't have space.
Right, the laser measurement debunks that.
So,
Okay, but so what you're saying is, how can you explain the shadow?
Well, first we measure the Earth flat. Okay, so that's a problem off the bat.
But if it's flat, there's no shadow, right?
Well, there is. That's the fun part. Yeah, whatever it is, call it a shadow. Who knows what it is?
If you wanted to go there yet, Yoda, my bad.
No, it's all right. I should step back. I have to take care of things.
You can finish explaining it before you go. Whatever you're about to say. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the issue is you're jumping the gun. All right. So we measure Earth flat. All your questions about how things work that come after that are kind of distracting topics. They don't address the core claim on the table.
What's the core claim on the table?
Well, that we measured Earth flat. So you can't have eclipses how you think of them.
What? But we do, unfortunately. So I don't know what you're saying here.
Well, Earth would have to be measured as a curve, as a globe, for that to be true. But we falsified it. So.
Okay, so explain it then. How does it work?
Fancy shit's happening in the sky. Enjoy the view.
I'm not convinced.
Not a shadow, that's for sure.
Not everything requires
what is
an explanation.
What is it, Triangle? What is it, Mr. Triangle? What is it then?
I don't know. It's not a shadow, though. I debunked that. I debunked outer space. I debunked globes in space already. So it's not globes in space. So that's what we know. We can cross that off the list. I don't care after that. I just want to make sure that I keep you globers down to earth.
Nice pun, but look,
you don't have a sense that you have in the first place. How does an eclipse work? Lunar eclipse.
I think it's like it's got to do with the sun and the moon comes between. I don't know exactly. I confuse between eclipse and.
So you don't know, but you want me to explain it to you.
We took it.
And how would you know if I was right or wrong?
Okay, because I can just when you say shit. Okay, I can easily decipher that it's completely false. I mean, we took this in 6th grade. Okay, it's simple. It's not about. Okay, tell me if it's not a shadow, what is it then? A simple question.
I don't know.
Make a claim. Did you hear eclipses come out of our mouth? We never.
I didn't make up anything about eclipses.
I didn't make up. No, I'm not making it up. Okay, and the question is not from me, so that's why I might be like.
Who's it from?
No one. It's not from me. I can't give no names here, fortunately.
All right, fine.
He doesn't know who
Well,
it's from.
you know, after everything we've spoken about, at least you've hung around to talk this long, and I commend you for doing so. Most would just spiral and exit the chat a lot sooner.
A fighting chance here, but unfortunately, I would have to say that Professor Triangle here is not even interested in answering the question. So if it's
I did answer the question.
If it's not a shadow, then what is it?
Yeah,
You can't even prove it's a shadow yet. You can't even prove it's a shadow for me to debunk. I can tell you it's not globes in space because I debunked space, remember?
We did not debunk space, unfortunately.
Oh, let me do it real quick.
Failed.
No, oh no, I didn't fail. Yeah, you said gases are not pulled down by gravity, right?
Absolutely. No, they are, but they're not like the way you
They are, but they're not. So you lost this one.
They do. I didn't lose that. They are.
They do, but they don't. They do, but they don't.
They're mass. They're mass.
They're mass and not mass.
I don't know what their specific mass is.
Mass and not mass at the same time.
You disprove Einstein and Isaac Newton. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Einstein was a window licker. Ever see him sticking his tongue out?
A lot, but yeah, that's relevant. Okay, so.
Well, there was something mentally wrong with him. He wasn't a genius. He was somebody they were picking on, taking his picture.
He
no, he wasn't. No.
Einstein, like he's.
You don't know anything about Einstein.
I don't. You don't. Have you met Einstein? I don't know what you're saying here. If you've met him, then go ahead.
He's a character in a book.
He's not. He's what? No, he's a real human being. Unfortunately for you. And
where does he live?
I would say. I don't know if he was German or I don't know.
Where does he live?
What is he? He's dead.
Oh, okay. So no, I haven't met him.
Okay. So please proceed. How am I wrong?
Oh, you haven't proven that there's a shadow happening up there in the sky.
It's a shadow. We know what a shadow is.
You haven't proved that yet.
How have I not? It's a shadow.
You haven't proved it's a shadow. Just saying it over and over doesn't make it a shadow.
A shadow is any dark area that we see because of a body in front of another body. Okay, that's like the most simplistic, simpleton definition. That's exactly what's going on.
He never asked you what a shadow is. He asked you
exactly
to
what it
prove
is.
that is a shadow. Oh, is it? Is it?
It is. So it is. It literally
Okay.
everything fits the definition of a shadow. So I don't know what you're saying. But the Earth, it whatever it is, it becomes in between the moon and the sun. Okay.
So if I turn on my TV and put some program on it that causes like a black, box to start creeping down or up or across the screen, that's now automatically a shadow.
It is. I'm just saying here. Like
What?
So
what? Because that fits the description of what a shadow is. That is a shadow, and that's what's happening.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
It literally is. It literally is.
Literally is. Yeah.
Yes.
How?
Shadow is.
Because it's dark.
Wait, what was your example again? What did you say exactly, word for word?
Okay, say you turn on any screen.
Okay.
And you get some animation to play or something.
Okay.
Where the screen is light at first, and then the animation plays, and a black box or whatever starts moving across, and then slowly, the whole screen comes black. Was that because someone was behind me, like projecting a shadow on to cause that screen
to? That this is a terrible demonstration of what a shadow is. This is not what a shadow is. That's
not supposed to. See, again, you've got comprehension problems. It's not a demonstration of a shadow. It's a demonstration of a similar phenomenon that I wouldn't then go and claim as a shadow. So you've looked at something that could be a shadow, How did you verify it's a shadow?
Why are we using some different forms of media? We're talking about the real.
I'm trying to bring light to your inability to parse what you're actually experiencing properly.
So you're
seeing a phenomenon. You're seeing a phenomenon, and then you're making a claim to that phenomenon, but you haven't verified anything about the phenomenon. You haven't tested anything about the phenomenon.
Okay. So
yeah, okay, it could be a shadow. How did you verify it's a shadow? That's all I'm asking.
The Earth literally blocks the moon. Okay.
We know the story. You don't need to keep repeating it 10 times. We all know the globe Earth story.
So we know.
Right, we get it. The point is to move the conversation along, right? You've made the claim it's a shadow, right? How did you verify it's a shadow?
I can. If
you didn't. Like this is the part where you just say you didn't. You didn't. You were told it's a shadow. You believe it's a shadow. You never verified it's a shadow.
Okay.
Right?
What is it?
That's the honest answer here. But you don't want to give it for some reason.
What is it?
I'm not making claim to what it is.
So,
but I'm not I'm not just blindly accepting your claim either.
I'm telling you what it is. You're not telling me what it is. I have my own theory. You don't have.
You're telling me what it is without any verification. You're telling me what it is without any verification.
That's right. That's the point. Now, the consequences of what we're telling you are extremely deep, because if these are not shadows, then the question is, what are they then? Nobody truly knows. And this is the problem. This is why this topic is so scary for people. Right? We want to know because we've been told our entire lives that they have it all figured out. We've been told that everybody knows what space is. Everybody knows what the globe is. Everybody knows what the sun and moon are and the planets and stars and all of that.
Right.
This is a whole different cosmology built on empirical truth. And all of that stuff has no basis in reality. These are just stories that you believe that that's a shadow up there and Mars has land on it.
Just you don't believe in shadows? Is that what you're saying? I don't get what you're
saying. Oh my god. How are you hearing that?
Listen, you know what happens during a lunar eclipse? The moon turns red after it's fully eclipsed. Have you ever seen a red shadow before? Isn't it weird that they would call that a shadow?
Because it's a blood moon, it would reflect a red shadow. I don't know what you're saying here.
A red shadow? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Right? Your own common sense agrees with us.
He thinks the moon just turns red, and then that's just normal shit.
It's not, though, is it? Right? I mean, this is what's so scary about this topic.
Okay, so look, the color of the moon is not relevant here. I don't know what you're trying to say here.
It can't be a red shadow. There's no such thing as a colored shadow. Shadow is the absence of light, absence of color.
Exactly. So
it's contradictory to heliocentrism. You realize that?
That's just your perception. It's not a red shadow.
My point. It doesn't seem like anything is you're taking anything in here. It's like you don't really know what are the implications of what you believe, so therefore you don't know what contradicts it.
I would have to say that what I believe is what 99.9% people believe. So I don't know what's about here. So
consensus.
I know, you know that. I know, and you obviously know. You obviously know that fact. But look, at the end of the day, the shadow is not red. That's just perception, and I don't know what you mean, but it's not a red shadow. Is it red?
How do they predict a blood red moon then? If it's just perception, do they look into the future and say, on this day we're going to perceive red? Is that they just predict it?
Oh, can you predict it? They can.
I don't want to go off
Yes, flat Earth can predict eclipses. Yes, flat Earth predicts eclipses.
It does not.
Shadina, I don't want to gloss past this point. You said like, oh, shadow can't be read. That's just perception. So you see what came out of your own mouth, right? Shadow can't be read. It's red.
Can't be.
So it's not shadow.
It's not red.
You understand
It's
that?
not red. It's not red. So that's what your main point is. If it's the fact that it's a different color.
No. The main point was we're not making a claim to it. It's a phenomenon.
So
don't know
why would shadows have light?
Don't know what's causing it.
Okay, shadows don't have light. Okay, but
right, red is light.
Okay, perhaps. Okay,
it's a contradiction, like you pointed out.
Okay, so it's just a red light. Okay, what about
yeah,
that?
now what causes a red light?
It's not a shadow, dude. You're just saying it right now. It's not a shadow.
Okay, so whatever. So it's not a shadow. So like, what does that prove then?
It proves that you said it was a shadow, and it's not a shadow. That's what it proves. That you were getting it wrong.
To prove that planets don't exist?
No, we're trying to prove. We're trying to prove. Everybody here was trying to show you how you were wrong in the way that you thought of a shadow, what it is. You said it's a shadow when an eclipse happens, and you're being proven wrong right now. And you've admitted that now that you know the light or the red light.
I'm not admitting that, bro. It's a shadow.
Really,
but I'm just like.
It's still a shadow. You just doubled down, bro. You just doubled down on the thing you've already were clear about, that it's not a shadow. Now you doubled down and said it is a shadow again. So we're proving you wrong again. We'll do it again if you need to.
Okay, don't make a claim. What is your closest theory of
No, you're not going to get over. Bro, here's the thing. Here's the thing. These are red herrings that you're going to start to put out so anybody can bite on it. But you didn't realize that you're going back to thinking it's a shadow. You need to get back out of that mindset that it's not a shadow. You have to say that. You have to verbally say that so know that it's getting across to you. It's not a shadow.
Oh, okay. But
can you say it or not?
I cannot because
there you go. You know what that is? You know what that's called? Pride. What you got right now going on. Yes, it is. Then admit it's not a shadow. Admit it's not a shadow. Admit it.
It's not pride. It's literally just aligning views with the rest of the world. That's it. Like,
all right. So no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you would be able to detect whether or not that is a shadow based on its characteristics. What a shadow is, you'd be able to say, yes, that's definitely a shadow. But you can't say that in this case.
Okay, so, but logically speaking, the Earth was flat.
Yes, logically. No, we're not talking about red herrings.
No logic.
Listen, red herrings are not going to help you. You need to stick to the plan of how you're making it sound like that's a shadow up there. And if you can show us that it's a shadow, we'll agree with you. But because everybody here is showing you eclipses where it shows like red light is shown within this idea of a shadow, it can't be a shadow. It's not that.
What? Okay, but well, listen. I'm pretty sure the whole red shadow thing can easily be explained with atmosphere.
Well, then go ahead and do it.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me when they predict that the atmosphere is going to turn things red. Tell me how they predict that.
I unfortunately do not have the resources of knowing what. I'm telling you.
So then you don't know is the answer, right? You don't know would be the answer.
I'm only going to say that I'm only going to tell you what I believe, and it's a shadow. It's a shadow.
Yeah. So Doug, listen. Say that you don't know that it's a shadow. That's as simple as that.
It is 100% a shadow. I'm sorry. Like
no, then you're gonna have to show how there's. You see how you're doing right now. You don't want to let it go. Why?
Okay, yeah, how could it be a red light and a shadow at the same time? It's a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. Paradox.
How is it a contradiction? How is it a contradiction?
He needs space to be real. Listen, we took it away from him before, and he started stuttering. He didn't even have any words to say when I took away space. Because of gravity not holding, because gas is going all directions, and he said, but they go in all directions and they pull down. He said he started losing his mind, so he's trying to use the moon to save him.
Well, it's not doing that either. So it's not because he's got to admit to the people here that he knows what a shadow is, and on top of that, he's got to show how the eclipse it is a shadow. It is a shadow. So if you're not doing that, if you're not demonstrating what your knowledge is on a shadow is, and saying that the eclipse is also a shadow, then you're not doing justice for your claim that you think it's a shadow. You need to provide evidence that it's an actual shadow when we see red light when it's fully eclipsed.
Okay, so can you please explain to me on flat Earth?
No, dude, it's your job. It is your job to do the explaining. If you say you 100%, you know. Well, the 100% should come through with what your knowledge is on a shadow. If you're saying it's a shadow, why do we see red light?
Okay, so listen. How about I read?
Why do we see red light, sir? Why do we see red light?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Can I please read the definition of a lunar eclipse? Okay, then you can tell me what it is in your flat Earth.
And then somebody posts the Stellanilian eclipse after he reads the definition, so we can compare his definition to a lunar eclipse.
The definition fails because you have no space, you have no planets. It makes no sense. Okay, you make no sense. I'm sorry.
How does it not make sense? Earth measures flat.
Because you say space does not exist. There's no gravity. That all of
you know what's really you know what really sucks for you, unfortunately, is that we've not even gotten into the meat and potatoes and presented you all the laser transit tests that have been done, all the actual measurements of the surface.
All your cute little squeaker laser tests. Those do not prove much in the.
Yeah, see, I told you he's just willing to throw everything in the garbage. Yeah, he's
mad at us. Yes, you are, dude. You got freaked out when I told you space is fake. It happens. Listen, it's my hobby to do that to people, so I love it. I think it's the greatest thing in the world when I ruin space for you guys.
Jeez, dude.
You didn't ruin it for anyone.
Dude, you can't even tell us that eclipse is a shadow. You can't even prove that eclipse is a shadow. You can't do that.
It's a religious belief for you. We understand that. We understand you're going to continue your religious belief of things. Well, because we've been speaking for 2 hours now, and you have no verification of your claims.
Yeah, you know what? You know how it's religious? You know how it's religious? No, it's religious because you're appealing to somebody that has information that you don't have right now. You're saying, I know it's a shadow, yet I don't know how it's a shadow. That's what you're saying, dude. It's religious. You think that there's an answer out there and you can't give it to us. Why?
It's almost worse than that, dude. You were saying that shadow is light and not a light at the same time.
That's not what I said. That is not all what I said.
The shadow is not a light.
It's correct. It is not a light, but there's definitely an explanation, a scientific explanation to
what is it?
Red. Okay, so
just say you don't know,
so
and we can.
There we go. So there's that religion again. There's definitely a scientific explanation, but I don't know it. There's a religious belief.
Logic falls. Forget all. Okay, let me just tell you something. Forget all you know about.
You're not on logic, and you haven't been on logic this entire conversation.
Because if the Earth blocks the sun, so that could change things. Okay, I don't know. You follow me?
The same answer you gave is the one we get from everybody. Somebody else has the answer. Somebody else must know. We go talk to the civil engineering department of a university and ask them how they got the measurement of Earth's radius. They don't know. Somebody else did it. Ask the geology department. So we go to the geology department. Hey, geologists, how did you get Earth's radius? Because the civil engineer said they got it from you. They say, oh, no, we didn't get it ourselves. So ask the astronomy department. And so we go to the astronomy department. We say, hey, how'd you get Earth's radius? They say, we don't really know. Go ask the classics department because it probably came from the Greeks. And we go to the classics department. Hey, guys, how'd you measure the radius? Well, we didn't actually measure it. We think that the civil engineering department got it. So then we go back to the civil engineering department where we started.
That's actually a literal progression. That's crazy, dude. You put it like that. That's a literal progression of a circle jerk, a giant circle jerk that we get. Every time we get to whom you think has the answer, the mystical, magical person you're appealing to right now, they do the same thing. But in their academic fields, they just pawn it off to somebody else.
Listen, so
yeah, we have a term for this. It's like it's belief in magical science, man. There's a magical science man out there somewhere that has all the answers, that explains everything and makes it all make sense. He can make the surface measuring flat and there being no curvature. He can make that make sense with us living on a globe.
That's what you're doing now when you said, I don't know how that's a shadow. It just is 100%. That's what you're doing. It's a religious belief, dude.
The atmosphere can easily bend the color up. There's a glow. Look,
dude, stop it.
You literally. Okay, forget the stupid. You know, man. I don't. You still have not explained to me how.
Well, you're the one who brought up eclipses again. We
I know, but
want to talk about the ground, man.
Because
the ground.
Yep.
The only thing in your existence you have direct access to, and the only thing that's relevant in the claim that Earth is a sphere or not, right? We want to talk about that.
Look,
we want to measure that. We want to test that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about eclipses. He doesn't want to talk about eclipses because he said he doesn't know anything about them. We can move on.
Well, we know what he knows.
What do you know about it?
We know the story he knows. So,
look, all I'm saying is what I've noticed is you people. First of all, you say I'm wrong. Okay, you prove me wrong. I don't know if not necessarily prove, but you say I'm wrong.
People.
Then you explain your logic, but you never really come to a conclusion. You never really bring me an answer.
We never brought up.
You don't let us.
We never brought up eclipses.
Plus, you don't let us get to the conclusion.
Who's the one feeding you these questions? Because they're making you look like a fool right now.
I am not. Wallahi, I'm not being fed. I swear to God, I'm not being fed right now. I swear to God.
You said that the eclipse question came in your DMs from someone.
The eclipse. Yeah, that one was fed. The rest, I don't know. Just.
All right, who fed
they're
it to
leading you down.
Who was that? Was that Phil?
Phil Bellum, probably.
Who? No.
Dr. Phil.
No, I don't know.
We were right.
It's Dr.
Phil. Okay. So what question?
Setting you up.
Hi, Phil. Why don't you come on in here, Dr. Phil?
Dude,
he always does this, dude, all the time.
If you guys come on this show, you will be stalked by this guy.
Oh Christ! Look.
Okay, I might take you up, Dr. Phil, on that offer to go to Melbourne or wherever it was, hang out with you.
Set his heart right.
Why don't you come in the chat?
Questions.
He uses these guys like puppets, dude. The ones who hardly know anything. He just vicariously, because he's too afraid to come in here. So he thinks he's going to give them enough knowledge to correct what we're saying, but he's just making them look more. He's giving them the front face, so they look like the fool, and he doesn't.
Do you think that he opens up with, "Hey, I work on satellites," and ask him about eclipses? I got your back, and then this guy asks, and then he fails, and then we just get better. We get more and more views when you people do this.
Well,
look. Well, hold on. It's all a matter of perception, okay? If you show this to flat earthers, they think I'm a fool, but if I uploaded this to whatever media, they call you all fools. Okay, it's not.
This is already
I'm not
streamed.
saying anyone. I'm not.
It's already streamed.
Okay.
The whole
whatever
thing is recorded and on YouTube.
So the whole thing is a matter of perception. The whole thing is a matter of personal opinion. So I do not really know what you're.
No, it's not.
Look, man, it doesn't matter. We just want your measurements of the surface demonstrating its curving. Okay. That's all you need to bring.
There's no correct opinion. There's no. Okay.
No. Listen, brother.
You've never given me any answers.
It's not. Listen, it's not just somebody's subjective interpretation. It's the common human experience. Everybody interprets the Earth as a flat and horizontal plane. So you saying that it's not that or it can't be that is going against the common human experience, dude. We all notice this when we go everywhere on the Earth. We travel the Earth knowing this. Everybody that sees the Earth is always going to say the same thing. We do not observe a globe, dude.
Exactly what a caveman. That is caveman levels of thinking.
No, don't circle back to that fucking trash argument, Shindina. As we already told you.
Oh, it's perception. Your eyes literally you perceive it as flat. It's not.
Yeah,
hey, shit in a bucket. Shit in a bucket. Shit in a bucket.
Is just how it is.
Shit in a bucket. You can't just make up stuff like that.
That is your direct experience of the Earth, whether you want to sit here and deny it all day, right? You experience the Earth as a flat, motionless topographical plane.
Exactly. That's how we experience it, but it's not how it is.
Yeah, so you experience that. So what?
You can't.
What are you denying here?
Based on
the only difference, right, is after you experience that, you go. But we actually see the sun move through the sky, not because it's moving through the sky, but because I'm falling over backwards away from it 1,000 miles per hour. Because I'm on a rotating sphere, right?
So whatever you see is the correct. Why is it that you believe that
No,
whatever you see with your
no,
eyes
it doesn't
always
end the
correct?
immediate experience. We go off our initial experience, what our senses tell us, and then by them assumptions, we go and verify, right? Well, the Earth sure does seem like a motionless topographical plane by my immediate senses, my immediate experience of it. Let's go and verify if that's true.
But you have to confirm
Let's
it.
go measure the surface and see if it is actually flat. I mean, it would be fucking retarded to just take your immediate experience and stop there.
Explain how for thousands of years.
What don't you understand about that?
As a globe.
please
How
ask.
that-
It's not been perceived as a globe for thousands of years. There was probably a few
So are people dumb
eccentric
then? Are they
people
dumb?
throughout
Are they-
history that proposed the idea of a globe, right? And they were a tiny little minority with their little philosophical ideas and interpretations of things. The majority
For
of
the
people,
celestial sphere.
Okay.
Yeah, remember that conversation? That's how.
Strong word.
he doesn't remember that, does he, Fab?
Is that?
That's gone.
What, bro? You cut off. Oh, God, he cut off. I don't know. What conversation? Okay.
All
So
right. Well,
listen,
anyway,
what
hey,
I'm
listen.
saying
Anyway,
is-
hey, listen. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
May I ask, did you change your name from shit in a bucket?
Yeah, you can. What?
Shadina,
Now
you're
that
in
you're
here.
a flat earther-
You're in here with the burden of proof, right? You have a positive claim the Earth is a rotating sphere. You need to bring empirical demonstration of that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, since AV invited you to Flat Earth. Okay.
Do you understand that?
I'm
Shadina?
not here.
Right.
Look, I know.
You need to verify your claims to us.
I don't really have to link or send anything. You can literally open You can open 6th grade, 5th grade books, and you will see exactly what.
No, you can't. Post a book. I've asked for these books before. Nobody's been able to find a title for me.
Yeah, okay. Watch like any documentary on space.
Things in books and things on screens don't prove anything in the reality.
Okay? So what? Your laser tests, your measurements. These are laser
Yeah.
tests. So
Yeah, you can measure with
I don't know.
lasers. Shocker.
What if your laser test is somehow incorrect? Let's just.
Well, we invite criticism.
It's not incorrect. Don't worry about it, because everybody can repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
The criticism should come. Yeah, hold on, sir. Hold on. You can't criticize anything until you actually review it. You got to review it first. When you're talking right now, like you're trying to review something that you haven't even seen, so you have to go look at it first and then come back and critique it in any way you like. But we invite people to critique it, but you got to look at it first. You can't be making judgments right now if you haven't seen it. So go look at it first and then come back with your critique.
So you're saying that if I look at it in real life, I might change my view. Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Well,
Stop.
we invite you to
Listen.
do that.
Yeah, just stop
we
being.
tell you, don't believe us. Go out and do your own tests.
You won't have a choice, but to accept it. Otherwise, you'll go into a mental hospital.
So what about the people that see it and easily debunk it?
Nope, you're wrong.
Nope, nobody has debunked it.
Like,
Dude, stop worrying about other people. So hold on. Stop worrying about other people. Dude, stop worrying about other people and just go do it. You're so concerned about what everybody thinks. Just go and look at it for yourself. What about this person? What about that person? Who cares? Go do it yourself.
Okay. What? Okay, that's a fair argument. I would have to say that is a very fair argument, but unfortunately, I do not live in a place where I can do that by myself. So I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know. Can I do it in my house? I don't know. No, I don't know. Look, it's been a very good conversation, but I would have to say that
you don't even know how you would attempt to falsify the globe.
How would I look. So far, what I've noticed is none of you have answers. Okay, that's the biggest issue, man. None of you have answers. Like
I answered every question you asked.
Gravity. Okay, you know what?
Listen, for
Forget
explanations,
science,
we
okay?
can give you explanations. Listen, we can give you explanations.
Okay.
But our explanations without evidence are just as bad as yours without evidence. So what we're giving you is honesty about what we can say for sure and what we can't, which you can't say the same for the globe.
So, so listen.
Yeah, I mean, you want an explanation for like the eclipse phenomenon? We'll just say it's like a big group of fairies, drag a massive black tarp over the moon, and that explains it. There you go.
You say have
That's
theories,
as scientifically valid as your explanation.
How is scientifically valid? That is literally not scientifically valid at all.
Yeah, well, when we measure the Earth flat, we know your explanation is wrong, which actually puts magical fairies at a higher probability.
What have you guys been thinking critically about today?
How to maximize gains at the gym.
Okay. Any confirmation of mass attracts mass at the gym?
I have no evidence of mass attracting mass at the gym. All the weights would be touching each other then.
Well, next time, rent a gravimeter, bring it to the gym, and put more mass underneath it. See what happens.
Where can I get a gravimeter at?
You can rent one at a construction rental, but that's the more sophisticated rental places for oil industry and stuff like that.
Wait, and it measures gravity?
No, it measures acceleration.
Due to gravity?
I don't know. Due to what? Due to the mass being placed underneath.
So if I was to increase my elevation above the surface, like if I take a reading or if I place it on the ground and then I move it up, it should read more acceleration because there's more mass of gas underneath it, right?
Well, you'll have to find out.
Wait, nobody's done it yet?
People have, but we don't look at what other people do.
Well, I'm just curious what the readings have been so far. I mean, I don't have a gravimeter to be able to say that they would or would not read more or less.
Let's think critically what the prediction of the statement mass attracts mass would be, right?
Okay.
So I like it that you said the mass of the gases, right? Well, let's say the gravimeter is resting on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Would the mass of all the air above it attract it upwards?
Yeah, there should be some pull, yeah. If mass attracting mass is true, yeah.
Good critical thinking so far. So the resulting vector of acceleration that the gravimeter measures, that's the only thing it measures, would be the mass below attracting it downwards and the mass above attracting it upwards, right?
So
is it measuring mass?
In some sense, yeah. So then, it's actually, a gravimeter is just a fancy string scales. I mean, some of them are electromagnetic and they suspend objects in electromagnetic fields, the super precise ones. But in the end, it's the equivalent of a string scales. So,
hold on. Does it measure mass in free fall, like in zero gravity?
I don't think so. I didn't say gravity, so I'm not worried about gravity right now or free fall. Just saying that that's what it measures. So then, if the mass of the gas is above is pulling it up, and the mass of, let's say, the Earth is pulling it down, then when we elevate that gravimeter, there will be more stuff below than there was before.
Yeah. So it would read. So that's what you're saying. It would read. Will there be more mass
Well,
being pulled down?
let's think critically. We also know that the change in the rate of acceleration that gravimeter measures is a function of two things. One, the mass. Two, the square of the distance from that mass. So now the question becomes, is the addition of the air, the mass of air below, does that have greater impact than the increase in the distance from the mass in the ground? If the mass, I would propose that if the mass in the ground is much greater, then the increase in distance will result in a decrease in acceleration, even though there's more air mass. It will just overpower that. That'd be my guess.
So even though there's more mass, there's less acceleration from mass attracting mass, is what you're saying.
Yes, because it's a function of mass and the square of a distance. So a big impact, right?
Wait, I thought you said mass attracts mass. So if there's more mass, why would there be less acceleration?
Right. So mass attracts mass is the correct statement would be mass attracts mass inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses.
I'd like to do this in free fall so that you can set up a controlled environment.
Yeah, you should totally do that.
Well, I could do this.
See how easy it is to think critically?
First thing, if I did this with like an empty propane tank, I could place it underneath your gravimeter. I could pressurize the tank with more gas, and it would create more acceleration in the gravimeter. Is what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, can you show me where this has been done?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. So this is all just based off of like
critical
the presupposition that mass attracting mass is true.
Well, that we know. Who is snoring, you guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna save him the embarrassment. I'm just gonna mute him. Hey, Midnight, if you actually are there, just type in the side chat, bro. I'll mute you. I think knocked out. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see this validated somewhere if possible. When you're just saying, like, if this is true, then this would happen. It's like if I was to say, if Superman was real and he was to fly in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation, then he could hypothetically reverse the spin of the Earth in the opposite direction. Presupposing Superman in the first instance.
Well, that's just because you don't know what I know, but that's yes.
Yeah, but would Superman actually make time go backwards, or would he just make the Earth spin backwards, but time progress?
Presupposing Superman's real, I would say that maybe if you could spin the Earth in the opposite direction, faster than the speed of light, maybe. Well, I wonder if Santa Claus could do the same thing, actually, considering the speed that he'd have to be moving to travel to each house on Earth in the span of one night. I could probably do it too.
Yo.
Archangel, can you turn your camera off, please? It limits the room, dude. You know this. Thank you.
How does he do that every time? Weird, like he just wants to be seen. Oh, what's up, Pantheos? How you doing, bro?
No, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Chilling, bro.
Yeah, I was on here like an hour ago. Well, I don't know who it was. Someone sent me these videos of, you know, that Red Bull guy, the guy that jumped off 28,000 feet.
28,000?
Yeah.
I think it was 100.
Sorry?
I think it might have been over 100,000 feet.
100,000 feet.
Yeah,
Was it 28,000?
No, that's lower than a commercial aircraft.
All right, now, hang on a minute. So you're assuming it's 100,000? That's like how many miles is that? Like that's like a lot, right? That's like 100 miles or something.
I'm not sure of the exact number. Let me get it for you.
What do you see like when you're 100,000 feet in the air? What do you see? Do you see like what do you see? Flat or curvature? What is it?
So I've never been there.
It was 128,000 feet.
Yeah, because I mean, I watched it. I did. That guy Felix, and then some other guy sent me Neil deGrasse Tyson video saying that it's flat, something like that. I mean, I didn't know what it was on about, but yeah, I watched it. I analyzed it, but it's a curvature, bruv. It's a curvature. I mean, I watched it, and I'm pretty sure there's a curvature there. I'm just saying, you know. I mean, like I watched it 2 times. I saw a curvature.
Which camera?
It was the GoPro, you know. Do you remember that one? You know, the Red Bull one, and the man jumped out.
I know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about which camera view are you talking about? You're talking about the one with the GoPro, right? What about the one that's inside the capsule? The camera from inside the capsule shows a flat horizon, but the GoPro shows a curved horizon. So which one's true?
I mean, there's a couple of them, isn't there? Like, how many cameras were there? Like 2 or 3 of them? I mean,
at the moment, I'm just pointing out that we've got a stark difference with 2 cameras, one on the gondola, one outside the gondola, showing 2 different horizons, one flat, one curved. Now, if somebody sent you the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson, you turn around, I ain't got a clue what he was talking about. He was talking about being as high as the International Space Station and Felix Baumgartner and what you would perceive of the curvature of the Earth. He isn't high enough to perceive that amount of curvature that was seen in the GoPro camera. That's what he was on about.
Yeah, it was that, yeah. But I mean, he never said it was flat, did he? I mean, there was a 20-second short YouTube video mentioning it was.
I'll go and get the video. He said that stuff is flat. To quote him directly.
All right, can you put it up? All right, okay. So I remember seeing that as well. It was a 20-second video of him saying that, but I think there's more content to it.
Sorry, so you do remember him saying that stuff is flat then?
Yeah, but I mean, on lower altitudes, you see it as flat. But the higher you get, it curves. I'm pretty sure I said that.
He was talking about Felix Baumgartner's jump. specifically that instant, saying that he shouldn't been able to have seen the curvature from that altitude. He has to be higher, if not further, than the International Space Station, because he's only perceiving about 3% of the surface of the Earth. From that vantage point, that stuff is flat. So just to put everything into context for you, mate.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I know where you're getting at here, right?
Good.
Look, I mean, I listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson a lot, right? I listen to a lot. I mean, it's quite complicated, the stuff that he says. I'm not like a scientist or anything, but he said from a high altitude, you don't see the curvature with your naked eye. That's what he said, right? And, you know, our perception is limited, isn't it? Human perception with limited altitude, it doesn't mean a curvature detector.
With a wider angle of view. You brought it up, dude. It's the GoPro camera. You must understand that if you want a wider angle of view, you're going to curve horizontal lines. Which is what a GoPro does. You know this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look, the fisheye thing, right? Yeah.
Dude, this is why I put up the different cameras. The one inside the gondola shows a horizontal flat horizon, but the GoPro camera shows a curved horizon. So just in that instance, dude, which one's true? The flat one or the curved one?
The GoPro one. I mean, I'm going to have to go for the GoPro one.
Horizontal line, so you get a wider field of view.
Well, yeah, I mean, I did. Which one's the other one? The gondola, you said?
Like, dude, I'm trying to lay this down logically, and now you're coming to these conclusions. It's fucking, I don't know. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that you shouldn't see, Felix Baumgartner wouldn't be able to perceive the curvature of the Earth. I've given you two camera angles from the same fucking thing that shows a horizontal line and a curved line. We understand that GoPro cameras curve horizontal lines, and you're still spluttering. What?
Yeah, but have you got a video of the other one? Not the GoPro one, but the other one. Have you got? Which one is it? Did you put it on the side chat?
I'll go and find it for you.
All right, no rush, Jedi. No rush. No, but I'm a truth seeker, bro. I mean, I'm looking for the truth, man.
Really? I've just pointed out a contradiction to you, and it should leave you in a conclusion. Well, you don't know then. Because you're already relying on other sources, and the other sources are contradicting themselves. Right, Truth Seeker?
If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, dude. If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, what makes anyone think that they see curvature at the beach or from an airplane and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it from the beach because our perception is limited, isn't it? Like, we obviously can't see it. Our eyes are not that. I mean, we're not psychics, are we? I mean, we can't see that, can we? Yeah.
Right. So, what evidence do people have to believe in a globe in the first place if nobody's ever seen any evidence of curvature for like all of human history?
Do you believe that Neil Armstrong went to the moon?
Why are you asking a different question, dude? That's a different question.
Simple question. I mean, okay, but what I'm trying to say, the higher you go, I mean, the more obvious it is, isn't it?
24 miles is still not obvious enough, is it?
No, that's obvious. I mean, yeah, if you're going to go 8, I mean, I'm pretty sure Felix did see the curvature. I mean, like, he was high, you know, like he was really not as high as I am right now, but he was high.
Sorry, when you say he saw the curvature, what, with his own eyes, or the curvature that we see with the GoPro camera, or the horizon that we see with the other vantage point from the gondola inside the capsule? What do you mean with his own eyes?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to go circular, but I'm pretty sure with his own eyes, he did see the curvature because he was 18,000 feet in the air, wasn't he?
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson would tell us that from that altitude, that stuff is flat. With our own perception.
Yeah, but you did mention that. I watched the video myself, I did, but I mean, was that the whole content? Have you got like a full video of it? Because I'm pretty sure that was just cut off from somewhere. I mean,
no. He said, I quote, "You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat."
From a low altitude, yeah.
Obviously,
no.
Trump. That's what he's referencing, Felix Baumgartner. That's why he's talking about the curvature of the Earth. From that altitude, my God.
Are you sure he wasn't being sarcastic?
Yeah.
I mean, look, think about it, Jedi. I mean, like, it might have been sarcastic. I mean, like,
The science communicator who's trying to communicate science, just so everybody is clear, is going to use sarcasm. He's American. Don't get sarcasm.
Yeah, he
so
wasn't
well,
sarcastic at all. Listen, when you actually work out the geometry of what the Earth should be if it's a globe, and how much curvature should be present and available to your eyes from all different heights, including 24 miles, you arrive at the same conclusion that there's not enough. If Earth is a globe, there shouldn't be enough curvature for your eyes to perceive, period.
yeah. Oh, okay, I agree up to a certain amount, but I mean, Neil deGrasse, he did also mention that, you know, satellites only work on a curved Earth and stuff like that. You know, like the globe, what the globe people say. You know, I've seen his I need to look into it, which one it is, but I'm pretty sure in some of his podcasts he did mention that the Earth is up.
We're not saying he's a flat earther.
We use him as a hostile.
Exactly. He's not a flat earther. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he definitely is not a flat earther. Yeah.
In this instance, we're using him as a hostile witness. He says, who's a science communicator, he believes the Earth is a ball. From the altitude of Felix Baumgartner, that stuff is flat. That's a globe earther, science communicator. The hostile witness in this point, somebody on your side who tells you what to believe.
I need more evidence, my G. I need more evidence. I need to look into it more. I need more evidence. The math isn't working out, bruv. I'm trying my best, but I swear I'm trying my best. It's not working out.
What math?
Don't you believe in mathematics now?
No, I'm asking you what math isn't working out.
Because the higher you go, the more it curves.
You're saying it's not working out. Now you're telling me how it would work. What math isn't working out? It's what you said.
I'm just saying to you, my G, I'm just saying to you, right, the higher you go, your perception opens. It's like you go up and you see people like ants, don't you? The more high you go, the more small things become down. So then the Earth curves, it does, and you go into space.
Pantheos, I just posted in the chat the math. I worked it out on a spreadsheet.
What is that? Let me check it out. All right, what is it?
Yeah,
what is
so I'll show you the formula. So from 25 miles high, you are seeing 0.3% of the surface of the Earth. Would you expect to see curvature when you're only seeing 0.3% of a ball?
No, it's not possible.
Exactly.
No, it got to go higher.
That's how high, right, so that's how high weather balloons go, and that's how high Felix Baumgartner went.
Which one is it? Is it the weather balloon? 25,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
Real quick, you guys are treating this guy seriously. It's Friday night.
What about the satellite? Look, you mentioned
he's just saying random shit.
You mentioned the satellite as well on the chart, right? There's a satellite. So you believe in satellites as well? You believe that satellites can go that high then, right? Higher than the balloon?
Maybe they do.
Satellite there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I take their claim of what satellites do, and I plug in the math.
I thought you didn't believe in satellites. I thought you said it didn't go to space.
I'm testing their claims.
Yeah, but you put it in your chart, right?
Yeah, so when we go to the
satellite... So, all right, Master, when we go to the satellite, can we see the curvature then? What do you see in that then? 40,000, what do you see then? Oh, no, 400,000, sorry.
Well, it depends on the satellite at that height. I don't know if anybody's got any footage from that height, but if you are at that height, that's how much curvature of the Earth, if it's a globe, should be present to your available site.
Bingo. Well, I'm pretty sure people have gone that high.
Really? What, in the satellite?
People.
What the fuck? Who's gone that high, dude? You're talking about people who went to the moon?
I told you, bro. Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong, okay.
Yeah, in the 60s. Yeah.
How did they know how high the moon is?
Well, the thing, light speed, takes about, 8 seconds it does, doesn't it, for Earth to go to the moon, doesn't it? The laser
No, it
takes-
doesn't.
No,
Okay.
no, that's the
I'm telling you
how
guys,
long does
this
it
guy
take
is
for this-
drunk and he's just trolling.
I'm not Peter. I'm not drunk. Don't drink. I've been sober for about 5 years now.
Yeah, 5 minutes maybe.
Except for weekend.
No, man, I'm serious, bro. I'm sober, bro. I'm serious, man.
This is you not being drunk, then. Fuck.
Yeah, that doesn't help you.
Jedi.
That doesn't help your case.
Yeah, do yourself a favor and stay sober then.
I mean, all jokes aside, right? I mean, look, I believe in the moon landing and stuff like that. I mean, I come on, man.
Oh, you're a
I can't deny
patriotic
that.
American.
Patriotic American.
Go Trump, right? Moon landing.
First of all, the moon has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So why do you even bring that up?
Right, Peter, let me ask you a question then. How long does it take for the sun to hit the Earth?
Like crash into it?
Like prediction is
it?
5 billion years, I think is the prediction.
It takes 5 billion years for sunlight to hit Earth.
Oh, sunlight.
No, you said the sun. Like the prediction is that the sun will expand. The global prediction is the sun will expand and engulf the Earth. I think I might be guessing, but around 5 billion years from now.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. So you're a psychic. You can see the future. Yeah. All right. So yeah. All right. But I mean, like the sunlight. I mean, like how long does it take for the sunlight to hit Earth?
8 minutes. I'm educating you on your own model. 8 minutes.
Great. So if I get like a big laser and if I push it towards the moon, how long will it take for it to hit the moon?
1.3 seconds.
That's how long. That's how you find the distance to it, right, Peter?
Yes, I'm not in disagreement with that. You just said it's like 8 seconds or something. You don't even know your own model. So this here is an advanced flat Earth discussion server. So when you come here, you gotta at least know your own model. And still, you're not gonna prove the globe, but you need to know your own model at least. You're nice and sussed up, Gov. So you're just not in the position to have a serious conversation, especially with people like Jedi.
Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, I apologise for getting a few seconds off. Not to be sarcastic with me. You're so smart, you know everything, don't you, Peter?
I mean, few seconds, you overestimated it by a factor of 8.
I gave an average approximate. I gave an approximately. I didn't know it off by heart, right?
All right. You're thinking
people like you, bro, I swear, bro.
They use
You think know everything, bro.
Again, this is an advanced server.
Oh, come on, bro. What's wrong with you, man?
It's not like
so cringy, bro.
Earth Shape 101, learn the basics. This is, you got serious argument, let's go. Otherwise, just sit
Such
there
a nerd, bro. I swear, man.
Yes, I am a Shape of the Earth nerd, yes.
It's so much fun. And Peter, it warms my heart that you get it finally. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I've always been here.
That's right.
Well, you found your community. Enjoy.
You've been here too, Pantheos. You've been here on Flat Earth the whole time.
I have. I'm even in the server myself. I listen to you guys a lot. But maybe I got a few seconds mixed up. I apologize for that, Peter. Please forgive me. I know you know everything. I know you're so smart. Yes, please forgive me. But
you listen to us a lot?
You're forgiven. You're forgiven.
You do realize that, don't you?
Do you listen to us a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
every now and then. Yeah, I go on.
okay.
Yeah.
So why do we say the Earth is flat?
I mean, I don't know, Jedi. You come up with all sorts of stuff, man. I mean, one day you say this and one day you say that. I mean, they're all over the place. I'm not here to mix the soup. Don't get me wrong, right? But
who's your favorite flat earther?
My favorite flat earther?
Yeah, do you
all
have
of
a
you
favorite?
guys. All of you guys. I love you all.
Okay, well, who's the most annoying flat earther? How about that?
Oh, the most annoying one? I'm going to have to go for... let's see. I think Peter. Yeah, I'm going to have to go for Peter.
Oh,
yeah.
Peter, I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's the annoying one because he's Mr. Smarty Pants. He thinks he knows everything. Yeah.
Well, think about it. I'm annoying because I'm triggering his cognitive dissonance, so I take that as a compliment.
Oh, are you a psychologist now? Oh, you must be so smart. Can you please give me a therapy lesson? Come on, bruv. I haven't got money to go to a therapist. You're so smart.
Can you string the right words in context to form a conductive sentence? You just seem to pick random words and cobble them together.
I can give you a therapy. I'll give you a therapy session for free in 15 seconds, which is less than it took you to ask me to give you the therapy session. So here it comes.
But what
just can you shush it for 50? I promise to time box it to 15 seconds. So just put a stopwatch on, and I'll tell you when to click it. Click it now. Here it comes. Go outside, look around. The Earth is flat. You observe it as flat. Deal with it. Actually, it was less than 15 seconds.
Thank you for that. But what you're doing right now isn't evaluating evidence, it's confirmation bias. You've already decided the conclusion.
We evaluated all the evidence
interpreting everything to fit it.
More knowledgeable than you on the topic. So we're just telling you what we already know, and take it or leave it. If you want to confront us on it, be precise, be to the point. Don't just say, ooh, maths doesn't add up. Dude asks you, what maths? Well, it shouldn't be that way. Okay, what maths? I don't know. Yeah, that's your argument.
I wouldn't say that's my argument, but your belief isn't being challenged. Your identity is, and that's why you're defending an interpretation instead of a quote.
That's how you sound. It sounds like this. Maths doesn't add up. Okay, show us. Well, it shouldn't be. I don't think it works that way. That's your argument. Bro, I
didn't even give a full argument.
You didn't. You just said, well, I thought about it, and something doesn't add up.
Hey, Peter, got a question for you. Does math attract math?
Yes, it does. That's math actually generates more math. So in some sense, math attracts math.
Math attracts math.
Yo, Stark, mic up, bruv. I want to have a little chat with Stark. And I was gone all quiet.
Seriously, no offense, bro, but you're a little bit of a waste of time, not because we're hating on you, but because you come in here with actually you don't even have the basics about your own model. What can we tell you? Like, you're gonna have these very high level responses, like, oh, it doesn't make sense. We're beyond that level. Okay, so no offense.
What are you? Are you God or something? What do you mean, right? Peter? What are you on about?
You're in the Premier. I'll explain it to you. You're in Premier League. You should be in that. What is that? There's Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. Then you guys have some kind of local, amateur clubs. That's the level you're in, and it's actually it's good, right? Those guys can play soccer or football, as you would say it, but they cannot show up and face Arsenal, right? So that's the way it is. Don't worry about it. You're still a good player.
Yeah, but when you start to status shame, right? The thing is, Peter, when you start status shaming, it means that you've run out of content, and your belief is under cognitive threat. So your ego,
performance. Yeah. This is I have assessed your performance, And unfortunately, you're not the only one. We get baby glurfs here every 5 minutes. They come in.
Yeah, but
and
I
they're
mean,
like,
what's your major anyway? I mean, what have you studied, Peter? Like, what's your major? Like, what are you anyway? Are you? And I know you're delusional, yeah, but I mean, what are you supposed to be exactly? Like, are you? What did you study? What's your major? Tell me that. I'm not going to bully you, I promise.
Okay, but why does that matter?
It does matter because the way that you're speaking is very horrible. It's not normal. That's why there's something wrong with you.
And my major, that's just me being an asshole. How does that my major...
Well, I know you're an asshole, yes. But the thing is, you don't know how to have a conversation. That's your problem. You don't know me. I don't know you. Like, what's your issue?
This is the internet, man. It's nobody knows anybody. This is all just random people. And here, at least,
it is. I agree with you, but calling me low level isn't a rebuttal. It's avoidance strategy. Because when reasoning fails, your ego reaches for hierarchy.
I've been
listening. You are a low
Drop the
life.
evidence of the Earth
Yeah.
into the side chat, and we'll discuss.
I mean, there are
That
other
way we
Globers
can
that come
get
in
off of
here
the-
that perform much better than you and in a more engaging way and actually engage on more facts. And, we still don't believe
Got no
they're
emotions,
correct,
Peter. That's just it. You've got no emotions.
You're just bored.
Yeah, I mean, you're horrible. You're a horrible person.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Evidence of the Earth, please. Thanks. What is your claim?
Not at the moment. I'm just listening in at the moment.
Well, I'm listening to you cry, and I would like to get back on topic because you don't
All
want
right,
to talk.
yeah, let's get back on topic.
Because
Yeah.
apparently, talking about people and their emotions is, proof that you don't have content. Please, you're here to help us make content. What is your evidence of the Earth?
My claim is simple, all right? I mean, I came an hour ago, mentioned it before Peter tried to put me down, right? Gravity, all right? Because, look, I just want to know more about it. I want to know your perspective as well. I come in peace. But people like Peter tried to put me down, right? It's a low life. Anyway, look, my claim is very simple, right? Gravity it's a theory, it is, yeah, but at least it's measured, it's repeatable, and in my opinion, it's our best current explanation that mass energy curve space-time, right? I mean, you don't have to like the explanation, but the predictions work.
All right. So, does gravity cause things to be flat or sphere?
I mean, sphere. Yeah, sphere. Yeah, gravity.
So
Yeah,
Hold on. Can I ask him? Are you sure?
Water's on the Earth. Hang on.
No. Don't
Water
worry
is on the
about
Earth.
water.
I'm going to let him have his gravity. I don't care to argue about the gravity, right? You have gravity.
But he's
you
wrong
have
about
a
his
sphere.
own model.
You have water on the sphere. Now the the gravity is causing the water to actually conform to the shape of the sphere. Now, can you tell me how to measure the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, I personally don't know how to measure it myself. I've never measured it myself, but I mean, according to like my research and what I know, like we look at like huge celestial objects like the moon or something, they're all spherical, even though no one's actually touched it, according to you. But you measure the Earth by measuring how the horizon, how it drops with distance. So the higher you go, that's why I was mentioning about that Red Bull guy, Felix, before, right? The higher you go, the more you see. I mean, I don't know the specific measurements. I mean, Peter did have a go at me.
I hear you came back after watching those videos, and I'm the one who brought up Felix. It's flat.
There we go. How you doing, bro? Nice to see you, man. Yeah.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, it's flat, didn't he?
Yeah, I watched it, Professor.
Yes,
Look, I watched it.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You're the new Flat Earther. Remember, you said we give you the videos, you'll go watch them and be a Flat Earther.
Yes, I watched it, but I'm still skeptical. Triangle, look, I'm still skeptical. I am. Like, I mean, I did watch the video and all that, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, stars, right? For example, stars, right? They shift the position depending on the latitude or the longitude, whatever, and the season, right? It only works from curved Earth. It does, and
That only works from a flat surface. Yeah, you can only measure that from a flat surface. You actually can't take any angles from a curved surface. So whoever told you could needs their teaching license taken away.
Okay, this is just my education, I guess. I mean, maybe I'm not on like your level, like or Peter's level. Let's say the very smart person, the Peter that knows everything. Maybe I'm not on his level, but I mean, I believe that your statement is actually false because you can measure angles on curved surfaces. That's what geometric is. Yeah.
Please describe the method that you would take in order to get an angle measurement to a light in the sky.
Well, I mean, I can't just get a ruler and do it. I mean, you measure the curvature.
Angle to a light in the sky. That you're right. You wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you use a stick, like not like a literal stick. Like use a thing. How do you pronounce it? Gnomon. A gnomon. Yeah.
What do I do with the stick to get an angle measurement to the light in the sky?
All right, so you measure the sun's angle, all right, at the same time of the day. Sorry?
I thought we was talking about stars. Okay, so I have a stick. I have the sun in the sky. What do I do now?
All right, great. So now you got the stick, and so I'm gonna go step by step, right? 2 sticks, all right, at the same length. The sticks are gonna be the same length, all right. So you level the ground surface, the north and the south. Like
I thought you said I didn't need a flat Earth. Why am I having to level the ground now?
you have to level the ground, you do, because it needs to be like the same length. Like the 2 sticks need to be like the same length, all right? So
It sounds
you
like
tape.
what Mr. Angle was talking about, how you need a flat Earth, and you're like, no, you don't need a flat Earth. You just need to level it.
Yes, you need to level. Yes, you need to level it out. You need to ground it. Like put 2. Like just imagine, right? Have you got 2 sticks?
I don't have 2
We go
sticks.
step by step. Okay, just imagine it. Like just close your eyes, right? Close your eyes and listen, right? Right. So you get 2 sticks, broom handles, and they need to be the same length. And you ground the surface at each location. You get a tape measure, right? You put stick height and for the shadow length. And then you need to have a friend like somewhere else in like a city, like either north or south, like maybe like 300, 400 miles apart or something. And then you put the stick on the flat ground. You use a plumb line. You know what plumb line is, right?
There you go. You're accusing everybody of using a flat Earth again. You cannot use a plumb line on a ball, and you can't make an angle to something in the sky from the surface of a ball. That's why you got to keep flattening everything out.
Hold on, why can we not use a plumb line on a hypothetical ball?
Because you don't have. Where's the plumb line going to point to, Peter, the smart guy?
Well, in the globe model, to the center of the globe.
No, yeah, but you don't have any center.
All right, he's got a plumb line. He's made a plumb line fall to the ground. Now what? What's next?
Yeah, okay, but this plumb line, it works on any surface, all right? So flat, curved, it works on any surface, right? It doesn't care if the ground is flat or curved. It aligns with, what does it align with? Tell me. Gravity, all right? Yeah.
Okay, perfect vertical. Cool. Now we have vertical. What's next?
Okay, so now you got the sticks. So now we got a measure from the sun, right? So what we're gonna do at 2 different locations, your friend, let's say, is in the north and you're in the south, and you use the stick and you measure the shadow angle relative to vertical. Now, how do you do that? I'm not a scientist, okay? Like, this is not my major in this, but I'm sure you have the coordinates for this, because I mean I don't know it off by heart, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm sure Peter will know because Peter's really smart. Maybe we can get some advice from Peter, maybe. Peter, could you tell us please the exact maths on this, because you're so smart.
Yes, I could. and I will. So first of all, you don't need a friend. You could just measure these two locations yourself 1 year after another, right? Same day of the solar year. Second of all, yes, you put the stick in the ground. I will explain the Eratosthenes argument, right? You put the stick in the ground, you measure the angle of the shadow, and then you draw on a sphere, you draw the relationship between the arc. So the distance between the two cities is the arc length, right, over the sphere. You have the difference in the angles, and from this you calculate the radius. Like there's a cosine.
And nobody ever did that. Nobody ever did that.
Sure. So the point is that
Peter, I'll just get rid of you. I'll just get rid of you when you say sure to me, because nobody's ever done that. You can't go out and do it.
Nobody has ever done that. Nobody has ever done that. But that's the argument. That's the Eratosthenes argument. Now, dude, just to just to show you what I meant earlier. Somebody asked you, does gravity form things into spheres? And you said yes. Can you tell me why in your own cosmology asteroids are not spherical?
Oh, well, asteroids are spherical. I mean, it depends on the shape. Like some asteroids are spherical, some are like weird shapes and stuff like that. But they're not spherical because they don't have enough thing for it, or is it mass? You know, they don't have enough mass for the gravity to overpower. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
Just
because
step by step. I promise. These are pointed questions. Give me pointed answers. Don't give me your entire manifesto. I know you have a manifesto. Just don't provide it.
I'm so sorry. I know you're so smart.
Okay,
I'm very sorry. Yes, please carry on, Peter. Yes.
So what do you think is the reason? So I think you're right. There's not enough mass, but like, what's the issue there? Why do we need more mass to form a sphere?
Well, I mean, that's a really good question. Because look, we need more mass because gravity is proportional to mass. Without the mass, gravity is too weak to do anything. You know,
But why is it too weak? I'm going to give you a hint. Is there something in its way?
Well, I mean, look, low mass is weak gravity, isn't it? So high mass is strong gravity. No mass is what? No gravity, right?
I understand, but low mass would still generate acceleration in your model and form a sphere. So there has to be, this is a strong hint now, there has to be some other force in the way of gravity in that situation of an asteroid. Yes?
Well, but it's not God, obviously. You know, I mean, even massless particles like light, like photon, they change direction in the field. You know, like it's not the same thing as gravity.
The answer. The electromagnetic interactions between the particles forming the asteroid are strong enough to overcome the gravitational attraction. If the asteroid, I'm explaining your own model to you, if the asteroid is much bigger, then the gravity will overcome those internal structures of the asteroid. So the correct and form a sphere. That's your own model. So now there's actually an equation that tells you how much mass of a rocky object would be required for that to happen. Now, so the correct answer to the question you were asked is sometimes gravity forms spheres and sometimes it doesn't. And it depends on the internal rigidity of the object and its mass. So if I told you that the Earth was flat, but still told you that mass attracts mass, as your own model says, I could then say the internal structure of the Earth can prevent it from forming a sphere. So that's thinking critically right here.
Okay, yes, all right, but I mean, I don't know what side you're on because you're giving my model and then you're turning it into like your own work. I think you're doing some psychological manipulation here, right? But I won't fall for that.
First of all, I'm using this opportunity to teach you your own model because, like many baby glerps that come here, you don't even know it. Secondly, I'm trying to show you where the disagreements are and where they are not. As a flat earther, I'm telling you that the issue of mass attracts mass is not directly related to the shape of the Earth. It's not an automatic win if you said, oh, look, mass attracts mass, boom, we live on a sphere. No. There are more factors here that you would have to rule out and explain to arrive at that conclusion, and so far nobody has.
Well, yeah, look, Peter.
Which is
I know what you're
why I
doing,
would
right?
prefer we stick to the topic of curvature so that we can identify whether the Earth is a sphere or not.
Absolutely. Let's just do that. Let's not talk about gravity unless we want to talk about gravity.
All right, exactly. Okay, so since you don't believe in gravity, we can just hop to another topic then, because you did a really bad way of.
I believe in gravity. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
There's a difference between saying it's one of the inputs into the shape of the Earth and saying it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just some of the forces that cause a mass to accelerate. So it's the sum of the forces, and it's one of the inputs.
In some sense, everything has to do with everything, right? Protons, electrons have to do with the shape of the Earth because the Earth is made of protons and electrons, like everything else. So, in some sense, everything has to do with everything. Yes, you're correct.
See, I think that's a disambiguation as well. Like, I'm not saying everything has to do with everything. I'm saying that that's probably, you only need like 2 or 3 input forces to derive the amount of mass you need for things to become, asymptotically approach the shape of a sphere, right? Like, so we're not a perfect sphere. We're an oblate spheroid with higher harmonic, mass changes around the surface. Like that's why you get the geoid model.
Who's the goofball talking? Is that Josh? Josh, you don't know anything about mass. You don't know anything about mass attracts mass. Please, don't give us a lesson.
I'm just letting you know.
All right, curvature of the Earth. Where is that measurement?
So why is it that everybody knows how gravity works, but nobody can tell us how gravity works?
We understand the effects of gravity. We don't understand the causal function. That's where you get into like Higgs boson and why does mass have mass, right? We understand that there's certain materials, there's elements that are made up of different, amounts of protons, neutrons, electrons. And then if you have, a certain amount of those atoms, moles of an element or a compound, you multiply that by, a constant, which is, little g, and you can figure out what the acceleration of all of the other mass around it would be towards that, control volume of mass. And because of that, we can figure out that, because we understand, these different elements and these different volumes and different densities, we can figure out, we can normalize everything by those amounts and drive towards a little g constant. We don't know why it's that, but we know how to apply it to that. So it is a bit of a pragmatic fallacy. I agree.
One more time, avoiding the curvature of the Earth. Please, someone make another one.
That's the point of why Globers come in here. We ask them, hey, you got the curve of the Earth? Gravity. Gravity makes things into balls. I say, no, gravity makes things flat. That's why your horizon's flat. Oh, yeah, no, that's refraction and gravity.
I was going to say, Yoder, I disagree with that because you can look at, the other planets and you can derive their composition and understand their angular resolution combined with their composition.
No, you can't.
What? Okay, so celestial spectroscopy is just out the window.
Yes, it's out the window. You can't look through air and decide that whatever's on the other side of all that air is something else.
I disagree with that assertion, but I'm glad you acknowledge the fact that you're throwing that out the window.
Yeah, still not Earth curve measurements. Talking about everything but the thing that would actually prove.
Oh, he wanted to talk about what planets are made of when you shine a flashlight at them.
Well, you're not shining a flashlight. It's a spectrum analyzer because when, elements reflect light, or when things decay, or, basically any spectral emissions, there's unique fingerprints that are, one-to-one representations of the chemical compounds that it's composed of. We do it in the lab, right? It's accurate in a lab that has air in it.
In a lab is different. You don't have a bunch of air you're looking through.
Oh no, you can do it across the room in a lab, right? You know, you do the experiment in high school chemistry where you lit some stuff on fire.
You can do it farther than 250 miles. Then do it 260 miles and tell me what you get.
Oh, you can do it over any distance if you have a sensitive enough sensor and you understand the atmospheric conditions that you have to zero out for. It's kind of like noise canceling headphones.
Okay. Now, you've done some spectroscopy on an object on the Earth that's 206 miles away. At what height were these two objects when they observed each other?
Oh, you can do radar ranging on any of the planets to understand how far away they are.
Yeah, I'm talking about this thing that was done here on Earth. All right, you've looked at an object using spectroscopy on the Earth that's 200 miles away. What height were these objects? The looker and the thing that's being looked at.
This is all hypothetical. I think you misconstrued that we were discussing an actual experiment at some point along this conversation.
Yeah, and I'm trying to identify whether it can be done on the Earth, and if it's done on the Earth at 200 miles, what is the amount of curve that's between those two objects, and was curve observed, period? Because if you're at 6 foot observer height and you see 200 fucking miles away, what the fuck's going on? It's definitely not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. If you're at 3,000 feet, 200 miles is not functional. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, assuming there's no medium around us, correct?
So we have to assume there's no medium, so we have to do it in a vacuum chamber. Who's got a 250 mile vacuum chamber I can borrow?
Or you could just, go to a high enough vacuum or high enough altitude where there is a vacuum naturally.
No such thing.
Disagree with that assertion as well.
It's not an assertion. You made the claim. Go ahead and prove it.
No, you just made a claim that there's no such thing.
Yeah, there's not.
Okay, then I'm telling you I'm disagreeing
you're all
with
over
that
the
assertion.
place. You're all over the place, Glover. Stick to a point.
No. Just trying to keep things civil and understand when you're saying you're making a claim that there is no such thing. I would love evidence of that.
Yeah, prove a negative.
I point you towards the standard atmosphere from 1976 that proves that the pressure density of the atmosphere using weather balloons asymptotically approaches zero.
So does absolute zero approaches zero. When do you hit it? At what point do you hit absolute zero?
It's not possible.
He said asymptotic, to be honest. He said asymptotically approaches zero, which means it never becomes zero, right? You know what an asymptotic function looks like.
There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
You guys are breaking up. That's why I can't hear everything. I'm driving.
Okay, he said asymptotically approaches zero, which there's an echo, which means it's never zero, but very close to it.
How do you know it's not zero? How do you know it's close to zero?
Well, I'll point you towards, once again, the external pressure sensor REL system that's on the outside of the ISS and has publicly published pressure sensor data.
They must have just put that out there recently, huh?
No, it's been published for a while. It's in my profile if you want to go read the paper.
No. Yeah, it sounds like they put that up there recently.
No, REL's been up there. I think it's since mid 2010s, early 2010s. I'll have to double check. But the primary author on the paper, if you're interested in reaching out to them, as well as the engineering unit, which you can go, test and verify that this thing works like they're claiming it works. I think it's at the University of Arizona.
I'm just going to go buy one and put it in my vacuum chamber and see if it works.
I'm just trying to provide you evidence.
I agree with you. I'm going to get your evidence, go buy one, put it in my vacuum chamber, and see if it reads what my vacuum chamber reads.
Okay. But there's no such thing as a pure vacuum, and because of that, combining high altitude weather balloon data, you don't even have to believe in space to identify that the pressure gradient of our atmosphere as you go up in altitude asymptotically approaches zero. So there is a specific altitude where once again, Newton's second law, sigma F is equal to ma. There is an altitude where the pressure is low enough that the force of gravity even if you don't believe in gravity, right? You can see that there's a downward acceleration at 9.81 meters per second square. There's an altitude where those two cancel out and you have equilibrium.
What is this conversation about even? I'm so lost.
Yeah, not the curve of the Earth, that's for sure.
No, just gas not needing a
oh,
container.
Jesus, you're gonna unpack this now. My God, do you have a list of all the trigger topics and tangents that you want to go on, and you're just going down the list like click, click, click?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I believe the way we got there was someone was asking me if we could do long distance terrestrial observations without the medium, and they asked where we could get a vacuum chamber that is long enough to do these types of measurements. And I posited that there is a very large vacuum, just 100 kilometers up. So
yeah, but they were very specific. They said terrestrial. They meant a person standing on the ground, observing another point on the surface of the Earth over impressive distances. Can we do that without the medium? The answer, Josh, is no, we cannot. Right. So, saying just no, we cannot would be a much better thing, moving the conversation forward, than nerding out on fucking density gradients.
I appreciate that. I do identify as a nerd.
Well, I also identify you as a nerd, so we have that in common.
Yoder just doesn't like Cavendish, it seems, in the comment section.
Why would you talk about Cavendish in 2025 than discussing mass attraction?
Holy shit, dude!
If you have gravimeters, if you have superconducting gravimeters that put Cavendish to shame.
Oh no, I agree. It's just the beginning. There's been a ton of technological advancements that you're able to get 5-10 more significant figures on small g. But it's just it's the watershed paper, so it's the one I usually refer to.
Wow. Yeah, we've never heard that before.
Oh, I understand that.
It's like today, thanks to you, we've heard about Cavendish and Eratosthenes, I believe. Or was it the other guy? Sorry.
No. Yeah.
Right, okay. So those are foundational, for moments for our VC here. What else are you going to tell us?
I don't know. I just like to listen to the conversation and sort of provide my perspective
How about curvature?
as needed.
Could you tell us something about the curvature, maybe?
From a terrestrial point of view, I don't believe it's observable.
Oh, okay. Well, when I was
or at least.
So, from a terrestrial point of view, you don't think to see the curvature of the Earth? I really want to be clear, right? You're meaning from left to right, not away from you. Right? The reason why the sun disappears and the reason why we can't see that boat is because of the curvature of the Earth. That will be your claim. I just want to be clear which type of curvature you're talking about.
Well, from a terrestrial point of view, I don't think that anybody in this conversation understands the properties of the medium well enough to definitively say what's causing these effects. which is where we run into the interesting dynamic surrounding reliance solely on your five senses and direct observation of phenomena, as opposed to
What effects are you talking about, Josh? What effects are you talking about?
Oh, the effects of the medium. Looming, miraging, just light traveling through a medium.
How come on your globe Earth everything is flat?
I'm not saying everything is flat. I'm just saying that we don't understand the effects of the medium well enough to definitively have a conversation where we can convince the other party of anything.
We don't understand the medium that we shoot light through well enough to target things at distance. Like
whether or not to understand where the optical location is the same as the actual location.
What the thing that we blow up with a targeting system, the most accurate targeting systems are lasers. You're saying we don't understand how light passes through the medium when we use it all the time to, these days, protect our borders and countries and early warning systems and blow that shit up. Right? Directed energy weapons.
Do you know where the early warning systems are?
Do you understand what I'm talking about? You're saying that we don't understand the medium, but we use it all of the time. It's just a stupid claim, dude.
I disagree with that, but that's fine.
We don't understand the medium, Jedi, so we're not allowed to have airplanes anymore. Call the FAA.
Yeah, not allowed to use lasers anymore to target things at distance or to find range. Can't do that anymore.
You get the visual feedback. I'm just saying you don't understand it. You don't understand it enough to claim that the actual position is the same as the optical position, right? So with the laser, you get the feedback of the targeting.
At the speed of light targeting system.
Oh yeah, at the speed of light. Correct.
At the speed of light, blowing it up with a laser weapon. It's a targeting system, and it's also light.
Do you understand how a PID controller works? It's every single time step for the weapon system that you're guiding using a laser is using the visual feedback.
Stop talking.
I'm saying it every single time. I'm saying it is accurate, but it's due to it's a differential control system. So it's at every second, the sensor on the weapon is looking for the laser light, the feedback, and then it controls and points towards that place. And every single time step, it still does that at whatever time step the control system is tuned to. And as you get closer and closer to that object, the error due to the effects of the medium approaches zero. So it is accurate, but from that initial distance, the delta between where the laser actually is reflecting from and where it visually looks like it's reflecting from could have a decent amount of error.
Sounds like we understand the medium perfectly well.
Well, no, we just have a good control system that's able to eat through that error over time.
I guess it sounds like we...
Now on Facebook, I'm just scrolling through, and maybe I can post that picture. Oh, mad, I can. Sweet. Right, I can post that bit up. Loading. Come on. Do you think? There it is. So this numpty. Now, Columbia Sportswear CEO Tim Boyle, who is 76 years old, recently launched a viral challenge promising to give away his $3 billion company to anyone who can prove the Earth is flat. The campaign video invites participants to photograph a literal edge of the Earth, with Boyle joking that the winner receives the entire company. A spokeswoman in the video clarifies that the image must show a real physical termination point of the planet. The stunt is part of Columbia's marketing campaign, using humour and satire to spark global attention and online debate.
Yeah, I heard something about that Matrix. Yeah, I didn't realize what the prize was. Whole company, eh? Oh.
That'd be nearly worth borrowing a battleship and going for a little bit of a sail. Getting a big ass crane, jumping up on the plateau and going for a walk. But then again, last time someone tried that, quite a few went down and not many came back. Don't know why. There's only penguins there. Maybe they do have laser eyes. Oh. I love some of the bullshit stories that they say, eh? Well, that's right. The social media stupid thing starts today, didn't it? Wow. I wonder how many kids are going out and going to find alternate forms of entertainment, like getting great big firecrackers and blowing up wheelie bins and. Oh man. Oh wow, that's going to be great. We got a couple of cities where there's major youth problems, and these idiots think that by kicking children off of social media or banning them from it because of their underage is going to help our youth crime problems, or it's going to make our kids safe. That's what they said. It's going to make our kids safe. What it is going to do is make our kids bored. They're going to want to seek entertainment elsewhere, and as a result, I can see our youth crime problem going through the roof. But anyways, that's my take on it. Oh, wow. There's a few bites on that one. All right, so one person posted up. So that the pressure is greater in water the deeper you go is a fact. Same as air pressure drops the higher you go. Explain that without gravity. Anyways, the next person gets on there. Gravity has nothing to do with relative density. As world famous physicist Michio Kaku says, there is no such thing as gravity. Now all of a sudden we've got 25 bites on that. So as we all know, it doesn't take much bait to go fishing. The very first clown on there, didn't Cavendish fail? Next one was try to understand what Kaku said. What else we got? Michio Kaku never said that gravity doesn't exist. The way flat earthers claim, he said gravity isn't a force in Einstein's model. It's the curvature of space-time that's not no gravity. That gravity is deeper than Newton's thought. Relative density only works because gravity pulls denser objects downwards. Without gravity, density would just make things different thicknesses. Nothing would fall, so no. You didn't debunk gravity, you just misunderstood a quote from a scientist whose books you've clearly never read. Ooh. I'd like to invite that numpty in here, he'd get wrecked. Oh wow, this dude's even going for more. Also, here's what we get when we search for the Dr. Kaku quote on Google. Dr. Michio Kaku's no gravity comments stem from Einstein's general relativity, which describes gravity not as a pull, but as the curvature of space-time caused by mass. So, objects follow these curves, creating the effect we feel as gravity, with space pushing us down, not a force pulling us. He's essentially saying there's no force in the traditional sense, but a geometric effect, explaining that things like satellites are falling around Earth because they follow the curved space-time path, not because they are pulled by a distinct force. The universe always has gravity or space-time curvature. My God, these people are so deep into it. What else we got? So if you're going to quote Kako, use the full quote, not just the bit that supports your position. Oh, have a cry. What do we got? Yes, yes. Now explain how pressure gradients come to exist without gravity. All right, what other cries have we got? Oh, what's this talk? Hard to explain if the person is an idiot that believes the world is flat. Well, it's not a belief, so you've failed. Next. One person just put in there, buoyancy. Comments incoming. Very good. All right, what other stupid shit we got? Oh, we've got another map-tard. Wow. If you assume that the azimuthal equidistant projection used as the flat Earth map is actually flat, then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne. What? Then Adelaide goes from 654 kilometres from Melbourne to 1,592 kilometres. Can any flat earther explain how I can drive this distance in less than 8 hours? Okay, numpty. Oh, he's got 99 comments. What's this? One of the comments, because flat earth is almost an exclusively American politics issue. Flurfs never anticipated meeting someone from Australia. Oh, shit. That's good. I like that. And there's 5 replies to that. The Flurfs, oh, here's the first dumbass. There are Flurfs all around the globe by their own site's admission. Well, obviously, this numpty has been to the Flat Earth Society. Anyways. Oh, someone doesn't like the Australian Flat Earthers. Amazingly enough, there are Australian Flurfs, and they are arguably the dumbest of them all. Really? Here's an idea for you, kind sir. Get in your happy little car and go for a drive across this little continent. And you tell me how much curvature there is. The first person, another one gets on here. Bless your heart. Gleason map is the only map with accurate distances. Ouch. Holy shitballs, that is a long post. Wow. The entire heliocentric model is based on esoteric numerology. Every major part of it is built on a harmonic code. Here is the full breakdown they never expect you to see. If you believe the heliocentric model is a scientific framework built on measurement, buckle up, because once you review the full pattern, it becomes painfully obvious that the model is a numerological construct disguised as astronomy. Every pillar of it, not one part escapes the pattern. So let's begin. Number 1, the sun-moon illusion, the 400-to-1 code. Heliocentrism begins with its most absurd coincidence. The sun is said to be 400 times larger in diameter, 400 times farther, which makes it appear the exact same size as the moon. A perfect ratio, a perfect illusion, a perfect number for numerology. This ratio alone would sink any truly random cosmology, but this is only the beginning. Number 2, the 108 harmonic, the skeleton key of the system. Heliocentrism is built on 108, whether you notice or not. 108 moons fit between Earth and the moon. 108 suns fit between Earth and the sun. Moon radius equals 1,080 miles. 1 to the power of 1 times 2 to the power of 2 times 3 to the power of 3 equals 108. 108 is sacred across ancient cultures. 108 stitches on a baseball. 108 beads in a mala. 108 temple designs. 108 is the backbone of sacred geometry and the backbone of your scientific model. Number 3, the cube code, the 216 and 2160 family. Here the pattern explodes in your face. Moon diameter equals 2160 miles. A cube's total angle sum equals 2160 degrees. 6 times 6 times 6 times 10 equals 2160. Processional harmonics tie directly into 2160. Even 4K resolution uses 2160p. 216 is embedded in temple design, musical ratios, Kabbalah, and Saturn symbolism. If the universe is random, why does the moon match the cube? Number 4, solar harmonics, 432 and 864. Everything about the sun lives inside this harmonic. Sun radius equals 432,000 miles. Sun diameter equals 864,000 miles. Day length equals 86400 seconds. Music resonant tuning equals 432 hertz. 432 appears in Viking myth, Hindu cosmology, Tibetan chants, Gregorian masses. 432 and 864 are the signature of the entire solar framework. Everything fits the same harmonic. Number 5, Earth fits the same harmonic set. The random planet Earth just happens to match the same numbers. Earth radius equals 3960 miles. Earth diameter equals 7920 miles. Earth plus moon radii equals 5040 miles. 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7 equals 5040. Earth is not an exception. It is part of the coded system. Number 6. The number 6 and the 666 material code. Here, the Saturn symbolism becomes unavoidable. Tilt from vertical equals 66.6 degrees. Orbital speed equals 66,600 miles per hour. Curvature formula equals 0.666 feet per mile squared. Carbon-based life equals 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Your entire physical universe is numerically coded with 6s. This says Saturnian symbolism, not physics. Number 7, the Saturn cube religion connection. Saturn is the god of materialism, time, restriction, and form. Now watch how heliocentrism ties directly into it. Saturn's pole has a hexagon that folds into a cube. Kaaba in Mecca is a black cube. Jewish tefillin are black cubes. Christian cross is an unfolded cube. Moon equals 2160 miles equals cube's total angular sum. Material life equals 666. NASA encodes Saturn symbolism throughout their missions. Heliocentrism is not neutral. It is a part of an ancient materialistic cosmology. Number 8. The precession and great year harmonics. Even the largest cycles follow the pattern. Great year equals 25,920 years. Breakdown 432 times 60. Precession equals 1 degree every 72 years. 72 times 30 equals 2160. Zodiac divisions fit the same scheme. Ancient temples encoded these cycles long before NASA existed. Time itself is coded with harmonics. The number 9. Biology matches the same geometry. Your body mirrors the sky. Skull, 22 bones and 7 openings, equals 22 over 7 equals pi. Hands, 28 phalanges with 7th triangular number. Turtle shells, 13 center plates, 28 outer plates equals lunar calendar. Life is literally built with the same geometry as the luminaries. 10. Technology mirrors the harmonics. 4K resolution is 3840 by 2160. 2160 again, the moon's number, the cube's number. Why does your TV match the moon? Number 11, the 137 constant, the signature of the whole system. 137 is one of the most mysterious numbers in physics. 137 is the fine structure constant. 137 controls the strength of electromagnetism. 137 is the 33rd prime. Masonry encodes 90 plus 47 equals 137. The golden angle in nature is 137.5 degrees. Earth's rotation speed is claimed at 1,037 mile per hour. Drop the zero and you get 137. National Aeronautics and Space Administration equals 137 in the septenary cipher. 137 is the fingerprint of intelligence, not randomness. Number 12, the variations excuse does not save the model. Globers love to say distances vary, orbits vary, cycles vary, tilt varies. They think variation helps them. It destroys them. The averages always snap back into the same numbers. 66.6, 108, 216, 432, 864, 2160, 3960, 7920, 5040, 86 400, 432, 000, and 137. These are the skeleton of the entire model. The variations are camouflaged. The averages reveal the architecture. In a random universe, the averages would drift. Here, they converge. Number 13. The entire heliocentric framework in a single numerological system. Distance values, mass values, diameter values, orbital periods, rotational periods, speeds, tilts, day length, month length, year length, great year length, precession rate, chemical structure of life, geometry of the moon, geometry of the sun, geometry of the earth, biological structures, sacred structures, religious symbols, timekeeping systems, even modern resolutions and physics constants. All of it repeats the same ancient harmonic set. The odds of this occurring randomly are 0. The impossible challenge for any glober. Provide one example anywhere in nature where a random, chaotic system produces a perfectly repeating harmonic set across astronomy, geometry, physics constants, time cycles, biology, chemistry, religion, mythology, architecture, language ciphers, technology, all at the same time. Just one. You cannot, because heliocentrism is not discovery, it's design. A numerological construct disguised as science. It collapses the moment you examine its numbers. Holy crap, that was a fair write-up. Hopefully I didn't bore you to death.
That was a good summary. Thanks.
Yes, I don't know if you are interested in numerology stuff, but yeah, there it is. I find some of that interesting. Other parts are like, huh? But each to their own, I suppose. I'm not here twisting anyone's arm. What the? Who put that up there? I recently heard the most absurd thing flat earthers believe, and that is that math is government constructed lie. I don't know any FE guys that would say that. So I don't know if it's just someone having a laugh or what. Oh wow, you must be a newbie. I'm gaining here. Still have some questions. Is the moon real? And if so, is it flat? How far away is it? If it is also flat, how do we explain the light hitting as if it's more or less round? My last question is this. If the Earth is flat, how do we explain the fact I can actually see the curvature of Earth on a beach? Ah, really? Wow. Your eyes have curvature and they lie to you. What's this? So I assume that also applies to high altitude images that are taken from weather balloons where you people crop out the center of the picture and claim that the Earth is flat. Like, seriously, why would flat earthers grab some random photo, crop the guts out of it, and then claim it's flat? Like, what flat earther would do that? Every single flat earther I know would leave the image alone, especially if it shows it's flat. Why would you mess with it? And you'd just go, here data, choke on it. That's it. They just drop it in front of you. Let the data speak for itself. Crazy. Some of these things these guys come up with. Oh, here we go. According to flat earthers. So, insert straw man here, boys and girls. According to flat earthers, the sun and moon are local. The distances given by most flat earthers is between 3,000 and 5,000 miles. I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it is so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects?
Hello, this is Hagi from Kazakhstan, bro. Abu Hamza, bro.
How's it going, bro?
Yes, I'm from Kazakhstan, bro. I'm Kazaki, bro.
From Kazakhstan. Awesome.
Yes,
I'm from
Kazakhstan.
Australia.
Where from you? Where from you? Where from you?
Australia.
Australia.
Oi, oi, oi.
And people are white, and they have the charm and the cool and fat. Thank you. Fuck you, bitch.
Okay. Have a nice day. Wow. You're pretty excited pretty quick. Imagine what it'd be like if we showed him that the Earth is measured flat. Holy shit. Anyways, where were we? Yeah, this guy's right up. Blah, 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 moon, 3,000, 5,000 miles. Yeah, I live about 5,000 miles from Moscow. I can easily fly to Moscow. Why can't anyone fly to the sun or moon? Why do FEs say no one's landed on the moon if it's so close? What's preventing humans from going to these objects if they're so close? And don't give me any crap about Van Allen belts because you believe the moon and sun are local, so the Van Allen belts don't even come into play. Oh. What comments have we got for this? Do you even watch rockets being launched? There's one very recent. You should watch it. Okay. Let's click on comments. Ooh, the firmament is rocket proof. No one enters, no one leaves. They are not physical. What's this? With the sun so close, would there even be an ice wall? And a little laugh emoji next to it. You cannot go to the moon and watch the sun and the moon interact with the clouds. It is obvious they are not at the distances they claim they are. They just work like spotlights. Oh, someone's redirected him to 200 Reasons the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay. You can't land on the moon, it's impossible, because the moon is plasma. Oh, wow, that's got some posts against it. Oh, here we go. What's this one? Flurfism and space denial are trends, and like all trends, it will disappear. Not a single flurf or space denier believes in anything they say. They have just jumped on the latest bandwagon. And all of that was in caps. So I don't know why you needed to yell that out, but anyways. Might have been a typo. Some numpty gets on here. Flat Earth gets destroyed again. Yeah, come and visit us, mate. We'll see how you go. Lots of pictures of space posted. Scrolling. Oh, the usual memes. All of the planets and Earth as a flat square thing.
Hi there, can I give you a drive-through code? What's the code? It's gonna be 1925.
Hey, you're hot, Mike.
With no ketchup and no mustard, please.
Yeah, we might.
No, go ahead and add the ketchup and mustard. It's good for you.
Actually, you see a
Oh, somebody muted
no,
me.
it's not a mic. Yeah.
I wanted
What
to
if
hear
he
the
says
rest of
something
that
rude? Yeah, what if his order goes bad and he flips his shit at some poor person? I don't want to hear that. Anyways, I was reading stupid comments before I go to squash.
And where are you seeing these comments, on YouTube or in the chat?
This is on Facebook. So there's a page on Facebook called Flat Earth Friends. So if anyone else wants to jump in there, they're more than welcome to do so. But most of it is Globers. Just to give you an idea, Matthew, one of the moderators is McToon.
Interesting.
That should say enough. So, yeah. Oh, we've got a poll. This poll is directed at FEs who think every picture showing the entire Earth is CGI, including the ones from the 50s and 60s. I just got to know how old you are. Oh, so they just want ages. Between 10 and 20, you got 1%. Between 20 and 30 is 33%. Between 30 and 40s, there's none. 40 and 50, 33. And over 50s, 33. I have a good reason for asking, but sharing it now would bias the result, so I'll reveal it later. Oh, okay. Fair enough. If the moon is a hologram, how can amateur ham radio operators use it to bounce a signal to the other side of the globe? What? Well, we could test and see if that's bullshit or not. Because what we could do is we could get on Discord and we could talk to our friends in the United States or some other country when the moon is not near me, and we could get the old ham radio out and we could test this. If that shit works or if it does not. Ooh, there you go, ham radio, boys and girls. Something for you to go and check out. Here we go. What do you think is the single most compelling argument for your favoured planetary shape? Please, no arguments against the opposing views, rather a credible, verifiable argument in favour of your position. Something we can look into and learn from. Memes are fine, but please provide sources for any claims. I'd ask that this doesn't descend into name calling and ego stroking, but we all know it will. Okay. And he's got 268 comments. Oh, wow. Photo evidence of a round Earth. Okay, so you got to verify your photos. So you're out. The Tychos model. The Tychos, our geoaxial binary system by Simon Shack. Okay. Globe. We have pictures. Now we've got a hot dog Earther. We can't leave them out. There's no such thing as a flat Earth. We know it's a sphere for over 2,500 years. Obviously, that person didn't read the other bit. No arguments against opposing view, just supply your own. So you're a numpty, you're out. Globe. Gestures at the complete unit available in libraries, the internet, textbooks, models, maps, personal observations, and others' personal observations. So you haven't given us what they are. So you've got models that you've yet to prove, maps that you can't prove. Someone said so in a textbook. Someone said so on the internet. And libraries. Ooh, let's go to the library. This person didn't state which way they are leaning. Leap years. Leap years prove the shape of the ground, everyone. Done. Sold. That's it. Back to Globetardia. Leap years do it for us. What do you think, Matthew? Leap years prove the shape of the ground?
No, they just show that the number of days doesn't fit equally into the number of years.
There we go. Sorry, Mr. Facebook guy. Matthew has shot you down. All right. Oh, this one's got a decent write-up. For me, it's this. Physics tells us about the conservation of momentum. On a flat Earth, where does the angular momentum come from to make hurricanes spin? Well, you're assuming that that's the cause. It has to come from somewhere. Hurricane Melissa this past year released 200 times more energy. Well, that's great. No one cares. What if it's just the fact that heat energy from the sun, from the sun's path, is what causes this? So any storm system that appears on the left-hand side of the line will spin one way, and storm systems that appear on the right-hand side of the line will spin the other, due to the heat energy from the sun. Crazy idea, I know, but yeah. Anyways, why do hurricanes always rotate in a specific direction in the northern hemisphere and they rotate clockwise? Well, actually, there's anti-cyclones. So, yeah, that does actually happen the other way around. So this guy's out of his depth. All of these are quite... why do hurricanes only form between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn? Why do they never cross the equator? In fact, they never get within about 5 degrees of the equator. All these questions have simple and easy answers on a globe Earth. Well, actually, you started off on a flat Earth. So you're trying to have a crack at the flat Earth, which you were told not to do in the instruction manual. But anyways, however, the FE model provides no explanation for any of them. And then, oh, here we go. Before you start talking about how hurricanes are man-made, well, I didn't say they were man-made. Here are some facts. The entire region of Earth between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn can be affected by hurricanes. Okay, so depending on exact area, they can also be called cyclones or typhoons. The area where hurricanes can exist circles the globe. Oh, so you're assuming it's a globe to start off with. That's great. Guess that would be a ring on FE projection. You wouldn't believe it. That's the same ring where the sun travels around its path. That's interesting. Hurricanes and cyclones follow the sun's path. The area where hurricanes can exist and circle the globe, I guess that would be a ring on FE projection. If you want to believe that hurricanes are man-made, tell me which ones are man-made. Well, I'm not interested in that shit. And which ones are natural. And how can you tell? Well, because the man-made ones have a digital ID number, and the natural ones don't. They don't have a jumper on. They're open. They're going au natural. Oh, man, there's a big flashing sign on it that says it's man-made. Of course they're... God. Anyways, we have written evidence that hurricanes have been hitting Florida since the 1500s. And scientific evidence that they go back 3,000 plus years. Well, that's great. So if hurricanes are man-made, how were they made at the end of it? So obviously you're more interested into knowing how they're man-made as opposed to proving the shape of the ground. But we'll leave you alone. Oh, here we go. I'm a Bible-believing globe earther. Compelling scientific argument for a globe earth. Isn't that a bit of a contradiction there? On one hand, you're a Bible believer, and on the second part, you're going to tell us about scientific arguments. I thought science opposed religion.
I think they're compatible, science and religions. Cause the way I say it is,
Which
all
bit?
truth is God's truth.
Which bit? Anyways, back to the story.
Life, that type of stuff.
Why this evidence is compelling. Geometry requires Earth to be a rotating spheroid due to this observation. A stationary flat disk Earth, solid dome, would have to have the dome do the moving for the stars, embedded within its interior surface to be seen moving. And according to geometry, what would be seen would be a monopolar celestial hemisphere instead. We do not observe this. That's because it's observer-centric. Sorry, dude.
Of the Earth, and I'm saying that there's no evidence that Eratosthenes did anything.
It existed. That's what you're just saying.
No. I said there's no evidence that he did the test. There's most likely someone named Eratosthenes that may have existed, right? But there's no evidence that he did anything that he's attributed with because there's no surviving documentation, or there's no proof that it ever existed in the first place.
Is there? Well, there's proof that it existed, but.
Oh, really? So what's left of Eratosthenes? What surviving work is there of Eratosthenes that survives to this day? Nothing.
Because I study about him, so I guess all I know about him and mathematics is none. But I don't think there's original writings. I don't think that.
Yeah, there isn't anything, right? So where did the secondary source get their information from? Okay, and if you research that, right, the people that said that Eratosthenes did this and that, right, they didn't. No one knows, right? No one knows where they got their information from. Some historians suggest it could just be by word of mouth. Some say it could be it's like a collaboration of different works by different people over time. They have no idea.
Yeah, but bro, when you say that, it doesn't mean that if there's no original writings left, doesn't mean that the works didn't exist. It's like saying.
Okay, so how do you? Okay, cool story then. So it's just a cool story that you have absolutely no first-hand evidence for whatsoever. So you're just saying that this guy apparently did a test, and you don't have any evidence at all that he even did the test. It's just a story that you got told, and it's just faith-based, right? And look, we can move past that. We can move past that because even if he did do what he's attributed with, right, it doesn't validate if the Earth's a globe or flat, because all he did was pre-assume that the Earth was a globe, right? He wasn't even trying to test if the Earth was a globe. He already thought it was a globe, right? And he made the assumption. So yeah. One second. We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, but if you say that the original.
Oh, hold on. Let me finish. Okay, so let's say he did exist and he did do what you're saying he did, right? Which we don't have any evidence for. Okay, but let's just say he did do that. Okay, he didn't validate anything because he made assumptions, right? So he pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe, right? And then he pre-assumed that sun rays come in parallel. Okay, and then he basically had one location where the sun was directly above him and there was no shadow because it was midday. Okay, and then 800 kilometers away, which is 500 miles away, apparently some other guy at the exact same time took a shadow measurement and it was 7.2 degrees, right? So at one place there was no shadow, and apparently at another place there was a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, so based on his pre-assumptions that the sun is an infinite distance away and that it sends in parallel light rays and that the Earth is a globe.
When is that an infinite distance?
Hold on 1 second.
No. The sun is at an
No, you don't.
Say the sun is at
You can't just cut into conversations. Just wait your turn.
I'm not like interrupting, but I'm just like.
Yeah, you definitely just blatantly interrupted. I'm not sure if you understand what interrupting is.
Did you just say the sun is at infinite distance?
Yeah, Eratosthenes had to assume that, right? So Eratosthenes had to assume that the sun was so far away that the sun rays would come in parallel. Okay, so based off that assumption,
the Earth was at a fine, the sun was at a finite distance. Definitely.
Yeah, some scholars say that
is a very big number.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. He said, look, so this is the problem when we don't have any first-hand evidence of anything that he wrote down. So some people say he used wells. Stop interrupting, please.
Even though we don't have a very good number.
Yeah, you are. He can't even finish a sentence because you won't shut your mouth.
Oh my
God. I don't care if you're a flat earther. You can go on mute. Right. This is the thing, right? Some people say that he used wells. Some people say he used obelisks. Some say he used sticks. Right? There's no first-hand evidence to what he did at all. Okay, so that's why you get all sorts of different stories. And even the mainstream universities will say that it's invalid because he made assumptions. If he was to make different assumptions, then the math would have had a different outcome, right? I could make the same assumptions in my room in my house and do the exact same thing Eratosthenes did with a couple of sticks and some shadows and a light source on the roof and work out the circumference of my flat floor, right? It's completely flawed, the methodology, because of the assumptions that were made when he did the test.
Yeah, but
if he did the test.
But he did find 7.2 degrees, which is
no, he measured a shadow. He measured a shadow that had a shadow length of 7.2 degrees. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. And he assumed that the reason for that is because the Earth's a globe, and that the sun comes in parallel, which we never observe. Okay, so if he had have not assumed that the Earth was a globe and not assumed the sun rays come in parallel, he would have had a completely different outcome, right? It was just based off those assumptions, and the math was based off spherical assumptions. So it's
I did do it in my living room.
Oh yeah, what's the radius of your flat floor, T-Dub?
443 centimeters.
Yeah, hopefully this guy, Kill Mad, you sound like a smart guy. You'll probably get it, right? So if I have, let's say I have a light source on my ceiling, right? And then I have a stick or a stick right underneath the light source. It's going to have no shadow, right? And then I put a stick on the other side of my room, okay? And it has a shadow. Then I measure the shadow length of the second stick. Okay, now I assume that I'm standing on a sphere, that my floor is spherical. Right, and I assume that the rays from the light on my ceiling are coming in parallel. Okay, and then I do my math based off the angle of the shadow, the degree of the shadow, sorry, and then I divide it by 360 degrees, and then I times it by the distance between one stick and the other stick, and then I'm going to get the circumference value of my flat floor based off the assumptions that I'm standing on a sphere, even though it's a flat floor. Yeah, so it doesn't prove anything.
I mean, even your flat floor is not flat.
Oh, bro, listen to me, sir. Listen to me. Tell me the point. What is the point of the debate?
Yes, so the Eratosthenes test, where he tried to calculate the circumference of the Earth, is completely invalid based off making assumptions. Even mainstream scientists agree with that. And the guy probably didn't even exist anyway. I mean, in the form that he's
Is your flat floor flat 100%?
It's not a sphere. It's nothing. What's perfectly flat? Name one thing that's perfectly flat. One object in reality.
Who's saying Earth is flat?
I did research like long time ago. There's nothing like that. 100%.
Yeah. So exactly. But we can still use the word, right?
And even
do you think we should just cancel the word flat, right? So if I say my mirror is flat, right, I'm that's wrong, because if you zoom into it with a microscope, it's not flat anymore, right?
Kind of that.
Yeah, it's not flat.
That would be just being pedantic at that point, right?
Yeah, that would be.
Flat is also associated with an orientation, that being horizontal and level. Yeah, and that's what we also mean.
All right, so there's context, right? So when we say flat, we just mean it's not curving over distance, right? It's approximately flat.
Exactly. We cannot see the curvature like Earth.
No, there is no curvature, right? Because if there was curvature, things in the distance would become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, but that doesn't happen.
Sometimes you cannot see the curvature like a flat floor. You would say that it's flat, but it actually has a 0.006 angle of curvature.
Right, but it's not curving over distance, is it? It's not a sphere.
Yeah, because
my floor is not a big sphere. Yeah, it's approximately flat.
Isn't that because we're small? Or small human beings? Earth is very big.
we're small, but we have some pretty cool technology, right? Like zoom cameras, telescopes, lasers, and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a distance, and then we can test.
Yeah. How small is the smallest microchip? We've got nanotechnology now, but they can't measure a few millimeters of curvature. Amazing.
Check out this in the side chat. Right, so on a globe, this is what the horizon would have to be. Right, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past that point, right? Yep. Because it would be hidden behind the curvature. Okay, but when we go out and test for that horizon, it doesn't exist. Okay, here's an observation done by a PhD in optics, Dr. John D.
What's the max vision of the? You need to have the same telescope.
Well, the horizon will be at a certain distance depending on the height of the observer. Okay, so if you're 1 foot high or 6 foot high, the maximum distance you can see through the medium of air is 300 miles. Right, but that's just a technicality. Usually it's much less than that because, like you said earlier, the air is semi-transparent, so you can't see forever through it.
So I have a question. If you go higher, why would you see further? In that case,
because because you're increasing your perspective range. Yeah, exactly. Okay, because the horizon's based off your angle to your vanishing point. Okay, so the higher you go, the further away your vanishing point's going to become.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat, then going up or down is the same thing. We would see the same horizon.
Yeah. Well, okay. If the Earth were a globe, the horizon would be a physical geometric location, a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. In reality, right, a horizon's just an apparent location that's based off perspective and the conditions in the atmosphere on the particular day. Yeah, okay, so it's the vanishing point. And then you have to also account for the atmosphere as well, because it's going to be a different distance. That's why the definition of horizon has nothing to do with the globe, right? The definition is just the apparent. Yeah, apparent's the key word. Apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, exactly. One day the horizon might be 10 miles away. The next day it might be 6 miles away. The next day it might be 18 miles away, depending on the weather conditions.
Yeah, of course. And you just
right, but you know where. Sorry to talk over you. Last thing, right? It's never at the distance that it should be on a globe, ever. And also, right, there's no proof that the horizon is physical.
Yeah, these are just apparent distances. It's not like it's a physical location that you could put a flag in, right? Yeah, oh, here it is at this spot.
I know, we're all on. But that's why I said when you go higher, there's another.
Yeah, but it has to be on the globe. It has to be on your globe. It has to have a physical distance, a location, geometric.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Just to understand it, it's the same point as me, and I'm saying that's why when you actually go higher, you have another horizon. That means that there's not one horizon, simple location.
Oh, it's exactly. So that if you stay at the same height, the horizon on a globe would be at a certain distance. The physical geometric horizon would be at a certain distance.
Yeah, exactly. But here, if you check your schema, because it's good, I can actually use it. So his limit is in the sea sky, which is the point right there, the yellow point. If he goes a little bit higher, he will see farther from the why because the curvature will not hide what's behind the cliff, like you used the example.
Yeah. Okay, so look. Okay, great. Okay, so have a look at the observation directly below that image. Okay, the camera is set up at 1 meter height, which is 3.5 foot. Are you okay using feet and miles?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I can.
Okay, all right. So, well, I can convert it. I know both. So just a second. Okay, so here's a screenshot of the calculation. Okay, so he's got his camera set up, right? It says eye height level or eyesight level. That's 3.5 foot. That's 1.07 meters.
Okay, that's fine. Sure.
Okay, and then the distance to the object, that's 11.2 miles, which is 18 kilometers away. Okay, so when we say the distance to the object, we're talking about the windmill that you can see on the far right-hand side.
So the distance of the object is this. From 1 meter, the distance to horizon is around 3 kilometers.
That's a 4.3 kilometers, which is 2.3 miles.
4.4. Yeah.
Sorry, 3.4 kilometers.
3.4, yeah.
3.4, yeah. Right, so that should be the maximum distance that you can see the water.
But the object is at more than that, more than 16.
Yeah, and we can see the entire object, right? We can see the base of the windmills touching the water. All right, so I'm just going to show you a close-up photograph of the windmills. These are the same windmills, just so you can see what they look like close up. All right, and then underneath it, I'll put a screenshot from the video. All right, so that's what they look like close up. All right, when it's low tide, you can see the black portion at the bottom where the paint's stripped off. So when he zooms in, we can see the entirety of the windmills. And we can see the water going far beyond the windmills as well.
Okay, that's what I like, numbers. I see.
So the 6 windmills that you can see, it has the distances written there. Okay, now here's a GIF from the Earth curvature calculator, and it shows how much should be hidden of each one of the windmills behind the horizon.
So the bars are the same, but it's not the same. But is it a parallel? Like, does the lines actually collide? If yes, then there's a curvature.
Yeah, so the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers, okay, and then the bottom 52 feet of the windmill, right, the furthest windmill on the right-hand side, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet. Okay, you should only be able to see the top portion of the windmill sticking out from behind the horizon. Right, but we can see the water going way past where the geometric horizon should be on a globe and going way off into the distance. In fact, when he zooms in, you can see a boat out in the distance. And he tracked that boat using shipping radar. Okay, the name of that boat is called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles away, which is 13.9 miles, which is 22 kilometers. Okay, that whole boat should be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth. So the bottom portion of the windmills should be hidden, and then the entire boat should be missing, right? We shouldn't be able to see the boat, right? Here's another picture where you can see the boat. Okay, so we looked up the height of the boat, right? So this is the boat here. Just putting another screenshot in. Okay, it's called the Shetland Trader, and the hull of the boat is about 7 meters above the surface of the water. Okay, but there should be hidden height is 27 meters. Okay, so that if that boat was 27 meters tall, then you still wouldn't be able to see it. If it was 28 meters tall, you would just be able to see the top meter of the boat. Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice. So you should be seeing the churches. So if the first one, then yeah, this is what we will see. We could look at the yes, this. We have tips. We have tips. This picture is better. Yeah, it's very hard. All perspective.
He actually went and repeated the observation on different days as well.
Yeah, I guess he did.
Yeah, and this guy's an expert in this particular field as well. He's a PhD in photo. I forget the exact field. Spectroscopy, basically. That's what he's an expert in. He's got a PhD.
All right.
Spectrophotometry is the correct name.
How long have you believed in flat Earth? I ask.
2017. Since 2017. It's not really a belief, though.
Long time.
Sluta rapa. Bete dig.
Vad fan.
Yes, it's nice.
You're unmuted, Luqua. Just don't burp into the microphone, please.
Yeah, thank you, bro. I'm sorry. I beg for apology to God. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. Wasn't him? No, he's apologized for it, so he's taking the blame for whoever did it. Tenor. So look, this is the thing. We have hundreds of these observations. They've been done in all different weather conditions, in all different locations over the Earth, different distances. We've used high-powered lasers, zoom cameras, infrared cameras, all sorts of different things. We can't find any curvature, right? And we're just trying to show people the tests. We're like, hey, check this out. Right? This is interesting. We got told that we're on a globe that's a certain size, and there's hundreds and hundreds of feet curvature missing every single time we go out and check.
I ask, how do you believe the Earth looks? Is it like flat, like 90 degrees, or is it like? How is it?
I'm not sure of the entire shape. Like, I don't really know that. I don't think anyone has the ability to check that. I mean, we can only get up to a certain height in altitude. Okay, we can't see that far from the height that we can get up to. I think we can get up to about 120,000 feet with a weather balloon, and we just see a flat horizon from that height, and we can only see a certain distance. And then we can only travel so far south as well, right? So once you go past 60 degrees south, you need a special permit, and it's extremely dangerous and cold and very difficult to explore freely. So we don't know the shape or the entirety of the Earth. We don't claim the Earth's a flat planet or a flat disk. Okay, you could think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, I'd say that we live in a contained system as well.
Okay.
Because we have gas pressure.
So it's like, is it like? I don't get. Is it what is under like the flatness? Is it also land or?
Yeah, no idea, right? The deepest hole that anyone's ever been able to dig was done by the Soviets, and they dug down to about 7.6 miles, which is only just a little bit deeper than the deepest portion of the ocean. So we don't know.
But the Soviets also sent the first astronaut into the space, you know.
Yeah, that's a claim. Yeah, that's a claim. So that would also go against natural law. So that would be a claim. There was also another cosmonaut that was interviewed recently that said if anyone tells you that they've been to space, they're lying. I forget his name, but it's an old cosmonaut. So what we would say is that outer space, as we've been told, is a second law of thermodynamics violation. It goes against gas laws. Okay, you can't have a gas pressure system without a container, and you most definitely cannot have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum. Okay, they tell us that the globe exists inside a big deep space vacuum. So it goes against natural law, and it goes against smaller scale recreations of that kind of thing, right? So if we want to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's actually the definition of gas pressure says that you need to have a container. It's a requirement to have the pressure. Jedi just put a great little video in the side chat. Okay, so this is what the globe side claims. They claim that the top chamber, right, that's kind of like, that's a vacuum chamber. Okay, that could represent outer space. Okay, the vacuum of space. And then the bottom chamber is a gas pressure system. Think of that like the Earth and what we're breathing right now. Okay, now there's a physical barrier separating the high pressure system at the bottom from the extreme low pressure system at the top. And what he does when you hit play on the video is as soon as he turns the valve, right, and removes the physical barrier, then the high pressure instantly fills the available space. Okay, so they're telling us that we have this system, right, without a barrier, without the valve, essentially, and that the high pressure is just staying down low in the bottom chamber, and the top chamber is a vacuum, right? It goes against natural laws. It goes against gas laws. It's illogical, and it's just a faith-based claim. It's a model, basically. It's a theoretical mathematical concept that's attached to the globe. So yeah, whatever's happening up in the sky, right? It's a big mystery, but whatever's happening is happening above a topographical plane. Whereas most of the surface that we know about is covered in water, and the water measures flat everywhere. Water requires a container. Okay, you have to have a container to have a large body of water. And then we have topography, we have hills and valleys and mountains and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so it's a topographical plane. We have gas pressure, right? So it leads towards there having to be a container of some kind. We don't know exactly how the sky works or how the whole system works, but we do have gas pressure. And there's no evidence that the Earth is moving, right? The Earth is stationary. And the lights in the sky that we can all see, they move like clockwork above our head, right? They move in repeating cycles.
Okay. Just a question.
Mm-hmm.
People. So what I saw a video claimed earlier that I thought what is interesting. People in Australia see the moon differently, like the pattern on moon, except compared to other like the other side.
Yeah. So you're just looking at the same face of the moon, but you're looking at it from a different angle. So the only thing that changed is your orientation. So let's say that you put a 6 up on your ceiling, right? The letter number 6, like a big number 6 up on your roof, right? And you look at it from one side of your room and it's a 6. Okay, and then someone else is on the other side of your room looking up at it from the opposite direction. They're not going to see a 6, right? They're going to see a 9. So it's the same thing, but they're just looking at it from a different perspective, a different angle, that's all.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Matrix put a little diagram in this, or just a little diagram in the side chat.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. Exactly what the moon is, exactly what the sun is, what are the stars, what are the planets. We can't confirm that empirically. It's always going to require some speculation and some assumptions, right? We try not to speculate in here as much as possible. And, we all observe the same thing in the sky, right? The sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, they move east to west for everyone. Even if you're in the south or in the north, they're all moving east to west, and they all move in cycles. Okay, we see the sun moving, right? That's the movement of the sun is what's responsible for seasons and daytime and nighttime and time zones.
Yeah, you've got to understand that while those things, whatever they are, and whatever's occurring in the sky and how it's doing it, right, is part of our reality, observable reality. That's not what we're focused on. That's not flat Earth. Flat Earth is in the opposite direction, below you, right? So when we talk about flat Earth, we're talking about the surface that we live on and its geometric quality, right? So that we're not necessarily trying to explain other things, right? Understand that you've been given a lot of answers to questions, right? Like those things and their relationship to the thing that we live on. And it sounds like it's reasonable to think that that's true, that the Earth is a sphere, and that's why we see things in the sky do what they do. That's why we have seasons. That's why that explains eclipses, all that other stuff. It's great that you have those explanations with the Earth being a sphere. But if the surface of the Earth doesn't agree with that idea, then you have to discard it. It literally simply just has to be discarded, thrown out. It's not true. And it doesn't mean that we then have to replace those explanations that you were given with an alternative. It can remain a mystery and a thing still be true. So yes, the Earth measures flat. It's geometrically planar in nature, right? The surface of water. It doesn't mean we know how everything works, but we know that fact.
It's only a small portion of history that people have even thought that the Earth is a globe. And it's not because some people went out, right, that were more advanced and tested the Earth and were like, hey, guys, I've gone out and done some experiments, and it turns out that we were wrong for thousands and thousands of years, and the Earth is actually a globe. Right? Here's my test results, and anyone can go and do this to test it for themselves. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. And if you look into the history of how the globe became a thing, it's pretty shocking, and it's definitely not based on empiricism. It's not based on measurements or science or logic or anything like that. Right? It's based on philosophical reasoning. It's based on basically that, right? Philosophical reasoning. Right, so even long before the Earth was mathematically claimed to be a globe, right? The ancients visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere, okay, with all of the stars fixed to the inside, attached to its inner surface. Okay, not because that's what they actually thought it was, for the most part, but it was just a geometric observation, and it was a way for them to basically make a map of the stars, right? So they could use the stars for navigation and all sorts of different things, right? So they wanted to have a model. Okay, it was a model of appearance, not really of substance, right? So the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the early Indian astronomers, right? They all thought the Earth was flat, but they all also described the sky as a dome or a sphere. And that all of the stars were revolving around a stationary Earth. Okay, and they called it the celestial sphere. Okay, it was a huge thing, even before the Earth was even claimed to be a globe. Right, and then people like Pythagoras, who was a mystic cult leader, if he even existed the way that we're told, right? But what we're told about him is that he was a cult leader. He was a mystic leader, right? He had a whole bunch of crazy ideas. Okay, so people like Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and they basically imposed that onto the Earth itself. And they reasoned that spheres were the perfect shape. They kind of worshipped spheres, they worshipped numbers. And because God would have created the heavens and the earth perfect, they must be spheres because spheres are perfect. Okay, and it was by that reasoning that they sort of apparently made up that the earth is a sphere. And then later people took that same philosophical reasoning, right, and ran with it. Okay, and they took that celestial sphere and they basically they inverted it and turned it into a spherical coordinate system that was based on the Terra, right? Based on the Earth. So they took the celestial sphere and inverted it into a terrestrial sphere, right? As above, so below. That was their reasoning. You've probably heard that before, as above, so below. That's where that comes from. Yeah, but anyway, to cut a long story short, we can't find any curvature, so we're asking people if they know where it is.
Mm-hmm.
I hope everybody's excited, being as we're going to the moon.
The moon, yay.
We?
Yeah.
Did you say
Aren't you
we?
going?
I haven't got my ticket yet. Is it in the mail?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But apparently we're all going.
Damn. Oh, cool.
That's pretty cool.
I was looking forward to that thing for like a whole month. So sad. Brought it up like once a day. I was more excited than Rob Utah. He says,
There's actually.
Oh god.
There's people online. I just want to say there's people online that are actually complaining about how much lack of interest there is in it. Like this, why isn't anybody excited?
Shit, I'm excited. I'm the only one. I'm more excited than the Globers are.
I'm excited because we're going to get a whole slew of Globetards coming in here telling us all about it.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to the traffic that we're going to be getting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. What you gonna do, man, when they go back to the moon, man?
Oh, God, no. Okay, so I just flicked on the Artemis 2 mission on YouTube, and it says it's been delayed until March 2026, following a WDR, whatever that is.
What are they saying?
Countdown to Artemis is now 27 days, 4 hours, 44 minutes, 0 seconds. Okay, it's all right, TW. Your ticket will probably get there by the time they actually leave.
So remember T-Dub, yesterday we were going over the polar circumnavigation claims.
Oh, yeah, mate, I remember that. Yeah.
I remember.
Oh, yeah. Shut up, Jedi.
Oh, you took so long. I thought I'd do a quick impression. DJ would
Yeah,
know the
that was
difference.
pretty good. That was pretty good, actually. So been taking a deep dive into the one where they said that they did an orbit, right? They said they did, I think, 12 orbits perfectly from the North Pole to the South Pole to the North Pole to the South Pole. And once you dig into it, it gets pretty interesting. Like the information. One of the people that was on it, I started sort of doing background research on the crew. I was like, the first person that I looked up. What? Huh? What did you say?
I don't know. What did he say? What the fuck?
Just, yeah. Cool. Yeah. So they got like people that are special effects experts, right? The first person I looked them up, and they're like an expert in like making fake space footage to look real in movies.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Super suspect.
That's just a coincidence.
Yeah, just a coincidence. So the whole thing was funded.
To employ a lot of people like this, don't they?
Yeah.
And there's always some guy who's really good at video effects laying around somewhere.
Yep. Janique Mikkelsen from Denmark, I think. Makes these space movies basically.
Oh wow!
And a lot of them look exactly like what we're seeing in the film with the polar orbit. Looks exactly the same, and was also in charge of making all of the graphics for One More Orbit in 2019. And just
fucking really?
Yeah. Check this out.
Wow.
So this is Yep. So worked on the One More Orbit as well, right? And then you look up her social media history, and there's nothing except space propaganda on her Twitter page. And it starts in 2020, and it's a bunch of stuff about One More Orbit, basically. And then it skips to 2024 and starts promoting the Fram 2. Fram 2 is the recent one that they did in 2025. And then if you look at her background, she made like exhibits at the Space Center in America, where you could basically have like a VR experience on the moon and things like that. Like basically, she's an expert at faking space or faking high altitude footage.
Yeah, she brings this idea to life.
Yeah. Look, she has an IMBD. Okay, here's a screenshot in the side chat. Looks pretty similar to what we're seeing in that footage from the Fram 2. Right, but this is fake footage, I think.
Well, they've got the wide-angle lenses down pat. I'll give them that.
Well, not really, almost, because half the time it's kind of like warping between an egg and a curve. It's like a bit eggy.
And who's the bald Australian dickhead?
He's like a medical expert, and yeah, he's annoying. And he's like an explorer or something like that. He's like a guide. He does tours of remote locations like Antarctica and that kind of thing. I haven't done it. I've only researched this one person so far. And then the Asian guy, he's the one that funded the whole thing, right? None of the other three people had to pay any money. They got to come on for free. And this guy apparently paid an undisclosed amount, which they speculate hundreds of millions of dollars to fund this entire polar orbit expedition. And he's just some random crypto entrepreneur.
So this random.
What about the one that looks like the female version of Richard Branson?
Yeah, still haven't researched that one yet. Looking forward to looking into that one. But yeah, I got basic bios of them here. Oh, 1 second. Right, Fram 2 crew. Okay, so we have so Chung Wang, that's the crypto entrepreneur. He's the mission commander. That's the role that they've given him. And then we have Janique Mickelson, who's the special effects person. And then we have Rabia Rogge, who is a German, I think, who's I got to look into that one more. So she's the mission pilot. And then we got Eric Phillips, the Australian guy, who's a mission specialist and medical officer.
Sounds like a crack team.
Yeah, it's like Star Trek all over again.
It really is. It always starts like this, like some random oligarch or cryptocurrency guy with billions has started some private funding to space. Sounds like the beginning to Aliens or something weird. Got the medic. We got, I don't know, was there an engineer around? No, we had a pilot, didn't we? And we got the space effects guy. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Isn't it crazy that Janique Mickelson was also involved and flying on the One More orbit as well?
Yeah, that
she was.
quite...
You know, this is what's interesting about that. They live streamed it, and she was the one that was in charge of the live stream. Her job was, I forget exactly what, she was basically in charge of all the instrumentation on the plane that wasn't related to the actual flying of the plane, and she was in charge of the live streaming. So Antonio Subrates was watching the live stream, and he worked out that they didn't even go over Antarctica. They didn't even go near Antarctica because he was tracking the live stream. He's got videos about it. I need to check them out properly. But he shows the actual path they took, and it was different to the path they claimed that they took. And so if they faked that, then she was the one that was basically in charge of that fakery.
Okay, I get you.
All right, Eric Phillips is the annoying Australian guy. So Eric Phillips is an Australian professional adventurer and polar explorer with decades of expedition experience. Philip has guided ski treks to both North and South Poles, co-founded the International Polar Guides Association.
Yes, the Australian Indiana Jones, yeah.
Yep. And then we got Rabia Patricia Rogge from Berlin is an electrical engineer. There's your engineer, Jedi.
Oh, okay, thanks, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So, yeah, can sleep easy tonight knowing that
she's going to take care of the computers and the cameras and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so she's a robotics expert and polar scientist. Yeah. On the Fram 2 mission, she served as the pilot of the Crew Dragon spacecraft.
Okay, so this is a satellite, isn't it?
It's like the same thing that Katy Perry and that went up on, except it somehow it goes around the globe.
Okay, so they were in this then. So she was piloting this thing. Oh, this just gets fucking brilliant. This is awesome. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you a picture of what she was the pilot of.
Yeah, dear.
It's kind of funny. You know, I was watching the footage as well, and they were meant to be 460 kilometers above the globe. And one of them said, "Oh, I can see our launch pad." She's like, "Well, I can see the launch pad."
Yeah, I remember you saying this yesterday, and I called her the Bionic Woman because that's fucking stupid. The angular size of that platform is going to be too small for you to see. You're not going to be able to see that. You're not going to be able to define anything on the floor. It's just going to look cloudy and green and blue.
You can barely see a giant jumbo jet from, 6 miles away?
Yeah. Wow.
Ja. Gå in i Ask Muslim.
Hold on. I watched King Kong yesterday. This looks like the thing they had in that.
Ja, gå in där.
Very well.
So this is the kind of stuff that the that one of them makes, right? She made this this sci-fi series where they're basically in a capsule on the way to Mars or something like that, and all the footage looks exactly like the footage from the Fram 2 mission. Called Stowaway.
Well, yeah, obviously, you know, method acting and so on. Actually had to go to space before she wrote about it for a Netflix documentary.
So she's a professional at faking footage, kind of like these screenshots in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just happens to have been selected for this this trip. And here it is, Jedi. Here's the spacecraft.
Okay. Right, okay. Yeah. She looks like she's been directly inspired by bloody Star Wars, doesn't she? That's for sure. Oh, that's crazy. Well done, though, DJ, mate. It's the first time I've heard of this Fram 2. One more Orbit, yeah. Loads of stuff about that, but well done for finding this, dude. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised more Globers don't actually try to bring this up. But it's weird that this trip, like the videos don't have that many views.
Right. I was going to say, it doesn't seem like a popular thing. Like you said, they don't come in here and talk about it. I hadn't heard about it until like the last few days. No one cares.
Even Indio, Amish, Indio, no one had heard of it. I'd only heard of it like because I forget where I heard about it, but I looked up a few videos on it a few months ago. But otherwise, I hadn't have heard of it before then either.
Hey, T-Dub, where old mate in the side chat put down you can't teach old dogs to sit, was he referring to himself?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, he's set. He's set in his ways. He's like, get off my lawn.
What's going on in here?
Waiting for the next silly claim to come up.
Just waiting for silly claims.
Sorry, I was thinking out loud. Waiting for the next globe believer to bring forth their proof. Or evidence. Or claims.
Alright, sounds good.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, yo, home skillet.
Yo, yo.
What's on your mind?
Food.
Yeah, me too. I want a burger or something.
I'm a fat for 4 more hours. No, 3 more hours. Then I'll eat, maybe.
That's good. Shut up, Misty. Sorry. Yeah, last night I got pretty drunk, but passed out at like 4 o'clock.
Was you drunk?
Last night, yeah, I had like 3 canisters of like 16 ounces of wine. Like, I drank a lot of wine last night for some reason.
Also, you're pretty alcohol tolerant then.
Yeah, if I drink it really slow, it doesn't do much to me.
You sound about the same.
Huh?
That you sound about the same, normal, like this, or drunk.
You said I sounded the same last night as I usually do?
I think so. I couldn't tell you were drunk like you're saying now. I didn't know at that moment that you were drunk last night. Didn't sound like it.
Wow.
To me. Maybe other people figure, but Now that you say it, okay.
Maybe it was that I wasn't drunk. Like, maybe it was, my idea of drunk is, I don't know, maybe I wasn't truly drunk. I was feeling it, though. I was getting a little irritated, though, because that Muhammad guy, it felt like that I know we were being patient, but that went on for a long time, and yeah. But I tried to
Mohammed,
be
the
patient.
circuit engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was nice. It was just like, oh God, when is this going to be over?
He was cool. He was, out of the people around that time, he was probably, you know, more polite, respectful. He did have a back and forward, and he was listening to what was being said and engaging. So yeah, he was cool. Mohammed.
Yeah. Did anybody come in here and act a fool yet today?
I just joined minutes ago.
Oh.
Yeah, there have been plenty of fools.
Mm-hmm.
As usual.
Okay, hold on.
What's up?
The sky.
Expectations.
Standards.
Penises.
Taxes. Inflation. Prices.
Lower gas pressure. It's been a fun day. Any crazies? Anything interesting?
What, you want crazy?
Oh, I want crazy.
Oh, we got security here. Go ahead, security.
Hey, retards. That's as crazy as I could get.
Hola, mis retardos. ¿Cómo están?
No retardos, retardados.
Oh, bueno,
Is that how you say it?
retrasados.
También. Pero retrasado Sería, it will be like if you're behind your job, like you're doing a job and you're behind the time. That will be retrasado.
Right, like or rewinding a show or something like that.
Yeah.
I want to watch a good show. Just don't know what to watch next. Wow. Nope. I don't drink this early in the day.
I just wondered what Earth made you say penises.
Why did I say penises?
Yeah.
Because somebody said, "What's up?"
It was quite poignant.
I guess.
Just
Are we
being as
running any
ladylike
type of event at the moment? Does anybody know, or is it just hanging about? We got
Hanging
an
about.
event going?
Yeah,
That would be that would be a good event title.
What do you mean?
Well, somehow to combine what's up with
Yeah, let me see what I can work with.
What she meant was pennies. Like, the price of the pennies are up because pennies are more expensive. The materials required to make a penny, so it's up. So that's why. Come on, guys. You start thinking about the worst part. Dirty minds.
Well, instead of saying that, we could say we're discussing prostate health today.
What?
Yes.
No.
You're all going to kick yourself in a minute. We're talking balls. Balls, guys. Come on.
We only talking balls, black holes, and rockets shaped like penises, but we're not going beyond that.
Yeah.
And spaces.
Maybe measuring the shadow lengths of obelisks.
Obelisks are cool. Okay, let me see if I can find somebody who doesn't believe in flat Earth to come in here and start trouble. Let me see if I know anybody.
Tell them, this group, they believe in flat Earth, but I'm not smart enough to explain them the globe. Can you come help me?
Oh yeah, I'll say, hey, go to this room. I don't know if he really will, but let's see. He's a smart guy too.
And make sure you tell them to talk to Jedi.
Okay.
Well, why?
Because I said so.
You have the most patience, Jedi.
Oh, I do fucking not. DJ has the most patience. I definitely don't.
Especially when they start talking over you and clipping you every time. That's when the patience is 100.
It flows
I'm
out of you.
Yeah, I'm extremely patient when that happens. Yeah.
Yeah, it pours out of you, the patience. You can collect it.
Shit, even my fuse ignites when they talk over Jedi.
How dare they mess with Jedi?
There's an event started now, by the way, titled "What's Up?"
I see what you did there. I see what you did there, DJ. You took inspiration from our conversation over the last 10 minutes. I liked it.
I do.
That's perfect. Yeah, it's just what's up. It's casual conversation.
Well, I added
Wait
the
until we
image.
start taking up away from them. You can't have up on a sphere. You mean outwards, don't you? Yeah.
This what's up? Is that where we should go? Is it a different thing?
I don't know.
A woman?
Yes.
Hey.
Hi. So, what's up?
Not much. How are you?
Exams.
Oh, cool. Is this your first time visiting the Flat Earth Discord?
No.
Oh.
Dang, not you assuming her gender just based off the way she sounds.
It's okay. If I was wrong, she'd correct me and I'd be like, "I'm sorry, sweetheart."
All good. I am a girl. It works.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Even if they were a man that sounded like a girl, they probably have mental illness and think they're a girl anyway, so they probably wouldn't correct me.
Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
We're not having this argument right now.
Yeah, you're saying the bad stuff, huh? Okay.
Uh-oh.
It was a nice, sweet car ride, and all of a sudden we took a massive left turn. I bumped my head. Welcome to the channel, Mira. How are you today?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm nervous, but good.
Oh, don't be nervous. But though I do appreciate you saying so and being honest. Is there anything that we can help you with? We're trying to get a discussion going at the moment, so we're trying to talk about the Earth and what it is and so on. Did you have any questions, or is there something you wanted to speak about?
Well, that is a thing that has happened to me kind of often, but like people being harassing or sexualizing and in general being disgusting. Like,
Okay.
how do you
Well,
respond
security's muted at the
appropriately?
moment, so we should be okay. If security causes any more problems, I'll mute her. That was a joke.
I don't mean that specifically to here and these people. I mean, it happens so often in Discord, and I find it very awkward and don't know how to respond to that behavior.
Block straight away. Don't entertain it, just block it.
Yeah, Jedi has to go through that all the time because he's a male model, so.
Oh, you wouldn't believe. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I will.
He gets it from boys and girls.
It's not a joke, it's actually true.
Okay.
But anyway, moving on. Welcome to the channel. Like I said, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. We are talking about the Earth. We've been told that it's a planet. We're flat earthers, and we're going to tell you, no, it's not. It's not a planet. If the Earth was a planet, that means the surface of the Earth would curve over distance. Remember the pictures from space of the Earth and the other planets? They're all great big balls, spheres, right? So when we try to measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth, where it should be, according to the mathematical formulas, we don't measure any. So what we do measure over the surface of the Earth is over its surface of water, the water lies horizontally. Now that's, in simple terms, like a straight line. So if the surface of the Earth is a straight line, it can't be a sphere, which would mean it would be a curved line from point A to B. So we say the Earth is flat because it's measured to be that way. Has anybody got any comments or queries upon what I just said?
Question: how come you can't fall off the Earth then?
I don't know. Why would you presume that you would?
Why would you presume you wouldn't when it was
Because I
flat?
haven't. I haven't, right? I don't think there's any stories in history of people falling off of the Earth and rescue teams having to get cranes and pulleys to bring them back again. I have no fear about falling off the Earth because it's never happened.
I mean, unless you count the story of the Odyssey, there indeed wasn't.
Right.
What would you fall into?
That would be the next best question. According to ancient mythology, there would be the deity called Chaos, the first deity that ever existed. But that's just ancient mythology.
Yeah. One of many types of ancient mythology or theology. There's many types of these stories, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I guess for thousands of years or however long we've been around, we've always been curious about where we are, why we're here.
Yeah, quite true.
Yeah.
Well, that's simple to answer. You are in your body, and why are you here? Because your mom and daddy. Did the, you know?
Did the deed. Well, in a simple term, yes. That is the biological simple truth, yes.
Why is there anything at all?
There could again be a million signs you could be looking at. You could look for what the Bible says in Christianity, or the Torah in Jewish, or you could look at ancient Greek or ancient Norse, or you could look at Hindu, or you could look at science. There are a million ways to answer that question.
And you can look at probably most of those cosmologies, and they all kind of like come to the conclusion that the Earth is not a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space. Just saying.
And except for ancient Greek.
There's only two conclusions you can reach. The surface is either curved or it's not. It's not a million different answers. It's either one or the other. It's like a line, like a straight line. A straight line isn't a curved line. Right? And there's only really two choices we've got here, right? It's either straight, or we can have zigzag lines, but that'd be a combination of straight lines, or we can have curved lines, wavy lines. So either straight lines or curved lines. There's only two choices, especially in geometric terms, right? The claim that the Earth is a shape, that's a sphere, with a curved surface. Okay, so we've only got two real choices of surface. It's either curved or straight. When we measure it, it's straight, not curved.
That's called a true dichotomy.
What now? Can you repeat that, T-Dub? I couldn't quite hear you.
When there's no third option, it's called a true dichotomy.
Okay, never heard that before.
Is it like either you're a male or female? Is that a true dichotomy?
I don't know because I don't know the word dichotomy.
I was asking T-Dub though.
Oh.
I would say yes.
What's a word mean? Is there any topic the majority in this room would be interested in? This is like pulling teeth.
Pulling teeth? Nah, pulling teeth hurts a lot. This doesn't hurt. What topic do you want to talk about? You got any questions about the topic though? Like the cosmology of the Earth, the surface of the Earth, the shape of the Earth? You believe in the globe? You don't? Oh, what do you want to ask or say?
I feel like I am in school with my English teacher because my English teacher spends half the lesson arguing with my class whether or not the Earth is flat or not.
Your English teacher does that?
Yes.
One time. Did he send you the link for this server?
No.
Okay.
I came here because, forgive me, but my English teacher is not very good at teaching English since, as I've already said, she often spends half of the lesson arguing with one of my classmates about useless stuff. Not exactly useless, but like stuff that does not belong in English class.
But do they do it in English?
No.
Oh, they do it in a different language, okay.
In our native language, because no one in my class can do proper English grammar because we never learned because the teacher isn't teaching us.
Oh, it will be surprising that you could learn some of the arguments in here about whatever, flat or globe Earth, and bring it to them in English. Bring it to him. You learned English about these topics, and then you can speak English about the topic with him. Or her, whatever. Or it.
Her.
Yeah, with her. Yeah. You could learn some, because is she arguing for or against the flat Earth?
My class and I are arguing for round, and my teacher is arguing for flat.
Your teacher is a flat Earth. Smart teacher.
Yeah, anyway, start arguing so I can start learning.
Second instance of that, 24 hours. I'm shocked. We had someone else say that their teacher was telling them the Earth was flat. This is
Like
weird.
12 hours ago. Right, Tito?
Wow.
Yeah, you were there. Yeah, you remember.
Yeah.
That's a crazy coincidence.
Not really. I've heard it before. But within 12 hours, sure. Coincidence. Not really. So, what will be, let's say, what have you heard from your teacher? Like, let's say one example that she's given you about the topic.
Okay, for example, one of my classmates asked her, well, the same question I already asked, how come you don't fall off the earth if it's as flat as a plate?
Okay, that's because the edge idea comes from an imaginary version of reality. You think the person that asked that question is picturing in their minds a disc. Like a disc, they're thinking from an outside perspective, looking towards the earth as a disc. But that's not what the earth is. So the premise, why don't you follow the edge of the disc or the ends of the world? Why don't you do that? Because that premise is a straw man that doesn't make any sense.
Oh. Okay, that's an interesting answer. Well, my teacher answered, well, because there's a big ice wall surrounding the earth, keeping you from falling off.
You need to bring your teacher in here. I'd love to speak to your teacher.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But listen, there is such a things of topography across the earth that are labeled ice walls, and they do hold water. But that's not what we're saying in here. No.
Yeah. Wait, I'm not finished.
Wait, because the thing about the ice wall is that there is topography labeled the ice wall, but that's we haven't checked that is the whole of the surrounding the world. And anyways, you can get on top of the ice wall and there's like a continent. The ice wall is just a shoreline of ice that is receding from a continent, and this happens in various areas across the world that you can find ice walls receding from the land, and this is just topography.
Yeah. Well, anyway, my classmate then asked, how come we have never seen it? Well, my teacher then answered, because, especially on the North Pole, it's military
restrictions. Yes, that's correct. Your teacher is correct. There are military restrictions. You cannot travel to these places just willy-nilly.
I'm confused. Has somebody seen it or not?
Yeah.
Is she saying nobody's seen it or somebody has seen it? Because it doesn't make any sense to answer that question with because it has been seen.
Yeah, the teacher is in a position. I know it's there, but you cannot go see it because the military people don't let you. It's kind of sounds like that.
That's exactly what she said.
Okay, think about it like this. I don't know because I haven't been there. I'm not allowed to go away from the known areas of the world. So I cannot go to the ends of the world and tell you, yeah, I saw it. Because I haven't and nobody in here has. Your teacher doesn't know neither. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you really need to bring your teacher in here. For sure.
I can't.
Oh, that's a shame.
You listen, you tell your teacher there is a English learning server and you just give her the link, but the specific link to this room. And that's it. It's an English learning.
Just write down the link on a piece of paper and then just leave it on her desk. Don't say anything.
I would get hit if I do that.
By who?
By my teacher.
Fuck her then. Don't pay her any attention if she's going to do that if you slide her a paper.
Your teacher is allowed to hate you?
She is not. She just doesn't care.
Okay. Well, she would be interested that you've been speaking about flat Earth, a subject that she has been speaking to you about. So I would have thought it would be interesting to her to have people to speak to about flat Earth with. So the invitation is to your teacher as well. But it's just because, and I'm only jumping in because of this. There's a lot of flat earthers in the world that say unverifiable things or say things that they believe to be true but haven't proven to be true, or just follow the crowd and say what seems right. So some of the answers you have been given, like the one about the ice wall, and that was answered like really well already, so I won't go into answer that. But what I will say is there's a lot of bad information out there. And I think here in this server, we pride ourselves on good information. And what we do fight every day is the bad information. People come in here with an idea about flat Earth, like a disc in space, for example, that has an edge that you could possibly fall off. But we don't make any type of claims like that at all. So it's one of the reasons why we're here, is to fight the bad propaganda regarding the flat Earth.
Quite interesting. Perhaps I can convince her to have a look.
Yeah, no pressure, no stress. It just would be interesting if she did. But thank you.
I'll ask her.
If she hits you, punch her back in the nose.
I can't just do that.
What?
No, don't do that.
Can't shit you first.
Wait, someone can just hit you and you do nothing? That's it? That's how it works? Damn. Which country you live? North Korea?
No. Goodness, no, I wouldn't be speaking to you if I did. Probably.
Maybe the teacher is your mom, that's why.
If my mom would hit me, then we would have a very different kind of problem.
But your teacher can hit you and it's totally fine.
No. I just won't punch her back. That does not mean that I'm not doing something about it. Just punching back the teacher is a stupid idea because I kinda can't punch a person in authority because it would get me in trouble.
Sure, it'd be
Perceived
self-defense if I
authority.
hit you first.
I'm just saying that's a bad idea. Obviously, you don't want to punch her. I'm just saying that it's crazy that someone can just you're saying it can hit you or.
Actually, she's probably going to get fired soon because there have been multiple complaints about her hurting children.
She's that type.
Yeah, the school doesn't take kindly to it, so she'll probably be removed soon.
Well, just invite her here. We'll deal with her. We'll try to fix her up somehow.
You will not.
Oh, you'll be surprised.
Yeah.
We can get rid of the brain worms, at least.
Oh. How interesting.
What's the topic here?
The topic is the Earth is not a spinning globe in the vacuum of space, as demonstrated by the physical and natural world, the way it presents itself to us as a flat, motionless, level, horizontal, topographical, all of those things, except for the things that you will need, like curvature or movement, for it to be a spinning globe. We don't have any of that.
What does that have to do with hitting and not fighting back?
Fighting back? Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I thought I heard.
No, yeah, we're talking about the teacher teaching Flutter to her students. But yeah, that's what we're talking about.
All right.
But quick
Hello, everyone.
question.
Go ahead, ask your question.
How come there are pictures clearly showing that the Earth is round?
What picture?
How? Sorry, are you marveling at how pictures can be created and art and so on?
No,
You know how images.
I mean pictures taken by the NASA by off-world. What are those things called?
Satellites.
Space agencies or satellites, yeah.
So, how do we explain them? What do you want to know?
No. I want to know how it comes that they show that the Earth is round. If, according to your theory, it would not be a sphere.
It will be in the picture will be a misrepresentation, because when we measure the surface of the Earth and the surface of the Earth is not curving, when we see an image of the Earth and the waters that we measured that doesn't curve and those things are curving in the image, that is a misrepresentation. Like, you can see a dog and I can make you an AI video or a movie where the dog can speak English, Chinese, Spanish, right? That dog is a misrepresentation of a real dog. It looks like a dog, but the cartoon dog is not a dog. So the cartoon Earth, curving Earth in a vacuum of space, is not the Earth. It's a cartoon, a misrepresentation. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know why those pictures are wrong also.
You want to know why they're wrong?
Yeah, why would they? That's my question also. Like, why would they make fake pictures to misrepresent reality? I agree with her in that sense, because I think that's a question that comes to mind for everybody. But we know they're wrong because we measure reality, and reality does not match what those pictures show.
Yeah, making the pictures misrepresentations of reality. Because you can represent reality in a correct way. When you draw with perspective, right, and you see drawings, you could represent reality into a correct representation. But the misrepresentation is the globe. Go ahead, guys.
What we do know about the pictures, Myra, is that many of the pictures that you see that NASA gives you from outer space are admitted by NASA to be composites, right? They're admitted to be made in Photoshop. And when you zoom in on them, you can tell, right? You can see copy-pasted clouds, repeating cloud patterns, all kinds of different things. Okay, so if you have a look in the side chat, I can send some examples. Okay, here's a whole range of pictures from NASA. Okay, starting with 1972 all the way up to 2015. Now, NASA says out of all of these pictures that you have here, only one of them is a photograph of the Earth from space. All of the other ones, right, after the 1972 one, are just computer-generated images. They're composited images. Right, they all look completely different. Quite often, they even use the same clouds in some of them, right? The 2002 and 2007 blue marbles, they use the exact same cloud layer, okay, when they're making it in Photoshop. So here is the guy that makes the images. His name's Robert Simon. He works for NASA. And he's done interviews explaining how he makes them. Okay, so here is the guy. Here is the blue marble. This is the famous blue marble that everyone had on their phones when it was made on the iPhone. Okay, and if you have a look at the images that I posted, you can see copy-pasted clouds. And he even admits that it's photoshopped because it has to be, and that it's just a series of images or a series of radio telescope data that's turned into an image and then stitched together into a big flat map and then wrapped around a ball in Photoshop, and then he adds in the clouds and everything later, and then he tries to meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space. That's word for word what he says.
Quite interesting.
So yeah. And then, like the other guys said, when we actually go and test the surface of water over long distances, we can't detect any curvature. Right, over distances where there should be many, many hundreds of feet of curvature consistently. So, right here, have a look at this one. This is what I was talking about before. Okay, so you can look these up on NASA's website. So on the left, we have the 2007 Blue Marble, and on the right, we have the 2002 Blue Marble. Okay, and what you'll notice is that they've actually used the same cloud layer on both of those. Identical clouds.
Yes.
Yeah. And that goes... Yeah. Quite a lot of the imagery that you see from outer space, right, from, say, the James Webb Telescope, the Hubble, all of these things, most of it, if you have a look into it, it's actually computer-generated, artist-generated, right? They specifically use the word image or picture, right? And they avoid using the word photo as well. Because most people don't look into it. And they're not lying about the fact that most of these are computer generated, right? They'll admit it, but most people think that they're photos. Right? In 2012, Obama did a big press conference to the United States, and he said, NASA has blessed us with this beautiful new photograph of the Earth from space, and everyone watched that, and they think that it's a photograph. And then if you actually go and check the 2012 Blue Marble that he was talking about, you'll find out that it's not a photograph. It's actually just a composite made in Photoshop. So there's a lot of magic taking place, sleight of hand. It's deception, but they are, if you look into it, you'll find out that, it's a fact that they're computer generated.
Well, they're artists, right? Like if you look at this, what I just posted in the side chat, I took a screenshot of a Twitter post, right? It's now X. And this is from NASA. This is what they posted. They claim that this image was taken from space, looking at the moon as it passes in front of the Earth from the satellite that they have out in the Lagrange point. And then if you look at the next image, I actually took the liberty of saving the full image. And then the third image, if you zoom in on it, you'll notice that the moon is casting a green shadow on the Earth. And that usually happens because of computer overlay.
In some of the images, they'll tell you this is an artistic rendition. They'll tell you too. Composite, artistic, depictions. What's going on with your mic, Dua? Dua? You've been feeding sounds into the VC for a while, so do you have any questions, or just mute yourself so we don't hear your background noise?
3, 2, 1.
Dua!
And then if you check in the side chat now, these are all images that were rendered in some kind of science magazine or article, and they were called exoplanets outside of our solar system and around other stars, right? And also, if you look at this, I'm going to post this. So this is another image where somebody took a picture of a table and then put it in Photoshop, and it miraculously looks like Jupiter. Here's another one. And I know I've got bad background noise. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to hurry.
You actually don't have background noise. We can only hear your voice, though.
That's beautiful. That's what I like to hear.
Well, it doesn't. It sounds a little muffled, but I can still comprehend what you're saying.
Sounds like Apollo transmissions. It's like, Houston, we have
but good quality. It sounds good.
It's not a 20-minute delay.
No, it's clear.
Here's the original meme that somebody sent, and I decided to save this. If you look on the left, you'll see 6. It looks like exoplanets, but really they're the underside of frying pans, and they just cropped them out to make them look like planets. Let's see. And then as far as Earth curve goes, this is one of my favorite images to show. This one right here. I posted another image in the side chat.
Hey, hello.
How are you?
Good, Hussein. How are you?
Good. I'm pretty good. Okay, I'm new here. So, what are we talking about?
Anyone want to answer his question?
We're talking about the images that were given from outer space from NASA. Yeah, most of them are CGI, right? Computer composites, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, bro.
It's very difficult for me because I'm from Egypt and my native language is Arabic. Okay, so if you gotta talk NASA, I don't understand anything. So I'll try to comprehension, okay, or understand what we just talk.
All right.
Okay, Hamed, real quick, Hamed. Let me say this though.
Okay, I'm listening.
When you ask the question, and just now, when someone is saying something, you have to listen to the words so you can comprehend what is being said. If you open your mouth and start speaking while someone is speaking to you, you're not gonna learn anything.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Okay, so you can ask question, you wait for the reply. When the reply is done, because DJ was, replying to you, and it's okay. I wanted to hear so everybody else, because remember, there's many people in here, so multiple people are trying to listen. Each individual speak. Okay.
Okay, it's very good.
Thank you, Ahmed. Appreciate it. Do you have any other questions? You're welcome to ask more questions.
Okay, I'm just listening to what you're talking. Okay, so if you want to ask something, I will ask. I'll ask you. Okay.
Sounds
I have a
good.
question actually.
Go ahead, Hound.
Yeah, how you could explain the ship disappear? I mean, into the ocean. Past the ocean. Is there any scientific explanation about that?
Chiefs disappearing over the horizon over distance. Anybody want to address that one?
About that?
Yeah. Most of the time, a ship will just get smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes away from you until you can't see it anymore. Okay? Because its size has become too small for you to see. Okay, but what we can do is we can zoom back in and we can see the whole ship again. Sometimes there's something blocking the ship, right? Like the waves. Sometimes if there's big waves, the waves can block the bottom of the ship. And sometimes we can have miraging effects, which can make it look like the ship is either floating up in the air or sinking behind the horizon. But most of the time, it's just getting smaller and smaller and it's fading off into the distance. I can show you some examples if you want to see what I'm talking about. If you can see the side chat, I'll post a couple. All right. Right, here. Right, so you can't see a boat at all. You can only see the horizon. Okay, and then he's zooming in with this amazing camera. And then he keeps zooming and zooming and zooming. And then all of a sudden, wow, we can actually see the boat, right? The boat wasn't really gone. it was just too small for the human eye to resolve. But we have this technology now where we can actually zoom in and see the boat again. Now, if there were bigger waves on this day, we wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat. Okay, or if there was a particular type of miraging effect, which can happen sometimes, then maybe the bottom of the boat would look like it's missing, but that's just an effect, just due to the temperature and the pressure of the air.
So pressure of the air, the wave, yeah, that's actually kind of common sense.
Yeah.
Usually human eye can rendering that far. Yeah, I think that's
right.
Yeah.
And we can recreate.
Go ahead, DJ.
We can recreate this situation on a small scale, on a flat surface, and make it look like the same thing's happening. Make it look like something's disappearing from the bottom up. Okay, just proving that it's not something that is because of the curvature, it's something that's because of temperature and pressure and sometimes waves.
Fata Morgana?
Fata Morgana would make it look like the ship is floating up in the air, and it would be quite chaotic. The opposite of a Fata Morgana is like an inferior mirage, and it's the opposite effect. So you have an inverted refractive index, so it makes it look like instead of things are up higher than they should be, right? It'll make things look like they're lower than they should be. So it can look like half of the ship is missing behind the horizon, but it's not really missing. It's just due to the way that the temperature and the air and the light and the pressure and the humidity, everything is working together to cause that particular effect. Yeah. Right. Even the mainstream says this, right? So if I go to Google right now and I'll type in what is sinking refraction, okay, and I'll read the first thing that comes up from the Google AI. Okay, sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where distant objects appear lower than their actual position or disappear below the horizon. It is the opposite of looming, caused by a weak temperature inversion or non-standard density gradient. Yeah, so that's something that can happen as well.
Yeah, if you look in the side chat, you'll notice I've got some windmills out there, and the ones that are in front of the horizon, they seem like a normal size, and then the ones that are behind the horizon, they appear to be very magnified, much, much larger than the windmills that are in front of them. And so, this gives us the plausibility for atmospheric conditions for a refraction and sinking effect with magnification involved.
Definitely, that's a good example.
Yeah.
Hound, you see how contrary to the pre-assumed conclusion of what else could it be that is causing the phenomena of boats disappearing from my view, what else could it be besides the curvature of the Earth? Because most people pre-assume that, right? And that's why you ask in the first place. And then now you get a reply with testable, observable, verifiable, repeatable variables that you can check, and everybody can all across the world, and can tell you what many conditions, many variables that are causing all the effects that you're observing, contrary to the other one. Oh, I don't see the boat anymore because Earth is curving. You see the difference, Hound?
No.
Okay, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think I just have to make research about this. Yeah. Kind of like hilarious. I thought it was, you guys talking about the color of magic. Ever heard about the movie?
The color of magic? No one mentioned magic. Someone mentioned magic?
No, it's kind of like I see this a flat
That was a
earther.
terrible song, by the way.
So yeah. I think I don't want to agree with that, especially this is kind of like makes sense for me.
Hey, Hellhound, if you also look in the side chat, below those GIFs that I posted, there's a final GIF, and this is a time-lapse photography, right? So it's almost like a video throughout several hours of a day. And you see that because the temperature and conditions changed, probably due to wind, pressure, heat, humidity, that you'll see the horizon move up and down in the image for the water, right? We know the water is level, but the water moves up and down. It appears to move up and down, even though nothing's changed, other than your observation of it, the optics of it. But we also don't pretend to have an answer for everything either, right? We're afraid to say, I don't know, when we don't know. Any honest person would say, I don't know, when they don't know.
Hello.
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 What's up?
Hello, man.
Hello, man. Welcome.
Hello, man. Welcome. Why so many people here?
Popular channel, man. It's #1. This is the best channel in the server. Yeah, lots of people.
Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah, man. Yeah. #1 in the whole server.
Wait, we haven't said any jokes and you're already laughing, though.
The name of the server is Joke itself.
No.
Joke?
It's not a joke. The Earth is not a joke, my friend. You know what's a joke? The spinning space ball covered in water that people blindly believe in. The globe is the joke.
I
And you-
just wanted to check on you guys if you feel...
Domino, why do you think water is a joke, though?
I don't think water is a joke. I drink water with alcohol.
Oh, there you go.
Water with alcohol.
He needs it watered down, guys.
What's that cocktail called?
Voda.
Vodka.
Water.
Voda.
Kind of funny. Yeah, I get you.
But why, many people here, but no one talking?
You are talking.
Yeah, we're talking
Yeah,
right
but
now.
Many people here, but everyone is mute.
It's because we're listening.
Yeah, only two people can talk at the same time, or one person talking at to another person. If everybody was talking, it would be chaos.
Like if
right?
I was talking with DJ, it would be chaos, right?
I mean, okay, but you don't need to be mute.
Really?
Okay, I came off mute, dude. I came off mute to talk to you. I bet you can't wait to talk to me.
You know what? Let's just talk through someone else and let's just make a whole ruckus so we can all
maybe
understand
they
why
talk
the
to
Everybody should
seems like a good idea.
Okay, everyone starts speaking at the same time. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, well the other
so
definitely not a. All right, it didn't.
That's not a good idea.
I love you, DJ.
All right, so who are we talking to again? Has anyone got any globe evidence that the Earth's a globe? That's what we're
I have
into.
a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it possible that the Earth is a flat triangle and not necessarily a disk?
We don't claim it's a disc, and yeah, if you want to claim it's a triangle, I don't know why you think that.
Pizza.
You guys into pizza? That's kind of weird.
And because the reason being, there is this competition that happens near Antarctica, I think, the boat competition, and they say that the globe earthers, they say, well, you are going away from one point towards another. If it was flat, you have to, if it was circular and flat, you have to cover entire circumference to come back to that point, right?
Yeah, if it was a circle, but we don't say it's a circle. We just say it's flat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So maybe
what you're thinking of, is not flat Earth. What you're thinking of is not flat Earth. Okay, you're thinking of a globe projection. That's the round map, right? It looks like you've got Antarctica around the edges. Yeah, that's not what we claim the Earth is. Maybe some flat earthers claim that, but that's not what people are claiming in here.
I see. If you saw a triangle Earth, would you like suss that? Or would you suspect?
Yeah, you know, flat's not a shape, right? Flat's the description of a surface. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, but the people that think it's a globe are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. And then when we test that in reality to try to find the curvature, it fails, and there's no curvature.
Flat is also flat is a orientation. That horizontal is a frame of reference that everybody is. Everybody has to operate based on that horizontal. Everything works within that horizontal. I'm just saying that it's a description of the surface, like DJ said, but it's also an orientation of the world that we stand. Even your senses are attuned to it. Vestibular system. Go ahead. Water. Fresh water.
Why don't we fall down from the tip or the corners? Like that's something that the globe earthers ask. So how can we counter that?
We do not claim that the Earth is a flat planet. That you can fall off the edge into space. Okay? We don't claim that you can't take the globe model, right, and then change the globe into a flat disk, right? We do not claim that. You can't fall off the floor, can you? You can't fall off a lake.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
That's that seems like
common sense.
It's deep philosophy, I think.
Well, not really. It's what we all experience. It's common sense. Okay. So we would say that to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Whereas the globe earthers would say, no, you don't need a container. You could have all of the ocean stuck to the outside of a ball that's spinning through space. We would say, no, that's ridiculous, right? You need to have a container to have water, a large body of water.
You need the water under certain pressures to be in the liquid state, don't you? If you didn't have the pressurized environment, then the water will turn into gas as well. And the pressurized environment requires a certain setup, like containment of some sort. The globe doesn't have that.
That's low-key based.
Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. What we're doing is we test the surface of the Earth empirically. Okay, we go out and we take high-powered zoom cameras, long-distance lasers, things like that, and we calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and we try to find it. And at this point, we've done thousands of tests, and we can't find any curvature. There's huge amounts of curvature that would have to be present, and it's not there. Okay, so that's the context of flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth. We don't claim to have all of the answers about, the celestial bodies or anything like that. We're testing the Earth, and it checks out that there's no curvature. And a surface
The Earth
that's
has
not curving.
zero curvature. Zero.
Well, there's okay. So you've got, when I say no curvature, I'm specifically talking in the context of the surface of the water, which covers over 70% of the surface of the Earth. Okay, and that's not curving over distance like it should if the Earth's a globe. Obviously, you can have waves and ripples, and then on the land we've got hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But it's not curving over distance.
And it's also a specific rate, and it is also a specific rate overall, because remember the claim on the table, the global claim, that has specific variables, measurements, specific numbers. So when you go to the surface of the Earth, you will have for it to be that globe that they presented on paper, of those numbers, the surface of the Earth will have to do that, but it's not doing it. It's not curving at any rate. So how can it be that ball of that with those rates?
Do you guys see a possibility of a pyramid Earth?
Oh, right. My friends, at the moment, everything is up for grabs because we're not making a claim what the shape is. We don't know. So it could be a pyramid, yeah. Could be a cube, yeah. It might not be an ideal geometric shape like a lake or a leaf or a tree. It's nature, it's Earth. It might be Earth-shaped, but we don't know, my friends. So everything is up for grabs.
We do know something about pyramids. Go ahead, Jedi. I thought you were done. My bad. I jumped in too quick.
It was like literally 2 words, apart from the Earth being a sphere. It's like 7 words. That's all it was.
When you're asking about pyramids, and Jedi is telling you specifically, we have certain limitations to where we can go, so we don't know the whole of the Earth, the whole of the construct. You're asking for us, do you have God's eye view, an outside perspective like of the construct, to say this is the shape of the whole of existence, right? We don't have that perspective. So when you ask us that, if the whole of the Earth shaped as a pyramid, we just don't know. But when you ask about pyramids, we know the pyramids all across the world are in a sense aligned to the movement of the luminaries. And that kind of shows you that the ground is motionless, contrary to the globe. And also a peculiar observation of the sky is that a pyramid shade is observed at the center of rotation of all the luminaries of the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, the radiance, sporadic meteors, everything you see, the luminaries of the star, they all revolve around a pyramid of light at the center of the sky. So when you're asking about pyramids, that's what we see. Pyramids on the ground and a pyramid silhouette in the sky. That's the observation of pyramids. The Earth is a pyramid? I don't really know. Are there pyramids on the Earth? Yes. Is there a pyramid silhouette in the sky? Sure. Do we use triangles to navigate? Go ahead. I said too much.
No, it's okay. I think the mountains, they are kind of like pyramids, right? So in a way,
No, your troll wasn't going to work in here. Your troll sucks, dude. Not even close to funny.
Hello. By the way, can I just say something quickly?
Yes, you can.
So I just searched, do any of the flat earthers' claims carry weight or any weight? And it said, Google says, no, flat earthers' claims do not carry any scientific weight. What do you say to that?
Okay,
That's quite
can I-
easy. That's big. Oh, go, Jedi.
Okay, so you said scientific weight, right? The shape of an object isn't a point for scientific inquiry. It's not a scientific claim in the first instance, the shape of an object, in this instance, the Earth. The weight that we do have is the measurements of the surface of the Earth, the long distance observations across the Earth, where we see things that we shouldn't be able to see if the Earth was a sphere. Now, AI or Google's not really going to give you that because it gives the most popular paradigm at the time. Google is censored. Google has algorithms, for example. You can't really trust Google. Google's just a platform, a voice. It's not a citation. It's not a university, right?
A propaganda engine.
Yeah, exactly that. So I would say it's a propaganda engine, but specifically it said no scientific weight.
Yeah, I would say it's accurate then, Jedi. Yep. Flat Earth has nothing to do with science. Science has nothing to do with straight lines and flat surfaces, dude. So yeah, Google's correct. See that?
There you go.
But even his premise question was kind of like too general. Yeah. You're gonna have to
So you're saying the shape of the Earth
think about
is
it
not science? It is science.
Hold on. Let me go with this. When we learn about shapes, did we learn about shapes in math class or science class? When we measured the interior angle of a triangle, when we figured out the radius and then calculated the area of a circle, did we do that in math class or did we do it in science class?
No, I'm just going off what GPT is saying.
I know, but I'm asking you. I'm going to go off what you say. Where did you learn about shapes? In math class or science class?
It was math.
Yeah, cool. It's geometry, right? It involves numbers and measurements and so on.
Measurements,
Science,
geometry.
yes.
You use different books.
Science is a slightly different tool to mathematics, right? Science, as we dealt with in science class, right, deals with observation of the physical natural world. You creating a hypothesis, that's your prediction about what caused the phenomena that you saw, and then you testing your hypothesis in an experiment, right? That method.
You're saying you can't measure the Earth. What are you on about?
Hold on. No, you can measure the Earth, but you're not going to be sciencing. To figure out the shape, you don't use science. To figure out the shape, you use observation and measurement. So the shape of the Earth isn't a scientific claim. It's under the category of geometry.
It's a separation between what is and how is. This
Math
table,
is science.
what is this table? I'm gonna measure it. This table is 12 by 12.
You say
by
math
12.
is not science. Are you saying math is not science?
Math is a language. Okay. Now, for example,
It's
the ideal
formal science.
Formal science would follow the scientific method, right? That would be
That's
what
literally what Google says. Maths is considered a formal science.
Okay.
Rather than natural or empirical science.
Ask Google if math follows the scientific method. I mean, if you're just going to ask Google for your answers, we'll ask some poignant questions to it.
Okay. It says it doesn't.
Cool. So if it doesn't follow the scientific method but claims to be science, what's that? Oh, that's pseudoscience. Something that claims. Thank you, Jamesy. Something that claims to be
You're going
science.
off something weird. What are you getting at?
At the moment, I'm just trying to draw the separation between natural science and mathematics and geometry. Right? You're saying that math is science. No, science is its own beast. It has a methodology. It's empirical. Mathematics is a language of expression. You can use mathematics to express the science that you've done. For example, formulas, right? The ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. Now, that's mathematically expressed, but it's based on natural science experiments. So the mathematics expresses the science, but the math isn't the science. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. The point is, the shape of the Earth isn't a scientific point of inquiry. It's a point of geometry, which would involve math, observation, and measurement. So to figure out the shape of the Earth, we're not going to use science, we're going to use observation and measurement. When we observe and measure the Earth, we observe and measure the Earth to be horizontal. That's flat.
Not at long distances.
Any and all distances that we can measure, and any and all distances that should show a of 8 inches per. The
Yeah,
rate
so
of
atmospheric refraction bends light downward. That's what Google says.
yeah, exactly. You're just Googling on the fly. That's all.
I'm just telling you this. Do you not understand?
Oh, or ask it, does it sometimes bend light upward? It's going to say yes.
Well, it has
Sometimes
to
that
bend
happens
light.
too.
Yeah, it has to bend light in all directions, according to this guy. So bending
No,
light
it
has nothing
says
to do with the ball.
refraction. All right.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Relax for a minute.
Hey,
refraction
deep thought.
varies.
No,
with
it doesn't
temperature,
say that.
We've heard the
pressure,
stories
and
about
humidity.
refraction. Deep thought. We
Standard
fully understand
curvature-
what deep thought. Oi,
Temperature formulas.
Bro!
No refraction.
don't
or
read the
average
shit out. We don't care. I want to give you something to think about whilst you're selling your soul off to Google. You're claiming refraction bends light. Okay, that's cool. So how did Eratosthenes do his bullshit sticks and shadows thing if the light's getting bent? Food for thought. Deep thought.
You need to relax yourself a little bit.
Guys, he's
does
taking
not
it like
break that argument. It doesn't.
he's taking it page by page in a sense, and he's going with Google, and you're listening to Google, but you're not listening to what is being said from the real people here, though. So you try to balance your way and
authentic delusion.
Listen to what is
I'm not
being
listening to authentic delusion. You're right. You're absolutely spot on.
So is that why you're not listening to what's being said, because you think they're delusional?
I mean, the evidence is out there. Like, stop being delusional.
What
I feel like people
evidence?
above the age
What
of 30
evidence?
and 40.
Okay.
What evidence?
A lot of boomers become.
What
That's
evidence?
great. We don't care about boomers.
What evidence?
You said lots of evidence. We just want you to post the evidence in the side chat. Nice and
Deep
simple.
thought. You're saying the evidence, but you don't know about it. You're saying the evidence, but you don't know what you're talking about. You see the problem there?
I'm telling you, I do understand because I'm reading it.
Googling it. You're telling us you're repeating and regurgitating. I guarantee you don't understand what you're saying when you repeat it from Google.
Anyway, you understand that the rest of the world thinks you are delusional.
You're not going to take that, are you? You're just going to step right past it. Right? I'm trying to look for the intelligence of a man. And at the moment, all of
Your
your answers
arguments are really weak. They don't carry much weight.
Okay, so which argument specifically?
The one around Aristotle and how he did stuff with the shadows and stuff like that. Like, come on.
That's your argument, clown shoes, not
What
ours.
a bunch of bollocks, bro. Wrap
Hold
it
on.
up.
So what is our argument with Aristosthenes?
Stop him. Get some help.
I'd run away too.
Did he jump out?
Yeah.
Isn't that Deep Thoughts? Deep Thoughts is still here.
He's still there. He just gone quiet.
No, this is.
You can't just go on AI, bro, and just believe everything it's telling you. All it's doing is just regurgitating the mainstream information that it's been trained on. That's all it's doing. You know, if you don't know what you're talking about, when you say refraction, that kind of thing, you shouldn't be talking about it. You should study it and look into it. Okay, you should challenge the AI. You should look into these things. Don't just blindly believe everything that you get told by an AI. It's dangerous for humanity, man.
Yeah, Google and ChatGPT and everybody else already knows that the average user of their platforms are not people that are well educated, nor will they look into any of these topics, nor will they understand how to see all the ways that they're ripping you off using bad logic and making baseless claims, and you just believe it because you don't know what they're talking about. It's a great little scam. They prey on the ignorant. Maybe you should actually look into some of these things instead of just, reading the surface level puke that they offer you, and look into what's actually going on.
Yeah, think about it deeply. Just kidding. His name, Deep Thoughts.
No, she ran away.
All right, she was running away. Yeah, I think kind of like ignorant.
I still find it amusing that people think that all I have to do is come in here and then just read out the stuff on Google. Here you go, Flat Earther. You obviously haven't got the internet, even though I'm speaking to you on Discord, and you haven't thought about Googling this, but I'll read it to you. There you go, Flat Earther. You're educated now. Fuck off.
How much weight does Flat Earthers carry? No, nothing. They don't have arms or legs. They cannot carry any weight.
Globers can't carry much without hands.
The question was just weird from the beginning, that question that he asked to the AI.
I have a question. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
What is gravity according to you guys?
Well, we don't actually know, but what gravity is claimed to be is purely conceptual. It's only mathematic. It doesn't have any physical properties. So there actually isn't any gravity according to anyone. Hope that helps.
Yeah, with the gravity they claim, you cannot show it. Put it in a cup, use it for anything.
It's not even a force.
Are sun and moon flat too?
Flat? No idea. They look like circles. That's the best I can tell.
The moon looks like a circle sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Are you asking these questions about the moon because you've never actually gone outside and you're only listening to people on the internet talk about the thing called the moon, or what?
The sun and the moon are observable phenomena. They're moving across the sky in cycles. We can see them, track their paths, and see
What are
kind of like
asteroids?
we observe this phenomena from the sky, but that doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on, though. What are asteroids? Good question. Depending if it's the ones that you see as cartoons. The cartoon reality is not a cartoon, right? So you go to Google, you write asteroids, and you see a bunch of cartoons. That's not reality. You can discard all of those. Asteroids might be, in my opinion, just part of the storytelling of a fantasy. Like when you have things in a movie that it can only exist in the movie, like the stones, the Infinity Stones that Thanos used to wipe out half of the universe. You only have it in the movie, in the fantasy.
Man, how thick is Earth then? If we keep drilling, will we come out on other side?
Now you reach a point that you cannot dig any further. They tried that already for 10 years.
Control
They only
Class
reached-
101.
Yeah. The Russians digged for 10 years and only reached 7.8 miles or something like that. Allegedly.
Well, those are all great, compelling questions.
Yeah. Pretty simple ones though, because it sounded like simple English. Beginner? Maybe.
See, I was like, okay, what about Paraguay? I thought Paraguay was so easy.
Oh,
And it says,
let's
you
mute
actually
DJ.
won. Paraguay is the easiest.
Oops, sorry, hot mic. Bruh yourself.
Hey, was I tripping last night, Jimsy, when I heard somebody on the mic telling their husband to get off the internet last night for like a split second?
Probably.
Oh, hey. Who's knocking?
That's just a sound in the soundboard. Ignore it. Were you what? Sleeping?
Do you ever get sleep, Jimsy?
Sometimes.
Yeah. A little bit
Last night it was fine. Don't worry. It was just fine. It was a chill late night conversation and everything went well, so don't worry about it.
Cool.
I don't know exactly what you're asking. Like, what happened? People spoke. People were talking. You spoke. Some new people asked questions. We replied. It was just fine.
No, silly. I was asking if you get any rest. Like, did you get any sleep?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah, what did you think I was saying?
You
Dilly
said
dilly.
you asked me something about you. Did I or
No.
something? Yeah.
No, I think if I did, I'm sorry. I may have reversed my words or something. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah. It's all good.
Ew. Ew, why did I do that?
It was like a rush of people that just joined and they all wanted to ask questions mostly. We still have a bunch of people in the VC. If anyone got any new questions, we have Shimiya joined. She left. We got security.
Actually, I
Shirvash.
want to asking a question again.
Go ahead.
It's not about refraction. I mean, I needed to kind of make my own research, go to the ocean, and then buy some kind of like telescope about that. Or yeah,
Damn, Hound, I almost forgot about you. You were the one we were talking to, but then so many people jump in. But go ahead with your question.
yeah. I mean, there's another of variable. Perhaps it's kind of like out of topic. You guys ever heard about the Victor friend? I mean, I'm not that good in science, but do you think it's kind of like variable, like putting you into a superposition, like matter around? Or
I don't get the
yeah,
question. Can you repeat the question?
no, I'm not repeating the question. It's my own question actually. New question.
Because I don't know the question. Can you format the question? So
Yeah, you guys ever heard about Wigner? Wigner is friend, like a scientist, about particle, about the multiverse or something like that.
I haven't. Can you post something about it so we can go through it? What are you trying to say about it?
What I'm trying to say is kind of like a particle is kind of like, they are, sorry, I kind of like cannot explain it fully in English, but yeah, I'm trying over this. So it's actually kind of like, they are pure energy. And then when they are, getting data for the outer or whatever that is that, like reality itself is kind of like bending to who people.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of like want to question if you guys kind of like
So Hellhound, the thing is though, what you're saying, you say you don't know how to explain it, so we cannot go of what you're saying. You will have to post something. You go find what you're talking about, copy and paste
He
it
was
in the
talking
text.
about the multiverse. Like that's something that has anything to do with anything.
no, it's kind of
It was
like
like
not
bending reality
multiverse.
or something.
Yeah, kind of like perspective. It's actually not about multiverse. It's kind of like branch of perspective. That's how it is. I'm just asking if you guys are know about that, and you guys know it's kind of like
About
variable.
perspective? Yeah, people in here know lots about perspective. You want to hear about perspective?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
That's it.
guys. Perspective. Damn. Nobody wants to talk about perspective. All right. Next topic. Yeah, if you want to formulate like an actual question though, you can try that. But what you brought up about the thing that you don't know about and then warping reality then perspective doesn't make a bunch of sense. So if you can formulate a question, you're welcome to ask.
Nap time.
Hola. Hola. Girl.
Anyways, likewise, the geometry of the stationary flat Earth model precludes Polaris appearing anywhere but high overhead in everyone's sky. Oh. So you're saying we should have infinite vision and see from everywhere. Excellent. So why is it when I'm looking along an exceptionally long stretch of road, do the lampposts appear to dive into the ground? Wouldn't the sky do the same thing? Due to perspective, appear to ramp down to my line of vision? Food for thought. This is not geometrically possible if the flat disk Earth model is true. Well, you weren't supposed to be arguing against, you're supposed to be putting your thoughts forward. This evidence requires no photographs at all. Oh. So you're not going to back it up with anything? Or you're going to put that there as some kind of well poison? So if anyone says, get photographs, you can put your hands on your hips and go, nuh-uh, photographs not required. This avoids the incessant questioning of the provenance and validity of any and all photographs posted on the internet. Yeah, so straight away you can dodge the put out the nuh-uh, I don't have to. Plus avoids the need for anyone to go to high enough altitude to directly see the shape of our world within a sufficiently wide field of view. All anyone has to do is go to their backyard on a clear night and observe their portion of the celestial sphere for a while. And neither NASA or anyone else controls the view of the night sky you obtain with your own two eyes. Those who are distrustful... Oh crap, that's a write-up and a half. Man, that's going to take me about 10 minutes. Those who are distrustful of the word of any other people who live elsewhere in the world as to what their portion of the celestial sphere looks like can travel across the equator is the most helpful to those locales themselves and verify firsthand what that other portion of the celestial sphere looks like. Such travel costs something, but is affordable for many people. Those who are willing to trust the word of other people, who can select people they know personally if they wish, but who live on the other side of the equator, can schedule a mutual observation of the night sky in their respectful locales, and then compare notes later as to what they observed. The universal and constant result of such collective observations is that Earth is surrounded by a bipolar celestial sphere. Our knowledge of physics precludes the stars, given their distance from Earth, doing the moving themselves to accomplish the constellations' apparent movements we see from our backyards at night, because that would require the stars to be moving many times the speed of light, which they cannot be doing. So Earth itself is doing the moving. Oh, so you've just assumed that the stars must be travelling at some crazy-ass speed, and therefore it's down to us. Okay. So Earth itself is doing the moving. When the stars trace circular trail patterns in the sky, either seen directly in live time or over the course of hours, or in time-elapsed photographs of star trails, this is direct evidence that they are being seen from a curved surface. No, it's not. That is not direct evidence they're being seen from a curved surface. For anyone with half a brain in their head, they can go, there is three options. Number one, the ground is moving. Number two, the sky is moving. Or number three, they are both moving. How you establish which one after that, that's another story. Anyways, I maintain that the Bible is silent on the topic of our world shape and celestial mechanics because the Bible never mentions Earth. The capitalized name of our entire world/planet, as in flat Earth or globe Earth. The problem with Bible-based flat Earth advocates is that when they see the older, improper noun, Earth, in the Bible, a rendering that translates the OT Hebrew word eretz, which refers to the land, a country/territory/region, or its people. The ground or the soil, they mistake it for the lookalike proper noun, Earth, The name Earth refers to our entire world / planet, but the improper noun Earth does not. Such Bible readers are either unaware that Earth and Earth are not the same word, for they are simply unaware that the capitalization difference between these words. So, if they even notice it, exists and means something important. Flat Earth advocates are not the only people who are unaware of or sloppy about the capitalization difference, and it is to an extent understandable because Earth, lowercase, is nearly archaic usage in contemporary English. We say ground or soil or land now instead. Earth has been retained in Bible translation work out of tradition, not out of helpfulness to contemporary readers of the Bible in English. Earth and Earth, capitalised, are easily enough mistaken for each other, except for the capitalisation difference. The two words are spelled alike and pronounced alike. Aspects of the internet, example, texting, case-sensitive search engines, downplay English capitalisation conventions or make them irrelevant. So it's no surprise to me that the internet has occasioned a rise in Flat Earth movement among fellow Bible believers for this reason. Well, a lot of people are in here not because of religion, so... But I also see other kinds of people being similarly sloppy about capitalising Earth when we're talking about the world / planet as a whole or about the world's people as a whole. Even our English language style manuals, which advise you when to capitalise or not to capitalise words for correct writing practice, are not consistent about Earth and Earth in capitals, but they should be consistent because the capitalised word Earth is a name, and we capitalise names in English with complete consistency. Accordingly, Bible translators have consistently avoided using the capitalised word planet name Earth in their work, which is very clear and telling about all of this. There are 0 Flat Earth passages and there are 0 Globe Earth passages in the Bible. The Bible being altogether silent about Earth is thus not in conflict with physical science over the shape and celestial mechanics of our world / planet. As a fellow Bible believer, I'm sympathetic with the sense of loyalty to God and the Bible, which the Bible-based Flat Earthers manifest, but their loyalty has become misdirected due to their misreading of the Bible with regard to Earth and capitalised Earth. Where they are then make matters worse is in telling non-Bible believers that Flat Earth is what the Bible teaches, which statement then predictably puts people off the spiritual message of the Bible, which for Bible believers is paramount. So, to summarise all of that, whinge, celestial sphere getting contaminated with terrestrial sphere, whinge, I'm a Bible believer, whinge, someone forgot to put a capital E in there. So that was pretty quick, eh?
If they never showed you that, right, and they showed you some other picture and said that was the Earth, and they showed you this and said, this is a fucking exoplanet a light year away, you'd think that was an exoplanet a light year away. Whatever they fucking captioned that fucking image, you would just buy it, whatever they said.
So no one else has ever, no one else has ever captured something like that. Just them, right?
Want to look in the chat?
Has this ever been?
Look in the chat for a second.
So if I can,
it's very convenient that I made this. I just happened to make this today.
I can find other people validating
look in the chat.
So if I can find other sources, hold on. If I can find other sources going up to space or going upwards, take the picture downwards,
and it don't look like that,
and it gives more Earth-looking balls.
What do you mean Earth-looking? How do you know it's Earth-looking?
If green and blue balls, you
all they can do. Listen, all they can do is be consistent amongst each
If
other.
you go upwards, okay. What is the color of? What is the color? Of,
you don't actually listen, do you?
What is our observed? What is the observed color of the water and the sky?
Well, it depends.
What is the average color observed of the water and the sky?
Well, if I go to the Atlantic Ocean, it looks
what
green.
is the average color?
Green, dude, green.
Okay, green. So, what is the average color of trees?
It depends on the time of year.
What is the average color of
Depends on the time of year.
Average.
Are you deaf?
You know what the word average means? What is the most likely color of a tree?
Well, I guess green.
There you go. So, what's the most likely color of sand and desert?
But the water's green, dude. Didn't you hear me?
Okay, so we're getting some colors here. We've got green. We've got maybe some blue. Maybe we'll get some arid for desert. Maybe get some white for snow. But if you're not going to see that, like, obviously, those colors are colors we see on Earth of things. So if you see a round shape
we see the
of
rainbow.
a lake or of an ocean or some body of water, and you go up and you take a picture, if you look at a city or a shape of a landmass that looks
okay, less fucking words, dude. Less words. Less words. You're filibustering.
Well,
and you know you are.
Yeah, but you're also sea lining.
So when I talk, you're going to interrupt me 50 fucking times, not listen and say a bunch of bullshit, right? Or you're going to sit there and listen, and I'm going to fucking drone on and on and on. That's what you're going to do? You're going to listen to me?
Well, I listen.
Because you're just droning on and on.
I droned. I apologize. I listened to what you said. The point was just that we know it's, if you go upwards and you take a photo downwards, unless there's something in the way, it's of the ground, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So if I can produce another image from another source, so it's not just them, to validate them.
It's another person making another claim.
Will that sway you?
No.
So no matter how many different validations we get or different sources,
there's lots of photos of Santa
and taking a picture downwards. No matter
you don't
how
know
many
that they
times
did
it's
that
done,
though, Ice J. That's
you
the thing
won't
you're
believe
trying
it.
to. Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to prove, that they went up and took a picture downwards.
No, but here's the no.
You're
if you
just
have a
assuming
video-
the thing you're trying to prove is true.
So okay, so then more
listen.
people are like, here's the issue.
Now you're
You
going
just
on
framed
mute.
it as-
Okay. You're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true in the premise. You understand? They went up and took a picture downwards, and we're just going to compare the claims to each other. Right?
Well,
Are you
wanna
assuming?
claim it- well, then here's the issue. Either they're lying, right? Either one, they're lying. Either one, they're
Who's
lying.
they?
Either one, they're lying. Two,
Who is
they don't know how to aim a camera, and we somehow
Who
found something
is
else that
they,
looks like.
dude? Who is they?
What?
Who is
Well,
they?
European Space Agency, NASA.
That's not a they, dude.
I'm
That's not
listing
a
them.
they. Okay, so the guy that sweeps at the European Space Agency, he's lying.
Are you okay? Can you just listen for 1 second?
No, dude.
You're
No, we're
having a
gonna
very hard time
sift through
understanding what
your
I'm saying.
fucking
You're
bullshit
having a
propaganda.
Very hard time with this.
We're gonna sift through
You're
your
having
bullshit
a very
propaganda
hard time with-
tactics, Ice J.
You're having a very hard time understanding my point.
I know what your point is. I've heard this point for
You have
fucking
not heard
10
it.
years, dude.
No,
for 10
you have
years.
not.
Oh, you come up with something original. Hey, no, I'm new, Ice J. He come up with something original. Oh, let's hear your
we've all
original
heard it.
point. Let's hear your
It's-
original point, Ice J.
It's one.
My guy.
because we were
How can they all
talking
be
about
lying? That's
observed
so original.
Observations of the.
You don't know their
world.
observations.
And so, hold on. Unless it's a lie or fake, it's an observation.
No.
Or
You're
manipulated,
wrong.
or somehow. Okay.
Okay,
If
there's
you
a
have-
whole book on this, Ice J.
Let
And
me
there's
just
lots of listen,
from a
Ice J.
guy.
You're
saying-
just too incredulous.
From a guy resting his entire, not you, but the other dude, resting his entire basis of flat eartherism on its subjective observations. It's rich to say, oh yeah, these observations could just be bunk by the more
You can
yeah. If
repeat our
observations are bunk, I don't give a shit about your flat
Okay.
Earth observation if you can't accept Any
Okay, your word count is getting irritating, dude. You're saying like 30 words for every one word I say. You're not gonna filibuster anymore. Okay? You're gonna listen. You said a lot of bullshit. You stacked a real high pile of shit. Okay? You can replicate our claims. You can go test them yourself. You have no reference, as in, you can't say whether these images look real or not because you have no reference from which to evaluate them from. All you can compare them to is the claims of other people. So this is a self-referential circle jerk.
You can go up. No, nothing's stopping you from going up.
And you can go up and take this picture.
You can go up. Yeah, why not?
You can. How do you know that?
Nothing's stopping me. What's stopping you?
How do you know that,
What's stopping you? What's stopping you?
How do you know that?
What's stopping you?
How? That's why are you asking me a question? I asked you a question. How do you know that?
Because other people do it. There's nothing.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
All you're doing is appealing to somebody else saying they did that. I said, how do you know that?
What reason
I
could I not do it?
I didn't ask you what you believed other people did.
What's stopping me?
I didn't. Well, obviously, I can't jump that high. But
okay. So jumping is your limit. I got rocket science on my side.
No, you don't. You're not part of them. What are you talking about?
No. What's stopping me?
You don't have
basically stopping me from building a rocket and going up.
Because there's nowhere to go up to. There's no vacuum of space to go into to take this
Hold
picture.
on. So I can't go into the sky?
You can go into the sky, but not high enough to take a picture of the entire Earth.
How far can I go up?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe 300 miles.
Keep going up. So I can go up though. We're not
Let's go so now we're back in imagination land.
No, we're not.
Some people told me they went higher than that.
You said
some people said they went to La La Land, so they did. They really pinky promised that they went really high and took a picture of the Earth. And I believe them, and you don't. And there's something wrong with you because you don't believe liars.
Yes, we can.
You just believe that, dude. And you only believe that because someone told you that.
Bro,
You're a sycophant. You're a sycophantic suck-up, dude.
A fucking rocket. Bro,
I don't have.
It's true.
There's no reason to believe them.
I go all the time.
Yeah, that's right. You can't see the curve of the Earth from there, can you?
And if you shoot a rocket upwards, straight up,
you just believe that.
You keep going upwards.
So you're just chanting your belief.
You can take a photo downwards. The higher you go.
Okay, you're just chanting your belief over and over again, and you have never substantiated how you actually know that, other than people saying they did it. I want to know how you actually know that to be true. Not how you believe it to be true or how you believe the claims of other third parties to be true. I want to know how you know it's true.
Because the laws of physics entail it to be true.
Because the laws of nature physics.
Physics, nature, observations, data. How do you know you can go view an oil rig?
Are you really making that type of false equivalence?
Yeah, no, how do you know? How do you know?
Because there's oil rigs out in the ocean.
Because there's oil rigs. But how do you know you can go out and make that observation?
Because there's an airport and they sell plane tickets.
No, but how do you know that you can make the observation?
And I know people that have been there. Well, I can just go to my ocean. I don't need to rely on the oil rigs.
So not the oil rigs, but
I don't need to rely on that.
So you have just. You don't know.
I don't rely on that. You're trying to create this crazy straw man. You're trying to create a crazy false equivalence, dude.
No, it's not. Which is
it is a false equivalence.
Oh wait, how do you know that if you go up, you can go up and then take a photo down? It's like, are you serious?
No, take a photo down of a fucking ball from a vacuum. You're leaving out You're leaving out key details intentionally.
No, it must be a joke.
Which make it a fantastic claim. You're leaving out the key details. Everybody knows there's an ocean. Anyone that's been to water knows, hey, it's not very freaking absurd to have something in the water out there and a human being put it there. That's not that absurd. When you start claiming, I went very high, hundreds of miles above the surface of the Earth, and I captured the entire Earth inside my camera's field of view. And not only did I did that, it was from a place that was near. Shut up! Why are you interrupting me? No, shut up! Why are you interrupting me? I told you this is exactly what you would do. Okay. Now I'm on my fucking soapbox and you're interrupting me. Okay, so it's really simple. I'm showing that the claim is not these are false equivalences. They're claiming they go into a near fucking perfect vacuum and take a picture of it, the entire Earth, from a place where things don't fucking fall, where they're going 17,000 fucking miles per hour. Okay? This is not an equivalent claim, dude. They're not even close. This is like saying you went really high and saw fucking Santa's village on the North Pole. You guys always do this. You try to drag flat Earth down into your shit. I don't have to imagine. I don't have to appeal to a third party to tell me fucking what the Earth is. I can just walk out my door.
Are you done?
I can just walk out my
video.
I'd like you to address something I said.
I'm posting a video in the chat. Look at it. Is this also fake? Is this fake? They put a camera on a rocket.
Uh-huh.
You're saying so
you
this
think
must
that
be
that's
impossible,
you
right?
think that that's the curve of the Earth?
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying this is impossible.
How high did the rocket go?
You're saying this is impossible, right?
No, that rocket only goes like
stops it from going
dude, listen
further.
closely.
Hold on.
Shut up,
What
Ice
is
J.
stopping it from?
That rocket only goes less than 100 kilometers. Okay? Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers? Can you see the whole Earth from 100
What is
kilometers?
stopping it from going further?
Fuel? Size of the rocket?
So if
What do you mean?
add more fuel to it, it can go further, right?
Hypothetically, but then you need something to push off of.
Great. So don't
You
you
need
think
something to
that
push off of,
refiner-
though. You need something to push off of. And if the air gets thinner, you're going to reach a point where you can't create thrust.
Air gets thinner. It's
Yeah, that's
almost
right,
as
it
if
gets
we're
thinner.
approaching this thing called space, where it keeps. Think about it. There keeps getting less and less air the higher you
Forever?
go up. So eventually,
Does it go to
there's
zero?
no more air at some point.
Oh, yeah, so it goes to zero. It goes to absolute vacuum?
Yes, there you go.
That's what he just said absolute vacuum.
That is our
Like this
observed reality.
observed reality. Okay, how did they measure the pressure in this absolute vacuum you say exists? This should be funny. How'd they measure the pressure? How'd they even measure the pressure at 100 kilometers?
I'm sure the same way you measure
I'm
anything,
sure. We've actually had,
barometer or
like,
anything
you-
else. I mean, you're asking questions that if you really actually cared, you would know the
we
answer
have.
to.
I do know the answer.
Okay, so what's the
I
answer?
want to know if you know
What's
the answer.
What's the answer?
They haven't.
Oh, they don't? Ever?
No, they
No
can't.
one has ever
We had a
taken measurements of space.
look, bro. We had a meteorologist in here.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Professional
if I can find
meteorologists
measurements of pressure from
tell us
space,
that they
you're gonna
can't.
eat your words and hopefully never speak on this again.
No, you're going to find a model, but you'll never find measurements.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's right, Ice J. You'll find a model, but you won't find measurements. Your entire worldview is based upon a fantasy land created in somebody's head.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Oh, you're helping create it in your head because you see this.
right,
You
yeah.
see this 2D image, and you see a circle, and you go, "Yep, that's the
image,
Earth. That's
right.
obviously the Earth." The only reason, if you were shown that, and you were never told it's the Earth, you never would have thought it was the Earth for 1 fucking second.
You can literally see it coming from the ground and then going up.
Yeah, not high enough to see the Earth.
So at what point, like if you're in a plane, at what point does what below you not become the Earth? Like how
Dude,
retarded?
you know
do
you're
have to be to
committing
think
the most
what you're
atrocious
looking at
logical fallacy.
suddenly
That it-
stops becoming the Earth.
You're
Like,
committing a
that's insane.
uniformitarianism that you can do something that you can do it forever. That's stupid.
No, it's basic logic that if you're looking at the
It's not
Earth,
basic logic.
you're
It's a
going-
logical
no, it's not.
fallacy.
If you're looking at the Earth and you
It's
keep
logical
going upwards,
fallacy.
and you keep
You're gonna
going
continue
upwards
with
and you're
it?
looking at the Earth, you're going to keep looking at the Earth.
Yeah, people thought they got microscopes. If they kept looking smaller and smaller shit, they would continue to see smaller and smaller shit. But that wasn't the case. And they thought if they took a telescope and looked in the sky, and they'd see shit further and further away. But that's also not the case.
I
So
feel
what
like
are you talking about?
I don't understand how
You don't understand this. This is called
reality
like
works. But if you're looking at
no,
something,
you're not talking
you're
about
looking at
reality. You're talking
something-
about mental constructs, dude. You don't even know what reality is. You literally don't anymore. You're
I
fucking
don't know what
lost in the
reality is,
sauce.
right? Says the guy
You don't.
denying what we are seeing.
What you're seeing? I'm telling you what you're seeing. You're seeing an image on a fucking screen.
Of
You
what?
can't accept that.
Of what? What is the black stuff when it goes up high enough? What is that blackness?
What do you mean? What is that black? What does that even
Did you
mean?
watch the video that I sent in the chat?
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, the Elon Musk's freaking returning rocket. Yeah, what about it?
So when it goes up,
So the space is black shit. Is that what you're defining space as now?
no.
Black
When
shit?
when you see the blackness, all that
Yeah.
black space, all that black
Uh-huh.
space,
Uh-huh.
and then below it, you see
It's
the
blue.
blue, the
Yeah.
sleepy ground and all the sky.
Yeah. You're two
So
for
the
both,
sky-
dude.
So the clouds.
Dude, are
and
you a
stuff,
communications major?
The blue and the black, the blue in the sky and the white is under the black.
Yeah, great. You don't even
So that
believe it
black
under.
stuff, that black stuff, what you're seeing, that is not. You think that's a billboard or like a paper?
No.
Do you think that's a CGI?
No.
So then you understand that is space.
Oh, so black shit space.
Well, why do you think it's black?
Because there's no light reflecting off of its contents.
Off of its contents, it's empty
Yeah, so
space.
the contents of the earth, right? The
Empty
solids, the liquids, the gases, the light reflects
Hold on,
off of it.
whoa. We're
It is
talking about
absorbed and
empty
re-emitted,
space.
and
We're
then we
talking
see it. But
Hold on.
But the light
Hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
reflect out. Well, no, but there isn't enough contents to see it.
Wait, so you're okay? You're admitting
We already
that there
covered
is
that.
literally nothing
I
for
didn't say
light
nothing.
to reflect off of or refract off of.
That's not what he said.
not
Start
what I
listening,
said.
boy.
He said there's nothing for it to reflect off of.
There's not
refract off
enough. I said there's not enough.
of. Enough. There's literally
Yeah, enough. This isn't a dichotomy, dude. This isn't yet all or nothing. You think there's an absolute vacuum. I don't. Nobody thinks that. In fact, all of physics says that that's not true.
There are spare particles, maybe, but there's clearly no blue.
Maybe.
Like, do you know what causes?
Yeah, so so there's not enough air to re-emit the light. So what?
I mean, there's functionally no air. I mean,
You can't breathe. There's not enough air for you to breathe.
you're seeing it's pitch black, and there's a hard barrier, which means that you have a clump of air, piled
Clump
at
of
the
air.
surface of Earth.
Why don't you see through the air, man? Can't you
Why
see
is it
forever?
the case that you can see?
Hold
the blue
on,
Earth?
dude. I just
You
thought
can
of
see the
something.
blue on
Why
Earth.
can't you see through the air?
You can see the blue on Earth.
Yeah,
You
but
see the
shouldn't I see the
clouds,
Eiffel Tower from
you
Washington,
can't.
D.C.?
But for some reason, there's a
You're just
limit.
in monologue mode.
I mean, we're
It's
looking at
funny,
space
bro.
right now.
Listen
I'm
to you
kind of
just
in awe.
monologue. Are you even participating?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this video. This is an awe.
When you said the bit about physics, India, he didn't hear that.
Yeah. He doesn't know any physics. Ice J, you're the biggest poser. Hey, there's lots of photos of Santa. Are they all fake? Is that a giant fucking conspiracy? I just want to know. I'm asking for a friend. Because they're looking forward to Christmas, and I just want to know if they're all fake. Showing the absurdity of your logic. There's no referent. You can't even evaluate that image. The only way to evaluate the image is to test to see if what's in that image actually exists in the world. And that means doing things like measuring the surface of the earth. But you hate that. You'd rather look at a screen and have other people tell you what to think of reality is. I know it's safer. I know it makes you feel all squishy inside. And if you want to live like that, that's fine. While you're in here fighting with us, are you protecting your own belief system? I'm sorry that we're realists and we're relying on how reality presents itself and just say, hey, dude, that must be what it is. And we're not going any further and saying, well, maybe it's not that way. Let me ask these other people. Oh, look, he showed me an image. I'm a fucking baboon. I'm going to fucking believe his image and whatever he says about it. And I'm going to conduct my life based on what this fucking stranger said about this image. That's you. Sorry, we're not like that.
All right. I have a question. What about like when boats go over the horizon and like their bottoms disappear first?
You know if that's curvature or not? That's a question to you.
Yeah. No, I know that's true. I've stood at the pier by my house and watched
How did you?
boats disappear.
And the next question: how did you determine that was curvature?
Well, how far away was it too? Where you stood on the pier? How far away
I
was
stood at
it?
the end of the pier.
The boats always go over at the same place, right?
Say again?
The boats always go over the curve at the same spot when you're on the pier, right?
Yeah.
How far away is that spot from where
I
you're
don't
standing?
know. I don't know how many miles. It's.
Oh, so we can't even argue the point. You don't know what you're talking about yet.
I mean, I'd have to search up how far the human eye can
No.
see.
The point was, how did you determine that it was going over the curve? And so Radwin's question was of distance. So the distance, if you understood what distance it was disappearing at, it would have been consistent with the geometric shape of the Earth being.
You said it happens at the same spot every time, and I want to know what. So you would have. You should have taken all those times that you've gone there, the hundreds and thousands of times that you've gone and done this. You should have marked where they go over on a map, and then bring that in as proof.
Well, I only joined because I was trying to give a good debate on why they disappear and stuff.
Well, they
Okay,
don't.
yeah. So that's the thing, though.
First of all, your main problem is they don't. They do. They appear to do that sometimes, because of inferior mirages and shit. But it's not a consistent observation. That's why when Professor Triangle asked you, "Does it happen at the same time?" We know that it does, or at the same place. We already know that does not happen. Period.
And the fact that we know that it doesn't happen, and you're trying to figure out if it does or does not, that's the most important part you should think about, because you were confident enough to say that the ship's going over the curve, but now upon this revelation, you can't tell us how any data that you can.
So you think
Bro,
like
this
the
is
sun
important.
and like the moon and
Ryder,
stuff?
Ryder, hold on. I know you want to. Hold on, brother. You want to move on to the next point. You understand that at this point, you said that you were confident enough to tell us that you know the ship is going over the horizon, as in the curve of the
Yes,
Earth.
I see it with my eyes.
I know, but you weren't able to determine how it actually is the curve.
Well, because I don't know the specifics of it.
Okay, so then that means you don't know if it's going over the curve. That's the most important part about this.
What you've done is you've made an observation. Let's assume you actually made it, but I doubt it. I think you're full of shit. Okay, but that being
okay.
yeah, you are. Okay. When you said you saw it at the same place every time, I knew you're lying. Okay, I believed you right up until that point. So anyway, the point is that you make an observation, the ship disappears bottom up, and you say to yourself, that can only happen on a curved surface. So it must be happening on a curved surface. You're wrong. That's the thing.
Why do you think
your
it happens,
evaluation is wrong, because we can demonstrate it happening on flat surfaces. The exact same visual observation, where it appears to disappear bottom up and sink into the horizon, as if it's going over a curve. But we know the surface is flat. That we're doing these experiments on.
So what do you think? Where do you think it goes?
What do you mean, where do I think it goes? Away.
What does that matter? I thought you were supposed to prove the fact that it's going over the curve. That's determining whether or not you know that it's a globe. This is you're asking him questions, brother.
Let me. Can I share my screen if I like pull up a video or no?
I mean, you can just put the video link. I mean, what are you going to show? Like,
well, I'm going to pull up a video on YouTube of a boat and show you that it happened.
No.
We have pictures of it. I'm going to post
when it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and then we're going to post videos of it not happening.
Doesn't happen. So now what do? Two of us have it not happening. You are only one person that has it happening. We're the majority, so it doesn't actually happen.
All right. Yeah. You're still going to fall in the same category of you not being able to present if it's going over curve or not. Even if you present the video, it doesn't matter. We're going to ask you specifics. What is the distance away from the observer to the ship? You're going to have to know some things about it, right? You can't just put a video in there and say, Bob's your uncle. We're going to ask you questions about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to say.
All right, so we're going to want to know if what you're presenting is going to be evidence of the Earth being a globe. Like, how can you determine that? So if you can't determine that, then why are you going to present it? If you can, then go ahead. But if you can't, then don't. We want the affirmation that you can tell us that you know the Earth is a globe.
All right. So next
That's
time
all.
you want me to build up the background info before I go and tell you is what
Well,
you're
that
saying.
would help. That would help because if you're gonna tell us about how you know that the claim that you're presenting of something that is what you think is true, we're gonna ask you relevant information about it, and you should be able to tell us. Otherwise,
All right.
it's just
well,
you
I know it's true because I see
hoping.
it in my brain, or in my
Observer
eyes.
height, like observer height, distance to the horizon. If you can get that distance to the object, that type shit.
Yeah, all that's important.
So real quick, I'll just say something here. I did some research while you guys were talking, and
Oh, I'm sure ChatGPT is not research, dude.
no, buddy, I didn't chat GPT. Don't worry about that. Okay. It's
I'm just gonna
you
delete
stop
stuff
seeing the
if you
boat,
post ChatGPT. I'm just gonna delete your stuff, dude.
buddy. I didn't post any chat GPT. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Said if.
What are you talking about?
Finish your statement, dude.
Just
Just finish your statement.
I'm saying, if you're standing on shore, you will watch a boat disappear bottom up from 3 to 3.5 miles.
Oh, you looked it up.
Yeah, you looked it
What's
up.
the
and
fucking
guess
big
what?
deal, buddy? What's the big deal?
Look, bro. I live by the ocean. I've never seen that. Why not?
All right.
I feel like that's not true because there's
I got a
can see an
photograph.
island
I'll
that's
post in
30
a chat
miles
of a
away
ship
from my
30.
house.
I'll post a chat of a ship 30 miles away on the horizon. 30-mile
Yeah,
away horizon from 15 feet above sea level.
Yeah, I can see an island 30 miles away from my house.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, that's
Well, 'cause
but
you
when it
shouldn't.
goes beyond that, that's when it starts to disappear.
You shouldn't
So
be
I'm
seeing
30
any
miles.
island from 30
He
miles
lives-
away.
He lives on a 1.5 million radius mile Earth.
Do you know what the drop is in 30 miles? How much?
No,
how much?
I don't
How
know
much
what you're
does that? How much of an object would be hidden at 30 miles away?
It depends how big it is. It's a big island, so I can see it from
like
far away.
how? But we can make a prediction on how much should be missing. How much would be missing at 30 miles? Just take a guess.
Like you want a percentage or what?
No, like say we have a 1,000-foot building. How much of that building's missing at 30 miles away? How much of the building do we still see is sticking up from behind the curve of the earth?
I'll probably see maybe 70% of it. Like I won't see the bottom.
What
I'll
does
see
that
the
mean?
top
We
half.
don't want a percentage. We want
I'll see.
feet, dude.
I'll see probably 500 feet of it.
Okay, well that's pretty close. You would see it's 470. Yeah, about 500 feet.
And would you see the top half or no?
Yeah, you'd see the top half, right?
Because the bottom half disappeared because it started curving.
No, it's not because of curve. It's because you don't understand how light works. That's what it's because of. Because we can replicate this same observation where something being cut in half on a known flat surface. It's a surface we know is flat. We don't have to speculate. We can take the little object, like a little boat, and sail it away, a little RC boat, right, on a small, shorter distance, and watch the boat disappear, quote unquote, over the horizon. Well, there should be no Earth curve there because the distance is too short. That we can replicate this time and time again. You can replicate it too. So you're drawing a conclusion based upon a faulty premise that if your premise is this can only happen on a globe Earth, this can't happen on a flat Earth, so it must be a globe. That premise is wrong.
Okay, I have a question. How do you see the Earth like when you look at it from space?
hold
is it
on.
just a disc? If it's all
Look at
flat?
it from where?
Outer space. If you're
No, we
looking
don't
at it
think
from-
Earth is a disk. There is no outer space. That's all Fantasyland shit.
You don't.
Oh my god.
I love
Oh my
it.
God!
I love it. I love
oh
how
my
you
God! I
just
said
did that.
heresy. I said heretic. He said there's no outer space.
I
I'm going
love
to
how
space.
you
I'm
did
going to
that.
Mars,
No,
damn
you
it.
fucking stupid. There's no space either.
Okay, so what is this? Where does the sun go? What about the moon?
What do you mean? Where does it go? When you don't see it
Jumping
anymore?
around. Where does the listen, dude? This is what you sound like. Where'd the sun go? What about the moon? How come the stars are up in the sky? What about clouds? Why do they roll around? What's going on? My life it's just so confusing now.
No, I'm saying like the sun comes up and it goes around, and then the moon comes up and it goes around. Like
They take arcs, dude. It doesn't go around.
Okay, where does it
and
go?
you just kind
when I
of
look
debunked yourself because we see the sun move and the moon move, but you think you're spinning.
I'm saying where is
You
it?
think
Is it
you're
flying out
moving.
in space? Where's the sun?
It moves away from where you are.
In the sky.
And then where
It's
does
in the
it go?
sky. It moves away from where you are to be over some other place.
So the world just never ends?
What do you mean world just never ends?
Because obviously it keeps on. If you're saying it keeps on going, so where does it keep on going to?
Well, if I'm in North America, it'll go to Asia.
Really? Flat Earth in 2025, guys?
Look, does sun take a circular path over the Earth?
Oh, I'm not trying to like tout.
No.
Wait,
I want
no,
him to
hold
answer-
on.
I want him to answer my question.
I am here to destroy you, flat earthers.
Okay, you're here to get muted, apparently.
Oh my god, these guys are baby.
Preston, you're gonna be muted next. We're sick of your frickin' peanut gallery comments and fix
Shut
your
up,
mic. Nobody can hear you.
Shut up, how about you're Indian?
Okay, so you want to be banned. You're a fantastic writer.
So, oh, go ahead.
Things like circumnavigation, right? Is that a circle?
Can you explain that? And I'm not that smart, but can you continue?
Circumnavigation's like circling around the Earth.
Okay.
Circumnavigation was like sailing around the Earth that proved it's a globe, right?
Okay.
Okay. Circumnavigation just means navigating in a circle. Can you navigate in a circle on a flat Earth, on a flat surface?
I don't think so.
Can you draw a circle on a flat surface?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So circumnavigation is just the name of going in a circle around a central point. And the central point we've chosen, at least in the north, is Polaris. So as long as you keep Polaris on your left, you'll go in a circle. The same way as if you like tied a rope around a pole and stretched it out and walked. You think you're walking straight, but you're just walking in a circle.
Okay.
It's really simple. And this is, hold on.
Okay.
This is what the sun is doing. Okay? It's just going in a circle. When it gets too far away from you, it gets dark where you are. Now, this isn't a great analogy, but think of it like you have a big, giant fucking warehouse and one light bulb.
I understand.
Think about you have one warehouse and a giant warehouse and a
Sun
light
is
bulb.
not a light bulb.
That light, shut up, Twanger. I'm gonna ban you if you don't shut up. Mute up.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. You're saying it goes like this. Look at the chat. I just sent a GIF so you can see if it loads. But
look, you can't. First of all, you can't represent the relationship. No, I don't. Okay, that's a representation. That's not what it does. You're not gonna be able to find out when it's fucking noon with that. Okay, it's a representation. Just like if I said represent day and night on a globe, you'd show a fucking giant fucking sun or a giant Earth and a little sun. Right, you would never be to scale. It would never frickin' show the tilt. It would never show anything like that. Right, it would just be a representation that just represents the idea. So yes, that represents the general idea, but that isn't like where the sun is. That can't be represented on a 2D map by anybody, even in the globe model. Can't be represented with a globe at all because the sun would be so far away. You would need a screen that's 40,000 pixels, and the Earth would be one fucking pixel. How are you going to represent day and night with that? Good luck. Anyway, the point is that the sun and the moon, just like a light bulb one single light bulb can't light up an entire warehouse. The sun can't light up the entire Earth because the air absorbs light. Okay, this is well known. It's called optical extinction. There's a limit to how far light can travel through fucking air, and this is proven very simply. Look at the sun at noon, and you'll be blinded. Look at the sun. Hold on, and then you can look at the sun when it's on the horizon. Directly at the sun. It's 23,000 times less bright than at noon. Have you ever thought of why that is?
Because it goes around the Earth.
Why is the sun 23,000 times less bright at the horizon than at noon?
Because it's brighter above somewhere else. No?
Okay. Think about it. You're looking straight up at the sun. You went blind, and now... But before you went blind, the day before, you looked at the sun on the horizon and did not go blind. Why didn't you go blind the day before?
Is it not the same thing every day? I'm confused.
Because you're looking through more air.
You're looking through more air. That's the answer. Okay. When the sun gets further away from where you are, the light has to go through more air. The more air it has to go through, the darker it gets. That's why we have twilight, right? We have civil twilight, nautical twilight. Just listen for a second. Well, hold on. Just let me finish this, and you can talk all you want. So this is what, and you got off the boats thing, which I didn't forget about.
I was trying to go back to it.
So We have twilight. We have 3 stages of twilight because the light fades away. There isn't a freaking Terminator line that the Earth spins and boom, it goes from day to fucking night. Right? The Earth was a globe, right? Would light up 50% of the globe. You'd spin right out of freaking daytime into nighttime. It should be nearly instantaneous. But anyway, back to ships over the horizon. I myself have filmed the boat going from 6 miles out to 30 miles. Never disappearing, never going over the horizon, never doing anything like that. I know where the boat is because I was tracking it with marinetraffic.com, which uses marine radar to tell you where boats are out at sea.
Okay, let me say something. The horizon thing. So what do you think, the horizon is just where we can't see anymore, or what is the horizon to you?
It's where the it's not what it is to me. It's what it's defined as.
Okay, where
the Earth
yeah,
appears to meet the
define it.
sky, the dividing line.
I'm brick right now.
Everything
What?
converges into the horizon, into the
Okay,
vanishing
and
point.
then with the point on where does the Earth end? Does it have an ending, or does it just keep on
No.
going?
No, that's
It goes around.
No.
So where
Nobody
does
here
the
thinks
Earth
the
end
Earth
to you?
has an end. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space. Outer space vacuum is impossible. Do you realize that?
I don't really know what that means.
Well, it's outer. You got the Earth, right? According to them, there's freaking atmosphere that you're breathing right now, right? It has 15 pounds of pressure per square, and it's assuming you're at sea level, right? You're breathing pressurized gas. Till your lungs are inflating. The pressurized gas, you create a vacuum in your lungs that sucks the gas in. Why isn't the gas on Earth fucking off into the vacuum of space?
Because the atmosphere, or no?
How can the atmosphere contain the atmosphere?
I'm not that specific. I don't know the specifics on it.
Well, this is the problem. This is why space can't exist, because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, which a high pressure system goes to a low pressure system, regardless of anything else. There's no way to stop it. So what happens every freaking time? Second law of thermodynamics has no known violations. So when you ask us, does the Earth have an edge? It's assuming that the Earth is inside some gigantic freaking void.
What do you mean?
Dude, stop going into panic mode and asking about fucking photosynthesis.
I didn't ask about
Photosynthesis.
No,
I didn't even hear that. You said photosynthesis?
Well, because I searched up ChatGPT this. I just searched up how can the atmosphere contain oxygen, and it says it contains oxygen primarily because of photosynthesis.
So it starts at the ground then. Okay,
the atmosphere is the oxygen, dude. What are you talking about?
That's hilarious. It contains oxygen. It produces oxygen, so that's why it's contained in the atmosphere through photos. Oh my god, bro. That's what ChatGPT gave you?
Mixture of gases that are on the surface of the Earth, including the oxygen. How the oxygen is created is fucking irrelevant. Okay, the oxygen is a constituent part of the whole atmosphere thing. But there's no boundary between that pressurized gas that's at temperature, right? That's thermodynamically active, with the vacuum, which is not. So gases try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium with their environment. So the gas, trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium, would try to pressurize the vacuum of space. But that's impossible, because you're breathing right now. So that can't be happening. You'd be dead. So you have a choice here. You have the second law of thermodynamics, which Einstein said was one of the legs of the 3 legs of the stool of physics, right? It's a pillar of physics with no known violations. Arthur Eddington, who supposedly confirmed Einstein's theory, said that if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, you're doomed to the greatest humiliation. So their theory is that there's some sort of second law violation going on, such that there's a vacuum of outer space that you can go and hang out in, right? With space rocks and space gases. That there's gas balls in outer space forming spheres. This is their story. Or you can believe the second law of thermodynamics, which we can test in the lab over and over and over again. Or you can believe their fantasies. We don't think the Earth has an edge.
So you don't
the horizon would not be the edge of the Earth. The horizon. Okay, think about it like this. You let's get back to the central questions. You want to know why the horizon is created, why you even see a horizon.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you think there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth?
No,
or that the
I
horizon
don't
would
think
be
that.
the edge of the Earth?
I think the horizon would be the edge of the Earth on a flat Earth.
Okay. Now, let's investigate that for a second. Now, say you're standing in the beach and the ocean stretched all the way to the edge of the Earth. You got a clear view. So, so let's say it's 16,000 miles away. So we're gonna pour some dye in the water 50 miles away. Would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? Even with a camera, telescope, use whatever you want. The surface of the water.
Yeah. Say again.
Yeah, would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? This red-dyed water.
Actually, yeah, probably.
Think of
not.
the angle. That's the hint. Think of the angle that you'd be viewing the surface at.
You
Probably
probably
very
wouldn't be
shallow
able
angle,
to.
right? Your line of sight would be nearly parallel to the surface. How would you ever see it?
I don't think you would.
Yeah, that's right. That's way before the edge of the Earth, right? That's only 50 miles away. The horizon is created by the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface. And coincidentally, and this is an odd coincidence, is that where they say the globe horizon is, if you do the calculation, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, for a 6-foot observer, that puts the horizon at 3.24 miles away. Okay? If we calculate it based upon the angular resolution of the human eye, the minimum angle that you can see where the horizon should be, it's 3.25 miles away. It's fucking nearly the identical place. Ain't that a weird coincidence? When I say angular resolution, right, if you have 2 points of light, so we see in angles, we don't see like in millimeters or feet, right? That would be crazy. It would make construction super easy because we wouldn't need tape measures. But we need tape measures because we only see in angles. So when I say angular resolution, you have a separation angle, what you can make out. So if I took 2 light bulbs, think about it like this. If you have a car's got 2 headlights, right? But if the car's far enough away, those 2 headlights look like 1 headlight. Angle resolution is the angle between the 2 lights where you can differentiate those 2 headlights being separate lights. Okay? This is the same way when you're looking at a very shallow angle. The angle between where the water is and the end of the Earth, say, is so small there's no way you could resolve it. It would just appear as a line in your vision. Right? This is what creates the horizon, the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface. Because you're looking at a planar surface. Right? And like you do this every day. So you should know this intuitively. When you go look at a screen, you don't look at it from the side, do you?
No.
You put your face at 90 degrees right from it, right? Because that's how you can see the whole thing. But if you rotated it and looked at it from the side, there would be some angle where you couldn't see the screen at all because you'd be looking parallel to the screen surface. When you're a little teeny dude on the surface of fucking in the ocean, you're looking at a very shallow angle across the surface. And when that angle becomes too far where you can't resolve water past it because the angle's too small, that's where the horizon starts. And where that appears to be is based upon meteorological conditions. It's not based upon geometry. That's why they call it the apparent line. Because, Ryder, that's why when you were asked, was the horizon in the same spot, that was a shit test. We know already that the horizon moves around from day to day, even hour to hour. You could go out today, and then the next day the horizon would You know, one day it'd be 6 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 3 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 30 miles away. It changes based upon the meteorological conditions, how clear the air is, whether there's inferior mirages, how much dust or opacity in the air. There's all sorts of factors that determine where the horizon looks like it is.
So do you think that, like, why do you think I got the idea of it being a sphere? Like, you think the government just
Someone
like
told
put
you that in school?
But when I search it up, it's the same thing. What about
So what?
NASA?
Because you learned when you were 7 years old that, and the teacher told you that it was too big to see the curve and too big to feel it move.
Ryder, would you have figured it out as a sphere if nobody told you? On your own?
Probably not. No.
Yeah. And I've asked many people by now. I think I've asked 50 or 60. I've asked them the same question, and everybody says the same thing. No, they would have never figured it out on their own. So the idea was given to you. You accepted the idea.
Wait, why did you go to
first?
Would you go to if NASA offered you to go to space? Would you go?
Would I go?
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
I'm not going on. No, I'm not going on a rocket, bro. I'm not being a Roman candle.
Yeah, you'll be dead. Nobody goes in a rocket. Ever. No one's ever gone in a rocket, dude.
If NASA makes you go to sets up a wardrobe where you can go into fucking Narnia, if you go in the wardrobe, no, I won't. Okay.
Okay. What about
I
when
just
you look
told you and laid out why space can't exist, and you just like, but they said it exists, and they'll promise to give you a ride there. Yeah, right. Get in the trunk, man. It's safer there.
What about when you look out of a plane window and it's curved?
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. Just stop, bro.
It is.
No. Look,
no, dude, you're correct. The plane window is curved. You're right.
Yeah, the plane window's curved. If you had a ball, Ryder, real simple. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, how high would a plane be off the surface of that ball?
How high is the plane flying? Like there's
Let's just
many
say cruising
variables that you
speed,
can enter.
45,000 feet. How high?
I don't know if you.
How high would the plane be off the surface of that ball? 6 feet tall ball.
How high is the plane?
40,000 feet.
Okay, so it'd probably be 39,900.
How many inches
That's like
above
8
the
miles.
surface of the ball?
That's
dude?
8 miles. 8
Tell
miles.
me how high? Millimeters, inches, whatever units you want. How high would it be off the surface of the ball? So 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball is equivalent to how far above a 6 foot ball? I already know the answer to this.
I know the answer.
It's 1/100th of a millimeter. There's 1/100th of an inch. Sorry. You can't see curve from an airplane. All this, even
So do you think like NASA's a scam and stuff?
dude.
Like that's not real.
So, right, there's a famous video of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the Red Bull jump, which is a skydive from 128,000 feet, way higher than an airplane. Okay, you can go on his Twitter right now. Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's also a talk where he talks and says, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet. Okay, even the ISS, where you think that is 255 miles, that's only 3% of the Earth that they would see. If they could see the entire circle of the horizon, but they're only going to see a sliver of that, right? Based on their field of view. And let's say they have a 90-degree field of view. Okay, they're going to see like one half of 1% of the surface of the Earth. You can't see curve in that small amount of section of a sphere. So when you say you can see curve from a plane, you're talking thousands of the Earth's surface. Thousands. And here's the funny thing. We have photographs from tops of mountains of 275 miles. A plane at 45,000 feet, the horizon distance from that plane, where you think the curve is out the plane window, is 263 miles. Well, we have photographs on Earth across vast distances, namely it's called the Gulf of Lyon in France, that are 275 miles, that are farther than that. Farther than what an airplane should see on the globe from 45,000 feet. you can see from 9,000 feet across the surface of the Earth. And you know what? When they take that photos, there's no curve in those photos. Though you should see a curve. If you can see it from the airplane with a horizon that far away, that you'd see the same curve from the 275-mile distance horizon.
Okay, another.
I don't know
thing
why you guys say you could see curve from a plane. Nobody agrees with you. Nobody. Unless you
people that
Googled that you can see curve. So you probably Googled it, and Google said you could see it from 30,000 feet. In my experience in this topic, that has changed 4 times.
Okay.
What Google said.
Okay, this
Started
dude
at
put in the chat
80,000,
that
went
jump-
to 60,000,
the
went down
jumping
to
Red Bull, I don't know if
45,000,
you're
and now it's
talking about,
30,000.
Like the dude jumping out of the space with a parachute.
Red Bull jump, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the GoPro jump. It was a GoPro. It was sponsored by GoPro.
That was Red Bull.
Yeah, it was Red Bull.
It was Red Bull with co-sponsored by GoPro. That's when they released their little tiny cube.
No one gives a fuck about fucking who it's sponsored by. We're talking
Yes, it does matter. That's the cameras they use, you idiot.
Yeah,
Wide angle
GoPro
lenses
does a barrel
curved
distortion.
horizontal. Wide angle lenses, curved horizontal line. That curvature is fake. And people believe that it's real.
Okay,
That's the
okay,
sad
then where
part.
did he come from? If you're saying space is fake, where did he jump out of?
Upper space is fake. Like the story that they gave you about the
A
upper
hot air
space.
balloon. He
The
jumped
shape you
out of
see
a
is
hot air
real.
balloon, dude, with GoPro
High
cameras
altitude.
running.
He jumped out of a
Upper space is not fake. It's what like that shit you see. Outer space, the narrative, the story is fake. The billions of years Big Bang Boom monkey ball religion is fake. Everything in existence didn't come from a singularity.
Did you think that 128,000 feet is space?
I don't know how many feet it is.
Space is politically, space starts at 100 kilometers, which is 56 miles or something, or 96 miles. Well, I can't remember what it is. 56 miles?
What is the shape of
26
Earth
miles.
to you?
It's 50
Doesn't have a
miles, I
shape.
believe. Or 100 kilometers, it's
Not a shape?
62 miles.
Doesn't have a shape because it's not inside of something. What's the shape of the universe, brother? Does that question make sense to you when I say what's the shape of the universe?
Yeah. I can see what you're saying.
What's it inside then?
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just like an infinite regression. See, you've been trained through repetition to think of when I say, "Hey, dude, what's the
Okay,
Earth like?" Hold on. This is
okay.
very important. This is very important. That's why I'm bringing it up.
All right,
You've been
no, let's-
trained because you think about the Earth in a certain way. You think about it as if you're in some third-person shooter outside the Earth, viewing it. And when you ask questions about it, that's how you're thinking about it, is if you're outside of everything. Where's the edge, man? Like what does it look like? Where is it in the cosmos? Like, where is this object? Right? You don't experience the Earth that way. Yeah, well, that whole idea.
And I fall off of the edge.
Yeah, Ryder. That whole idea of possibility that you can be outside the Earth looking back at it with some God's eye view is horseshit. Your brain has been infected. That view is not possible by you or anybody else. Okay? There is no God's eye view. You are in a first-person shooter, brother. You're not in a third-person shooter. There is no top-down. There is only inside-out. You understand?
I explain
like
that.
if I say, if I say, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
Say again?
If I say, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
I could describe all the different parts of
From
it.
memory.
Huh.
Not from imagination,
oceans.
from memory.
Okay, mountains, oceans, deserts, lakes.
Was any of that a globe?
Cities.
Did you see a globe in any of that?
No, but I saw curvature when I was in the sky.
No, you didn't, dummy.
You said you saw curvature in the sky. Really?
I have a question.
I saw curvature at the beach.
Right,
I got a genuine question.
Yeah, you can.
We're kind of in the middle of discussing flat Earth, and I'm sure your question's going to be answered by Left.
Let's hear what Bila has to say. Bila, say something.
Why do things disappear from the bottom first?
We just covered this. Go on YouTube and rewind it. We just covered this in infinite fucking detail 5 minutes ago.
Oh wait, this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
So why do you think that happens?
What do I think?
I'll do it again. Fuck it. I can do it 100 times. Why do you think that happens? Why do you think ships? Does this happen every time? Sometimes. How often does this happen?
Never when I see ships. They never do that.
I've never seen
why
it.
I want to capture that so I can say, look, magic ship's going over a curve, and then I'll measure that point, and then we'll know exactly how big the Earth is. But then the next day when I go, it'll be at a totally different place, and that means the Earth got bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
Last time I was at Revere Beach, I couldn't see past like maybe 6 miles. By the time I was there before, I could see 30 miles. So how is that possible? How come
When's the last
horizon was
time?
6 miles one day and 30 miles some other day?
When's the last time, Bilo, that you actually went to the beach and watched a ship go over the horizon? Not watched it on a video, but actually gone and watched it yourself.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Where?
Newport Beach.
Newport, Rhode Island?
No, California.
California.
What was the water temperature?
I'd say it's probably like 70.
64.
What was the air temperature?
Like 70.
75.
I'm gonna fact check you, dude. Are you making shit up? What kind of boat was it?
I think it was like a Boeing.
A Boeing boat? Or an airplane?
Okay. He doesn't have the smartest.
Yeah, your buddy got caught lying.
Oh,
He tried to
mask
foist
fell
and
off,
lie that you
dude.
did. So would you think you'd get a buddy and try to like double down on your lie?
I didn't invite
You've
him.
never seen this. That's the fucked up thing. Is that neither one of you two have seen this?
I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
You're
what
a
kind
liar.
of boat was it? What
Yes,
kind of
I
boat
did.
was it, Ryder?
Conversation?
What kind of boat was it, Ryder?
I've seen it multiple times. I've seen it with.
What kind of boat was it, Ryder? Don't try to think of the answer.
I don't know the specific
It was
names,
white.
but I've seen like cargo ships.
Was
I've
it a
seen
sailboat? Was it a cargo ship? Was it an oil tanker? Was it a freaking pleasure
I've seen
vessel?
cargo
Was
ships,
it a yacht?
cargo ships, and I've seen sailboats.
You've seen cargo ships and sailboats disappear over the horizon.
Yes.
We have?
Okay. How far away were they?
And bro, I don't know how many fucking miles, but I know.
So, Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, what are you going to say about that?
Ryder, you don't live in California. How would you see that?
You're
Can
on
you
mute.
mute Bila?
No. Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, then what are you going to say? Because I'm going to post it in the chat in 5 seconds.
All right, I'll watch this. I'll see. Let's see.
Okay.
And you can see my live reaction.
And you want to know something crazy? The visibility index yesterday was 10 miles from Newport Beach.
Why is that crazy?
Crazy for them, not for.
Oh.
What was the water and air temperature?
Water temperature was 65, air temperature 72.
Jesus.
Ooh, that would have been a
You lying
decent.
sacks of shit, dude.
You would have got some good shots with that temperature.
If you saw that, you saw an inferior mirage.
Okay, Bilo was talking out of his ass. He did not see that yesterday.
Of course he didn't. And if he did, it was an inferior mirage.
He didn't
because
see
when you have-
anything. He
when you
didn't
have
see
a huge,
anything.
when you have a huge water to air temperature differential
Are you,
like
are you
that,
gonna put
you'll
it in
get
the
an
chat
inferior.
or?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay. You guys got a lot of YouTube subscribers, or?
What does that matter?
I'm just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I don't check, dude. It's not important to us.
1.5K. Nice. 26 are watching.
That's for one stream you're looking at.
26
Yeah, no, but I'm saying you have 1.5K subscribers.
That's just for that one guy streaming. We have multiple streams, dude.
You realize the subscriber count doesn't mean a goddamn thing, that there's people with 1 million subs and they do a live stream and get 800 people watching it.
Okay. Which
You know
one is
that's
it? Do I
true.
click- Do I India? Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
All right.
I posted, am I in the right server?
I'm about to click on it.
So, yeah. So, God damn it. So, hold on a second. No, you can watch it, but I got a screenshot. Why is this freaking Discord's acting freaking flaky, man. Yeah, I got a screenshot from the video, man. It's freaking not rendering. That's freaking weird, man. Oh, I'll use this too. Why not? So the important thing about this is that this lake is 1,000 feet long and the horizon should be 2,600 feet away. So why? 2 questions. Why is there a horizon at all? That's number one, because there should be no horizon. This lake being only 1,000 feet long, should be no horizon on it at all, which proves that the horizon can't possibly be the geometry of the Earth. Second of all, since we know that this is a short distance, and this distance has to be flat or the curvature is so minimal that it can't possibly hide anything. Why do you only see half of the boat?
Where are you posting this?
I posted the video in politics. If you scroll up to 1102.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.